that, and I know that you did deal with it, but I know that's just one instance, and there were probably others in other wards. So I look forward to a thorough report on that. Thank you.
Yes, Councillor, we'll deal with that, the report. So I have Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, and I apologize, I've been a little late. I had a police agenda review this morning. We just finished, but through you to Tony. Tony, there's been a big issue about the percentage turnout being very low for municipal elections. And I recall during the last election, have you already talked about this?
Well, we're going to have a report coming back.
In the future report, the voters list is ancient, as I understand it, and a lot of people who are on that have moved away years ago, and so you generate a low percentage turnout because people have passed away or moved away, and it's not updated. And so is that what you're going to be addressing through you, Mr. Chairman, when you bring the report back to us, is how we can get a voters list that's current, not maybe 15 years old? Because I suspect we had a lot higher turnout than what's indicated, because a lot of people on that list can't vote.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we're going to be giving options on the voters list. MPAC, as you know, provides the voters list, and because they do not do enumerations anymore, that list is, in our estimation, severely out of date. MPAC has not indicated that they are going to be continuing with an enumeration for the 2018 election, so we may be providing options to you. We're going to be looking at what other provinces, municipalities do, because I know it's a province-wide issue, particularly with the major cities. Cities under 10,000 don't have any issue because there just isn't a larger part of the population. But with Hamilton, Toronto, Ottawa, cities of that nature, you are going to be looking at problems with the voters list. MPAC continues to come back to us with solutions, but in our estimation, they're not going to be helpful for us. So yes, that will be a major part of the paper that does come back to you.
So do you agree then, Mr. Chairman, that that's part of the reason why we're getting such a low voter turnout, is because they're using that voters list? It's so far out of date. There's a lot of people on the list that can't vote because they've moved away. My own children are example. And so that may be skewing these numbers, showing a low percentage turnout?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, I don't believe that. I believe voter apathy is the #1 reason we don't get the voter turnout. We have people that aren't on the voters list that we know that are out there too. I was talking to Mr. Mayor just a couple of days ago about this. We estimate there's 30 to 40,000 who have never put themselves on the voters list. So I don't believe those numbers are skewed at all. I believe they're pretty close to being bang on to what the electorate is, the percentage of electorate that is coming out.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. So a motion, Mayor Eisenberger?
If I could, I was going to raise it as an issue, and I'm glad you did. So I was going to ask staff to actually report on the entirety of the election, and I think it's important to not only talk about the disability issues and reporting on that, and I think that's a positive thing, but I don't recall us ever getting a post-mortem on the election as a whole. What happened in various wards, where are the pluses, where are the minuses, what kind of issues are we facing in terms of the general voting list, so MPAC and what they're doing. So I think it's a very important issue for us to have staff report on, and it's over and above, I think, what future voting habits would be and other things that we might consider doing in terms of getting citizens more engaged in the electoral process. I think that's a separate issue, and may actually inform us in terms of what we might do. So I don't care who moves it, but I think it's a very important report to do. And I'm glad that we can get it back. I'm sure reasonably quickly, because the message that I got from Tony the other day was that it was a very successful election in terms of there weren't major issues, but there were always some areas that need our attention and is worth reporting on. So I don't think we need to discuss it any further, but I think a report coming back as soon as we can, I think would be very helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So you're moving that, second by Councillor Partridge.
Sure.
Report comes back. All in favor? Thank you. So consent items, I'm not sure if we cleared everything up. Did we get a mover and a seconder on all the consent items? Stephanie, okay, thank you for that. Public hearing delegations, none. Staff presentations, we're going to have 7.1, Arts Advisory Commission Annual Report for 2014. I'd like to call upon Josepha Radman to provide the presentation on behalf of the Arts Advisory Commission.
Hello. Here we go. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Fine.
Welcome, everybody, to my chambers. Just kidding. Good morning, Your Honor. Welcome back, councillors, citizens, and staff. My name is Josepha Radman. I'm here today as a member of City of Hamilton Arts Advisory Commission, privileged to serve 2 terms of office over the last 8 years. It has been an exciting and enriching experience, one in which I have proudly watched this great city transition from a resource-based economy to service leadership with arts, artists, arts activities, moving from the margins to inclusion, artists moving to the center of Hamilton's Vision 2020 city building activities, supported by the Arts Advisory Commission Subcommittee and Commission and the Subcommittee, Citizen Volunteer Subcommittee of the Arts Funding Task Force, with essential support from Council and staff, taking the lead and setting the standard for review and revision of the Community Cultural Partnership Program across all sectors of the city. And now I'll go into our presentation. Our last presentation to the General Issues Committee was November 2013, and this is an update since that time, including the 2015 arts priorities. The City of Hamilton Arts Advisory Commission is a council-appointed group of citizen volunteers. Our mandate is to recommend, to inform, to liaise, and to monitor and assist with the relationship with the city and the arts community here in the Hamilton region. We recommend activities for the stabilization and strengthening of the arts community. We inform Council of issues and achievements in the Hamilton arts community, and we liaise with and act as a point of contact for members of the arts community regarding issues affecting the arts community and the city, of course. We monitor and assist with the implementation of the public art program. We work closely with staff on the implementation of the Arts Awards program, and we help and support as well as adjudicate the implementation, or have been adjudicating the implementation of the Community Partnership Program Culture Stream, now the Arts Program of the City Enrichment Fund. Our accomplishments for 2013-2014 have been significant. Over the last number of years, beginning with Your Honor's term, it was the implementation and the approval by Council of a new direction for the Arts Advisory Commission in terms of striking the Arts Funding Task Force. We went through a lot of stages doing that in terms of planning, research, and discussions and community outreach with the arts community, as well as reporting back to City Council throughout the process. As a result of that, we have recommended an approach to strategic municipal investment in the arts. The Arts Funding Task Force Subcommittee of the Arts Advisory Commission strongly supports the recommendations of the City Enrichment Fund as presented to Council in June of 2014 and September of 2014. And that was the prior term. I think that was the last meeting prior to new Council coming aboard, and welcome to all the new members here, by the way. A new model for arts investment is what we were looking for, with 8 new and revised investment programs and an increase in funds invested directly to the arts community. The requested increase at this point in time for this budget year is $500,000 minimum for the 2015 operating budget. The program and the guidelines have been developed in consultation with the community, the Arts Advisory Commission, the Arts Funding Task Force, and the Culture Stream staff, particularly a lot of really hard work by culture staff as well as finance. The new model is based more towards what you would see out in the federal and provincial levels, which is a peer assessment model for professional artists and semi-professional artists and arts organizations. Most of the work, of course, has been done by city staff. So the Arts Advisory Commission and the Arts Funding Task Force are very happy to have had the support from city staff in terms of changing the way Hamilton looks at the value and the city building activities that artists and arts community activities contribute to the impact of the transition for Hamilton as we move towards becoming a more vibrant and dynamic city. Thank you. I went to the wrong page. Okay. The City of Hamilton Arts Awards, just want to touch on that briefly. That's been running for a number of years, and there was a shift a few years ago. Wondering if Tom is here. Tom Jackson was kind of one of the, there he is. One of the guys that said, wow, this is kind of getting old, or at least it was kind of feeling a little bit that way. And so that was really the impetus. One of the things that helped us to kind of turn around and say, oh, how do we change this and make it more exciting? I have to say that, you know, it was the right thing to do because it has become much more interesting, much more exciting, and engaged a larger proportion of the community. And these events are now becoming, you know, those things that you put into your calendar and say, okay, when's this happening next year? So we have assisted in terms of the Arts Advisory Commission, in terms of the review, as well as the re-implementation and relaunch of the City of Hamilton Arts Awards program by being involved in the steering committee and observing the jury process to ensure fairness and transparency. And the event over the last, I think, 2 years has been held at Theatre Aquarius with generous sponsorship by that organization, I believe, featuring performances and presentations from local and regional artists. And if you haven't been to one of these celebratory events, please do put that in your calendar because it is getting more exciting every year. The event has been very successful, and I'm hoping that maybe next year we can come back with some metrics, which is always a good thing. Can I get some water? Yeah? Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's all right.
It's okay.
We're moving towards current priorities.
There you go. Take a sip.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Where are we? Okay, public art. Current priorities in public art. I see Ken is here. Thank you so much. I've actually participated myself on a public art jury for the James Street North Public Art Project. That was a few years ago. And it's been really interesting learning experience for me. And for artists and peer assessors and those in the community that have that opportunity to sit on jury, it's an experience that gives you a perspective from a different point of view, and certainly is of great value to artists and those that are involved in arts organizations, because they start to see how others are perceiving what they're doing. The recently awarded projects in 2014 2015 was the farmer's market to David Hind, and you see a photograph up there of the model, and the Carter Park mural to Bryce Huffman. The Ancaster Field Coat Walkway has had 11 submissions and 5 works shortlisted and will be ready for public consultation in January 2015. The Dundas Driving Park Phase 2 had 16 submissions, 5 works were shortlisted and will be ready for public consultation this month as well. The James Street North GO Station, the initial public consultation has been completed, and the call for artists is in early 2015, is that correct? And the King William Art Walk, the anticipation is for a major permanent public artwork, and the initial public consultation has been completed, and there will be a call for artists in early 2015. So that's upcoming work, and AAC is looking forward to being part of the consultation plan for the Public Art Master Plan review. That's important work. My daughters, just a personal aside, my daughters used to think Hamilton was the biggest city in Ontario. Then we went to Toronto, and they said, no, wait a minute, Hamilton doesn't have this. And they're talking about these kind of wavy things at Harbourfront and these public art things. Well, guess what? They're starting to see it happen. I think this is really important for our younger community to feel that kind of hopeful place that, you know, we're not in competition with Toronto, but we can be just as good, if not better. So I think that the public art is one way that we can demonstrate our commitment to quality of life. And I certainly know that culture staff works hard on believing in that concept. And those of you that travel to other cities, of course, Chicago, for example, New York City, all the big, great cities have public art as their backbone and spine. And it does attract constituents and tourists. Current priorities. The 2015 Arts Awards program, that'll be coming up, I think, in June 4th. So please do come out to Theatre Aquarius. Get out your phones. And we're also looking at, and we have been doing this for a little while, is identifying opportunities to work with the Hamilton Arts Council. The Arts Advisory Commission believes that it's very important that the municipality have an arts council that is strong, sustainable, and able to support the arts community. Our roles are different. The Arts Advisory Commission and the Hamilton Arts Council, we do two different things. So we have been meeting with the Hamilton Arts Council, both on the board level and with staff, and we are looking at identifying specific projects that the two organizations, the two groups can work with. I don't know if I want to call the AAC an organization. Yep. The last thing I wanted to touch on is our priority project, something that the Arts Funding Task Force has been working on for several years now. And that's the priority project of arts funding for arts organizations as well as artists. This has come to the fore in terms of, in some ways dovetailed with the review of the Community Partnership Program by Finance. I think that's who did the review. And we not only believe in the continued support of arts funding, of the arts funding program as part of the City Enrichment Fund, we believe it is essential. And it is an essential service, and at its core, the benefit is city building. This year, the Arts Advisory Commission will be here to monitor the implementation of the City Enrichment Fund through the 2015 transition year and forward, however long it takes. Although the Arts Funding Task Force completed its work, will continue to work with council and staff to implement the recommendations in the way that best serves all stakeholders. We're pleased to see council's support of the City Enrichment Fund, including the arts program guidelines and application forms that came in September. I believe we're now out in a trial test or a pilot year, so the deadlines for all groups and individuals were December the 1st, as well as other programs that used to be part of what was called the CPP and is now the City Enrichment Fund, and that was also social services and everything else that was reviewed and rejuvenated. December 1st deadline, that was an interesting date. We look forward to the 2015 budget discussion. I know you're starting on that in the hopes that a sustainable enhancement is granted to the arts program. In order to succeed in our mandate, which is to serve the community through arts and serve the artistic community at all stages, we need this strong connection to City Council, and we need to be able to dialogue with city divisions, and we need to be able to liaison with you and in some substantive fashion help to understand how important the arts community and the changes in the arts community are for this city. In this past term, we wanted to highlight the participation of Jason Farr, Ward 2 Councillor. I think he's Ward 2, yeah. Thank you so much, Jason. Jason comes to meetings and he participates, and it's always a lot of fun. And he's a smart guy. He has been our liaison for the last 4 years. And Jason, thank you for your support. I know we're all smart here. Now my writing is getting small. Dialogue with all divisions of the city that are we were talking about dialoguing with all divisions of the city that are involved in the arts, such as economic development, finance and tourism, and of course culture. The most important thing is the goodwill and the passion of our constituents. Art making, art enjoyment, and engagement are a right, not a privilege. Some of you may have heard that from some members of the arts community who will remain unnamed at this point, but arts is a right, not a privilege, with deep impact across the board. All ages, all stages, all arts, nothing less than city building as its benefit. We look forward to approval of budget recommendations for sustainable support of this important sector in the city. Finally, I'd like to thank, along with Jason Farr, to thank all of the dedicated community volunteers, Diane Beatty-Waring, Toby Bruce, Laura Capel, Tricia Leclerc, who would have liked to have been here today and was conflicted in her schedule, Karen Logan, Kalina Maxwell, Donna Reed, Tony Vieira, and of course, City Council and staff. And thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate that. Should you have any questions, please direct it to Jason.
So, thank you for the presentation. I want to get your pronunciation of your name right. Josepha?
Josepha.
Josepha. Okay, Josepha. Yes, it's good you had a drink because we do have a few councillors with questions or comments. So okay. First will be Councillor Farr.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. It has been a pleasure for the last 4 years working with people like Josepha and many others that sit around that table. It is a eclectic group, a lot of great ideas, and I have to say I came at the right time. I mean, so many advancements. You've noted many of them in that time, and an increased cooperation, and I was glad you mentioned it, with the Hamilton Arts Council. Certainly staff to be commended as well, because they're there culture staff, our tourism and culture staff in the Lister, where we meet, helping us with agendas and our cause. So, Josefa, you are one of the real standouts, and I think you should be commended for never failing to offer sound advice at that table, and based on, of course, your years and years of experience. And I also always like it when you relate to your kids and talk about the sports side of things which we don't expect sometimes at the arts table. So I just have one question through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and you did hit on it. We have now the new City Enrichment Fund. I look forward to attending those meetings and continuing to work closely with the Arts Advisory Commission. Much of what we have established and what we're about to debate on the monetary side has so much credit should be given to your work and your friends' work as it relates to the Arts Funding Task Force. Can you offer, how about some advice to this body, and particularly those new councillors that will be sitting at that enrichment fund table when it comes time to make some decisions on funding for the arts, knowing that quite potentially a new pot of money will be available? And what are some of the things we should look for?
Well, I think it's important, and I know everybody's very busy, so it's hard to give this type of advice, but actually to look back at the research that was done. Hamilton was compared to a number of other medium-sized cities, both provincially and out of province, as well as I think we looked nationally too, and then didn't keep that information. The consultant we had working with us that I believe went through a process with the city was Kelly Hill Strategies. He's got a lot of stuff on his website, in terms of research around why this makes sense. And I think that's really essentially what, let's not get lost in the forest. Essentially, it makes sense because it brings attention to the city. I will say personally that I'm currently the standing president of Artist-Run Centres and Collectives of Ontario. We will be running a national conference in November in Toronto, and if you think the province isn't paying attention in terms of the arts community in other cities, if you think they're not paying attention to this, they are, because everybody's looking for a model that works. Also, I'm a rep through ARCO to ARCA, which is Artist Resource Collectives Association. It's a federally funded arts service organization, and that is a national organization of arts associations, regional arts associations, including geographic and cultural regions, meaning Aboriginal and Francophone, etc. Again, if you think the nation isn't paying attention, they are, if there's something there to pay attention to. So I think that Hamilton can set the standard in terms of moving forward as to how we do not need to reinvent the wheel. Hamilton has done it. We need to be at that place 3 months, 6 months down the road. Hamilton has done this. It is successful. It's being implemented. Others are paying attention. So I think that we could bring national recognition, provincial and national recognition to the city by supporting these types of programs.
Just like bringing the Junos to the city, but that's a one-off.
That
You're
too.
talking about the
of course.
Jos, thank you.
Anything like that.
Jos is a lot easier than Josefa, and you did a great job filling in for Trish today. Yeah. So it was good to see you. Thank you, Mr.
Okay,
Deputy.
thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Farr. Councillor Jackson, please.
Thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and very good presentation, Josefa. Thank you for being here. Bridget, if you could just go back to the slide that had current priorities with the pictures of the various public art competitions. Perfect, thank you. That's great. Josefa, only because of the sensitivities over the years with the renovated market and the new market board and council's continued support of the market and hearing from stallholders, can I just humbly ask through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, to Josefa, have the farmers market stallholders, the board, are they consulted with, are they being kept communicated with this public art competition? Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, please. Are you?
And Mr. Jackson, I don't think I can answer that question. I will say that I do know, I've seen the artists work, and I think it's fabulous, and I'm sure that whatever it is that the questions that you may have would go to Ken Coit.
Oh, great. Please, Ken.
Okay, Ken, please.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. 2 stallholders were involved in the jury for that competition. It was a fully transparent competition. Over 1,300 people made comments on the winning selection. So the market members the market stallholders and board are completely aware of what's going on, and we're just now waiting to sort out implementation.
Ken, so I'm very encouraged by that, Ken, and I guess after today, if you could would you mind, at least for me, I don't know about my colleagues, but if you could just communicate to the board the presentation today, it's been received, and making sure that board is very much aware of this presentation today, only given over the last several years, Ken, the sensitivities, the feedback, and some criticisms of this body and departments of city that you don't understand what the market and the stallholders want. So, Ken, if you could do that for me, please, that'd be great. Thank you. Joseph, I've always wanted to ask this question, like we do with infrastructure dollars, Mr. Deputy Mayor. We always ask for federal, provincial opportunities for programs, and in social services and in other parts of municipal programs that we offer. Are there federal, provincial dollars out there from their arts councils and the umbrella bodies for municipalities to help our grants funds that we can then increase in terms of the amount we can give out? Or are those arts bodies through federal, provincial ministries, are they for the individual arts community entities, they have to apply for it themselves? To you, Mr. Deputy Mayor Josepha?
I think partially, I can give you a partial answer to that, and I think the rest of that answer would have to go to Anna.
Fair enough.
There are funds out there for municipalities, and I believe culture is always looking for them, and I think that they have accessed some of those funds over the years. As a matter of fact, I think there was a presentation that was done at the AGH with the fellow that did the Edinburgh thing. I don't know if that was accessed through a fund. However, to go back to the answer that I can give you, all individual artists who apply and are successful with Canada Council for the Arts as well as the Ontario Arts Council. Ontario Trillium Foundation is a little bit different because it's organizations, but certainly organizations also who apply to the federal and provincial levels. They're always looking at percentages. So they're looking at the amount of support that you're receiving elsewhere. And the more support that you're receiving elsewhere, the more support they're going to give you. So in many ways, what happens is that the percentage of support that an artist or an arts organization receives from a municipality can help leverage greater support at other levels of government.
So I've heard that many times when the ABCs, the agencies, boards, commissions, the arts organizations come into this body in the next month or two, Josepha, saying that the municipal dollars help to trigger additional dollars.
Yeah.
What I'm looking for is similar to getting money for public transit, for infrastructure road upgrades, for social services, where the feds or province would cut the municipality a check and then we put it into our account and divvy it up. I'm wondering if that kind of program is available, or if you or Anna might be able to enlighten me on that.
Anna, could you give some input, please?
Through the Deputy Chair, no, there is no specific program where they would cut us a check so that we could distribute money. There are programs that specific organizations can apply for funding.
And I will say that on a provincial level, things are a bit tight, like they are everywhere, mainly because the provincial government has, budgetary issues they're dealing with. But the mandate of the Arts Council is clear. They need to support existing organizations in a sustainable fashion, have an accessible as well as transparent and fair and equitable process, as well as bring in new organizations all the time. So recently when I went to 401 Richmond, to MANO, Meet Arts Network of Ontario meeting, the officers from the Ontario Arts Council were there, and of course we met the minister, not at that meeting, but we met the Minister of Tourism, Culture and Sport. That's kind of what we do as well. And the officers are quite happy to see new groups. So, for example, when I introduced them to a new group, a new collective here in Hamilton, they were excited. Yeah, they are on a limited budget, but, let's bring them into the fold. They need to find ways to, have a variety of funds that support the work that they do, and it just means a greater impact across the board.
Perfect. Thank you. And lastly, Mr. Deputy Mayor, thank you for the acknowledgement of the gala now, Arts Award evening.
Yes.
Councillor Morelli, God rest his soul, would be so proud both with the seniors and the Arts Award that now they are truly elevated.
Yes.
And the community's awareness in terms of now the greater type of turnout we're getting, whereas before it was a more small, intimate, and I'm glad each one took a year off to revitalize and rejuvenate.
Yeah, it was the right thing to do, sorry.
Councillor Marilla has just advised me today is the anniversary of his 1 year passing. Thank you, Councillor Marilla. So my comment in acknowledging him was, without my knowledge and without my memory, was perfectly appropriate. So anyways, I'm just so happy that we're in a new era of this grandiose type of event that will become one of those things where people want to attend it and bring it the prestige, like the Seniors Awards that had over 600 turning out at Michelangelo's deserved. So thank you, Joseph.
Nice.
Thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Green, please.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, through you to Joseph, I just want to comment actually on how excited I am about the increase in public art. I especially get excited about local public art, and that it's kind of our public celebration of our creativity here in the city. And I think about where my brother lives in Oslo with Vignens Park of sculptures. It's the art in that country anchors people to their public spaces. And I think about the public spaces that we have here in the city that have the opportunity to also add that sense of belonging and identity. So I'm very excited about that because my comment is that public art creates accessibility to those who might not seek it out. It's unexpected, it's inspirational, and quite frankly, I'm very excited about it. So I just wanted to add that comment. Thank you.
Well put.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Councillor Pearson, please.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, thank you, and certainly agree with the comments previous Councillor Green just raised. I just want to mention, I think it'd be remiss that the Eagles Among Us public art that was unveiled, and I think it was September or October, I'm trying to remember now. I just want to encourage my colleagues. I think this was an absolutely phenomenal choice for Battlefield Park, and I hope that my colleagues will take an opportunity to go down there because it is absolutely beautiful. And I'm asking, I'm not sure through you, Giuseppe, or through Anna Bradford, when will the interpretive panels that explain that artwork be installed?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, we presently have a video on display on the city's website that completely explains the project from the artist's point of view, and we're working with the artist around some of the cultural issues to properly explain the symbols on the piece, and we're working in installing a series of granite panels around the piece to interpret it more clearly.
And timelines that we'd be looking at for that?
It would be in the spring once frost is out of the ground.
Perfect. Okay, so I was just going to say whether or not we could post something that says a video of the interpretation of these statues can be posted somewhere near there right now, but we'll wait till the spring when weather permits. And I thank you very much. And again, I encourage my colleagues and residents who are watching is at Battlefield Park, and it's an absolutely beautiful installation. Thank you.
Pearson.
Thank you. I just wanted to respond to that. I actually met the artist a couple of, well, not at that time, but recently in Toronto at the an Ontario Arts Council event. He's on the board of the Ontario Arts Council. And, it's so important to have artists that we're supporting here who are from this area, and I believe it's Six Nations, to support them in their artistic endeavors. And at the same time, that helps them to understand our community better and also to advocate for us in the larger context. I think that we're getting to the point, we're not there yet, but it could be a while, we're getting to the point where we could actually say that we could have a half-a-day tour of the public art projects that are now existing in the city. So I think that down the line, maybe that's a project we can do. where we can, have an organized tour rather than us touring another city. Let's tour our own. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. There's no further speakers. I don't see any. A motion to receive the presentation. Councillor Pearson, Councillor Vanderbeek, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Thank you, Josepha. Thank you, Bridget, for helping out.
Thank you, no problem.
Thank you.
Well, we're on to discussion items, and we've moved 8.3 up. Okay, 8.3 has been moved up, and that's the King Street Transit Only Lane Pilot Project, PW 11079G. Jerry Davis has a short PowerPoint presentation to accompany this report. Good morning. You're not Jerry Davis.
No, I'm a slightly bigger version. Through the chair, good morning to all the councillors and the mayor. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Brief presentation on the report before you. And just a bit of, hopefully this guy works.
Dave, could you give everybody your name and your position here at the city, please?
Yeah, I'm sorry. A quick bio. So Dave Dixon. I'm the Director of Transit. I sometimes get confused if it's Director of HSR or Transit, but Director of Transit. I'm a professional engineer with an MBA. I've worked most of my life in transit. For a short time at the Toronto Transit Commission. For a short time, I did consulting following my work at Toronto Transit across North America in the transit operation and maintenance business. And today I'm here. And so far, I'm really enjoying Hamilton, and I think it's got a lot of great opportunities in transit, and that's why I'm here.
Thank you, Dave.
Okay,
The floor is yours.
So just a brief history on the transit-only lane. Council approved it in the spring of 2013. It went into operation late fall of 2013, and it was funded through the Metrolinx Quick Win money, roughly $30 million that the city received. Just briefly, I think most in this room know well where the lane is. It starts at Mary Street in the second lane removed from the curb. At Bay Street, it transitions to the curb lane, and it ends at Dunduran between Bay or west of Bay. The parking was moved to the south side of the street to permit that curb running along that piece of the transit-only lane. Feedback we received, both objective feedback as well as subjective feedback, and we've done our best to categorize it. I fully accept that there are some shortcomings, but given the timelines and the implementation, I think staff did an excellent job doing this project. So firstly, from a transit point of view, there's no question it is a good thing. We did get better schedule adherence. Obviously, operators liked it. And obviously, we picked the right corridor. This is, growing at 4% versus 1% of the overall transit. And not only that, this corridor carries about 40% of our transit riders. Equally obvious, I think, is motorists did get impacted by this lane. And the impact at its greatest is in the PM, and it's as measured by an engineering consultant, at 5 minutes approximately extra journey time. Collisions did rise full year 2014, and you don't have that in your report. 132 collisions, but from a statistical point of view, I would say that is not significant. Parking was significantly impacted when we moved the parking from the south side to the north side. The parking fell precipitously, about 2/3 was lost. The other thing that happened is we went from a meter to a pay and display, so that may or may not have had some impact, but parking was definitely impacted. And finally, enforcement, and really this is about compliance. I believe we had fairly good compliance to the actual transit-only lane with 21 charges to about June. Just feedback from all the different stakeholders. Cyclists want it to be a part of this lane. Practically, from an engineering perspective, it was not safe to do. And, you know, I don't think that's something you would generally want to do as good engineering practice. Obviously, consistent with the objective data from traffic, motorists did not like it. Negative feedback. With respect to the BIAs, the King Street BIA was most opposed to it, and particularly with respect to the parking. The International BIA was somewhat mixed reviews, although I would say skewed to the negative. And taxis wanted greater access to the lane. I believe we came up with a reasonable compromise allowing them to pick up and drop off in that lane. And finally, of course, from a transit perspective, again, consistent with numerical data or metrics, it was a positive experience. I really put this slide in to say, you know, we've got to get moving, and it's happening across North America. And that avenues are about moving people, not about moving cars. And this particular lane, as we measured, has roughly 1,200 cars on it and 1,200 transit users. And so, yes, if you did just the rough math, before the transit lane, you have, if you take 4 lanes, you had 1,200 cars on 4 lanes, you had roughly 300 cars per lane. And with the transit lane, if you do the math quickly, 1,200 divided by 3, you had 400 cars per lane, and absolutely it does impact. However, the point I want to make is if you didn't have transit, you'd have 2,400 cars in 4 lanes, 600 cars a lane. So it's important to realize that having a good transit system does defer having to build new roads. It does result in less congestion. And it has a lot of positive social, economic, and environmental impacts, which is really where I get to in the conclusion. So clearly, it is a good thing for transit. Clearly, it does have impacts on other constituencies. Technically, we do not need the transit lane from a technical point of view at this point, but it is definitely an indication of where we want to go in the city about creating avenues for people and complete streets. So thank you. That's the end of my presentation, and I'll
Thank you, Dave, and you may want to get a glass of water for this because we've got an extensive list of speakers.
Can I reuse the glass?
Well, questions, yes. Well, I call them speakers. Okay, so first on my list is Councillor Farr.
So just so we can get that, I'm sure the Mayor just asked you, but I just want to be absolutely clear here, not knowing that we were going to have a presentation with this item. We don't normally. So I have a statement. Then I had prepared 3 questions, now 2, for our new Director of Transit to follow those statements. And ultimately, I wanted to present a motion that followed that, a tabling motion. So I really appreciate, as a ward councillor directly affected on a daily basis for the last year and more, the opportunity that you've given me to go first here, because I did not have the opportunity at council with only a few councillors speaking before a tabling there. So I would like some direction on how I might achieve this order of business I've presented here, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and get to the tabling ultimately. Through the clerk, or to the clerk, through you.
We had a presentation, and the procedural bylaw indicates in presentations is an opportunity for council to ask questions of the presenter. That's where we are now, and then there will be opportunity to debate, discussions, put motions on the table, but this is really about asking staff questions relative to the presentation. So I just want to make sure that's the procedural bylaw through governance.
Mr. Chairman, Councillor Whitehead actually just answered the question the way I would have. We are at the question period right now at the end of the first-time speakers. If you'd like to put forward a motion at that time.
So thank you. Thank you. Mr. Deputy Mayor, so I do have a few questions, and if you could put me on the list to speak first when it's time for comments, I will follow up those comments with what I've suggested here. Dave, first, thank you very much for the opportunity to meet with you in person, not once but twice now. It's clear now with a very brief presentation here today, you have the pedigree, but also quite obviously a passion for what it is that you're doing in particular here in this community. First off, you also have, with all your years at the TTC, it's a giant, and my understanding is of an $8 billion budget, $6 billion was under your purview for many years in the operations side, if I'm not mistaken. You correct me in a second, but you would work with Metrolinx on a regular basis, true, through you?
Yes. So just to correct, capital budget in the $6 billion neighborhood over 10 years.
Okay.
Operating close to $1 billion at the end of my career.
Okay.
So, you know, I did a variety of jobs, almost every mode, wheel-trans or paratrans, bus, streetcar, LRV, subway, intermediate capacity, and I did kind of a cross-section of the maintenance, operation, maintenance of way, and planning. But at the end of my career, correct.
So more specific to the Metrolinx question, this Friday you'll be meeting with Bruce McQuaig of Metrolinx.
Yes, that is correct, and the primary purpose is to really prepare for questions I would have anticipated from this group with respect to my 10-year plan I'll be coming forward with on February 6th. So I would normally want to be prepared for questions you might ask about where is Metrolinx in the process, and that's the primary purpose of the meeting.
Well, that's the primary question through you, if I may editorialize. Where are they at? And so am I hearing you correctly through you, Deputy Mayor, you seek with your meeting with Bruce McQuaig, this, the chairman of Metrolinx, this coming Friday, to bring forward questions that you expected to receive here today, or questions that you've received leading up to today, or questions you may receive on February 6th or anticipate? Just to be clear, please.
Sorry, I should have been saying through the chair. Through the chair, my purpose, the meeting with Bruce McQuaig was scheduled well before this debate started. The purpose was related to the 10-year strategy. And again, the purpose was to prepare for questions I might anticipate from councillors with respect to where Metrolinx is in their planning process.
Okay. Which is important. I mean, that's a key meeting. February the 6th, part of the PW GIC presentation, you will offer what?
Through the chair, the presentation to be made at that meeting is really to me it's a bit of a roadmap that kind of puts in context first, you know, what the city's position is through their strategic plan, their transportation management plan, their official plan, where I have read that we want to build this city into a prosperous and healthy community. And so in that context, it really takes you through what a transit planner, how they would build a transit system, right through to higher order transit. It focuses, as directed by council, on a two-part motion. The first part of that motion was to deal with 2014, which has come and gone. The second part of the motion deals with a 10-year local service strategy and financial plan. So the major piece of the presentation will deal with the local service, and it will lead you to where higher order transit, and this, a transit only lane would not be considered higher order transit, such as a BRT or an LRT or a subway, commuter rail. It's really what happens just prior to.
So as a subsequent final question.
I believe, sorry, through the chair, I believe the city manager.
Mr. Murray, please.
If I can, through you, Deputy Mayor, just in light of what Dave is saying about a meeting with Metrolinx, after the final council meeting of last term, there was an opportunity for a number of the CAOs that are involved in the Metrolinx program to meet in Toronto. I believe it was October. I can get you the specific date that the meeting took place, but I just want to make sure that everyone in this room is aware of the nature of that meeting. But the meeting involved the Deputy Minister, Carol Layton, as well as the head of Metrolinx, Bruce McQuaid, and it was just to give everyone an update as to where they're at. There was no specific decision or inference about Hamilton's request, which of course Council very clearly has directed and has asked the province to fulfill its commitment to pay for the capital costs of the LRT. There was nothing said at that meeting that indicated that they will or won't. What I gathered from the meeting, and I think it's important for everyone here to know, is that the impression I have is that the province will be making a decision about how the $15 million will be spent, and will be making that decision, I believe, in 2015 in conjunction with their budget process. So typically we will hear how the province spends its money in May. So that was the impression that I was left with in terms of the timeline that they're working on. And again, there was no specific mention one way or another as to Hamilton's fate. The other point that I think is worth mentioning here is that the Premier has been, I think, very clear, and it was clear through the Deputy Minister and Bruce McQuaid, that of the $15 billion, that certainly electrification of the GO system is certainly a priority for the province, and that other projects, of which ours was one of them, that was in that A list, if you will, would have to be funded through the remainder after the electrification project is moved forward. In terms of what is the value of electrification project, that dollar figure was never communicated at that meeting, so I'd be guessing as to what the value of that is. But so I guess if there's a second impression from the meeting is that we're in competition with the other municipalities, as we always knew, for funding for our project, and but I think that's important. Now, whether or not Bruce and I have had a pretty good relationship over the years. I mean, he's not made any phone calls to me as to greater insight in terms of whether or not the province is going to fund our requests as made clear. So if anything changes, obviously Dave will be in a position on Friday or after Friday to communicate to council as to what's new, and so just want to make sure you're aware of that information.
Thanks for that, Chris.
Appreciate that. I'm also aware we are entitled. We are talking about $15 billion worth of big move bucks. I did have that conversation with Chris with respect to electrification and with respect to the province's priorities on electrification, but I am certain there will be billions left over, and it's not too far into the future where Hamilton, this city, which has worked quite hard, and it has been made quite clear we were ahead of the game at one time on this LRT file, where we have made not one but two motions in support of Beeline LRT that are still on record, that we should very much be anticipating and appreciating a provincial response as it relates to a lot of money. And to get back to what we're talking about here today, and a game-changing, obviously, move towards a very progressive city, but also one along the inner city that, on an economic development standpoint, is massively vital to all of us here in the city of Hamilton. So, back to the TOL and how this relates in your questions on specifically your report and what we've learned here from you today, how it may relate to your meeting on Friday. And you talked about, Dave, through you, Chair, back to our Director of Transit, that you're going to offer on the 6th a roadmap as part of the GIC Public Works meeting, which is 20 days away from now. You are meeting with the chairman of Metrolinx, Bruce McQuaig, this Friday. You've confirmed that. And I might throw in a particular article in today's Spectator that we could maybe get some closure on some of the questions that you may have after having read that, quotes and all, on Friday. So if we were to add this up, would that not, in your opinion, final question, and I'll offer, obviously, I look forward to input from my colleagues with questions to Dave. Would you not suggest February 6th as a better timeline to have this TOL debate at your PWGIC as opposed to today?
Through the chair, given the presentation I've described in terms of putting this, which is a piece of the overall transit picture, in context, I absolutely would think it would be better to have that context.
Thank you, Councillor Farr. Just to show everybody where they're on the list here, I have Councillors Collins, Pearson, Duval, Whitehead, Marula, Mayor Eisenberger, and Councillor Partridge. So, Councillor Collins, please.
Thank you. Through you to Mr. Dixon, it's been a couple of months since I read the Rapid Ready report, but can you refresh our memory in terms of the improvements that are required to get us to a position where we're actually ready in our municipality for higher order transit? If memory serves me right, it was around the $45 to $55 million price tag in terms of making improvements along feeder lines to the Beeline route.
Through the chair, you are correct. In operating money, it's in the $45 million range. There's a capital component to it also. And the 10-year local service plan really comes forward and addresses 3 stages. One is we do have a deficit currently in Hamilton to providing good conventional transit system. So, we got to make sure, and it's namely under 2 things, runtime and loading. So, the initial part, not to give the whole plan away, but is to really address the current deficiencies. The second part, which is really the most important piece in my view, is for this council to agree on service standards. Hamilton has what I would call partial service standards. We need to agree on service standards that will basically guide the addition or subtraction of service. It guides how you build the system. And the third part will be how you attract riders, how you begin to shift, as was envisioned in the strategic documents, how you begin to shift away from cars to transit, how you change the rides per capita.
That is included in, I think there's another budget line in there that talks about rebranding the HSR and marketing transit.
Yeah, so there's
additional costs in addition to the $45 million.
It's three things in the Rapid Ready. One is, really around riders, building service. The second line is really around transit priorities, of which this TOL would be one. And the third line is really around making customer improvements. So, things like Next Bus, where you can go on your smartphone and see when the next 3 buses are coming. Social media. So it's about making our communications with our customers better than they are today. So those are the three general.
Thank you for the refresher. And if I was to add up all of 3 of those components, what would the total dollar value be? Is that where I get to the $55 million if I add the 45 to the other 2?
It's 55 to 60 million, I would say.
Okay, and that's
just going off the top of my head.
That's just an operating, through you, Mr. Chairman, sorry. That doesn't include the capital components that are required as well.
That is correct.
So you haven't been here that long, but you've sat through some of the same budget sessions that certainly we have. You understand certainly the city's financial position. I think you're well aware, better than most, that the province does not fund conventional transit system operating dollars. So those dollars would come through you, Mr. Chairman, on the backs of local ratepayers, correct? It would have to be incorporated in the city's operating budget. Apart from whatever revenue increases might come with those as well.
So through the chair, really it comes from 2 sources. And my premise has always been, I've seen the good transit does for a city, and so I am passionate about
Fare box and the tax bill.
So, it really depends on where you draw that line, and there's implications to both.
So how long you're coming forward with a 10-year plan. I think, if memory serves me right, it was my motion, I believe, that committee that asked for that financing plan because of the scope of the budgets that we're staring at to get us to a position of understanding whether we're going with LRT, BRT Light, whatever system that we're looking at in terms of higher transit. It's going to come at a great cost just to get us to the point where we're ready for it. And I think the report is appropriately named Rapid Ready. Over 10 years, I'm not trying to preclude is certainly what you're going to give us in February, but when you add that to all the other pressures that we're staring at, not just for 2015 and beyond, it's a very big file with a very large cost attached to it. And I'm trying to understand then, and I don't have a crystal ball, and neither do you, when do you foresee us being in a position where we are Rapid Ready? Where we could say that, you know what, the transit-only lane now needs to be expanded, or conversely, we're with LRT, which has a different route and different implications along the route, but it is a dedicated lane. When are we in that position? Your best guess at this point.
So through the chair, so it really becomes a political question.
It does.
Technically, as I said, you get into higher order transit around 2,000 peak passengers, peak hour, peak direction.
We're about halfway there right now.
And you're, a little over half. The transit-only lane, when I say that's when you start getting into BRTs, LRTs, what I'd call not smart LRTs, line of sight, that kind of thing.
Right.
Semi-exclusive right away.
Sorry to interrupt, Dave, but you said earlier that we don't technically need it right now. That's the technical litmus test. We need the 2,000 passenger mark, and we're at 1,100.
That would be the technical approach. Now, what I wanted to say is you would actually put a transit, before you went to a higher order transit, you would do things like signal priority, which is a bus has the ability to hold a green to get through. Queue jump lanes, which are really extended turn lanes that allow you to get ahead of the traffic all queued up. transit-only lanes. So you would do all those things before you went into higher order, and that would, I think, happen somewhere between 1,500 and 2,000 technically. But what this, having the advantage of worked through several different political environments too, it really depends on where you as a city want to be. And you can lead to people to become a more progressive transit-oriented city, or you can choose to let that evolve naturally. And so really it becomes your decision.
There lies the political dilemma, yes.
Yeah.
So through you, Mr. Chairman, in terms of the timelines, I don't think we established that. I mean, you're coming forward with a 10-year capital and operating plans. That suggests it's at least a decade out. That's if council buys into it. Is it safe to say we're beyond a decade to get us to that 2,000 passenger mark?
Through the chair, I would say it's in and around the best I could say at this point. And the only caution I would add is it takes substantive time to build these things.
Right, it does. So I think it stands to reason that the province probably has as many transit experts on their staff as most municipalities do, especially when we're looking at Metrolinx. There's a lot of expertise there. I'm certain they've read those documents through you, Mr. Chairman, and they understand that we're probably a decade away from higher order transit as well.
Through the chair, I would say Metrolinx is a very professional, competent organization.
Right. And so I would guess that if I'm the provincial government and I'm looking at giving checks and making investments in communities across the province, would it stand politically or financially, would it stand to reason that they would provide the funding today for a project that likely we're not prepared for another decade? And maybe that's a hypothetical question, but I'm not certain they funded the same. So when Toronto's looking at subway enhancements, they're ready to put the shovels in the ground. The check comes just before that time. Is that not the way that the funding announcements have worked across the province? Toronto's probably the best example. They've received more checks than anyone. Through you, Mr. Chairman?
Through the chair, really that's the point of my meeting with Bruce McQuaig, is not to presuppose any position this council might take, but really to understand process, so that when I am asked these questions, I can give you a meaningful and thoughtful
if we look at past
response.
practice.
So again, it really depends on politically where we want to go. There's a lot more to transit, and that's really what you're considering. There's the social benefits. There's a real element, particularly in Hamilton, of inclusiveness. Transit is the only way for a lot of people. Their environmental impacts, health, how you want to see your city get shaped and grow and intensify. So it's well beyond just transit. And, that's kind of what I think council has done a great job, from what I've read, in terms of where they strategically are positioning themselves.
Or a decade from now, yes.
So yeah, it will be based on, what the growth numbers look like in those corridors.
So back to the transit-only lane, and I'm sorry to deviate because, they are interrelated, and the previous question sort of touched on the issues, so I'm sorry to take us off a little bit. But the, many of the questions that are asked of me, certainly by businesses, for example, when I look at the transit-only lane, I think there was some recognition when we started this process that on its own, the 2-kilometer pilot area doesn't mean that much in terms of ridership and or time improvement. Through you, Mr. Chairman, I think it's stated quite clearly in the report, and thank you, you did respond to an email with some questions that I had just after the report was released. There's nothing in the report we didn't expect to see. It's too small of a sample size. Just to confirm, you did not record additional transit users on this line because of the sample size, I think is what you had noted in your email, but I'll leave that to you publicly to confirm.
Yes, through the chair, absolutely. This lane in its current configuration is not a significant, does not have a significant impact on our ability to operate a conventional transit. It really needs to be extended. and you have a bottleneck that's a issue to get through, and that will control how well that works.
And I think we've all celebrated publicly and privately the fact that the Beeline numbers are up substantially over the last 5 years. I think you were quoted as saying 20%, but we can't contribute any of that increased ridership to the bus lane. In fact, that wasn't even monitored through the pilot.
Through the chair, that is correct.
And in terms of timelines, I mean, the report celebrates the fact that schedule adherence was better. We would anticipate that, knowing that we freed up an entire lane for buses only. There was nothing in there, Dave, Mr. Dixon, that spoke to the issue of how much time transit users saved in that 2-kilometer stretch. Is that 30 seconds, a minute? I didn't see that in the report, and I wasn't clear in terms of the response that I received as to whether there was any time that was tracked for those people who took the bus using the entire route of the pilot.
Through the chair, that is correct. However, I just, when you're really moving towards choice riders, the most important factor is a consistent, reliable time of journey. That's what moves people. And so really, transit lanes are about providing that reliable, consistent ride.
And to be clear, I think LRT states that if you were to get onto an LRT system when it's built 10, 15, 20 years from now, if it's built, if it's supported, I think, if memory serves me right, the time one might save between Eastgate and McMaster was a couple of minutes. And so it became that schedule adherence rather than getting people quicker from point A to B.
Through the chair, that is correct.
Transit riders in a fully implemented system may not even notice an improvement in time, but they know if they get there at 9 and the schedule is for 9, the LRT car or the bus is going to be there.
Through the chair, there would definitely be an improvement in time, and although we did not measure it, there, almost intuitively, there was an improvement in time.
Right.
But that is not the main factor.
And to be clear, the economic benefits associated with it, there really was nothing in the report. You did highlight this morning the fact that the BIAs are largely opposed to it. I believe that there are 3 in this area. I don't think they've all taken a formal position, but from an economic development standpoint, it's seen as the argument for higher order transit. The businesses, by and large, were not supportive. And I'd like your comment on that, because many other jurisdictions were referenced in terms of where else it works. But if I'm using the pilot as a gauge or the litmus test in terms of what works and doesn't work, I'd have to tell you that subjectively and objectively, based on the information that we've been provided, I would suggest that it hasn't worked. And we're almost on this trust me line of, I guess, the information that's coming forward. I'm not seeing anything economically that suggests there's an uplift.
Through the chair.
Through you, Mr. Chairman.
There are various models to measure. I have some past experience in implementation of light rail corridors in a semi-exclusive right-of-way. So measures such as vacancies, rents, and I don't know the answers to those questions with that stretch specifically. There are, as you'll notice in your appendix, more sophisticated models, not, in my view, maybe comparable, or we'd certainly have to see how they compare. New York City has a very sophisticated way of measuring, but certainly there's no objective evidence that it has been positive, and certainly the subjective evidence would suggest otherwise.
So I'm going to wrap up with my questions, Mr. Chairman. I have just a couple of more. I think it was noted again, to reiterate, by our former director and by yourself, that the 2 kilometers on its own doesn't mean much from a transportation perspective. And I would ask you then, if we're 10 to 12 years away from implementing some alternative system, what does that 2 kilometers then represent during that time? And I would ask you then, how is it expanded? So you mentioned the bottleneck.
Yeah.
And the first question that I would ask is, how do you get around the gateway at Wellington and King?
So through the chair, specific to that question, I don't know the answer at this time, but definitely we need to work on that. It isn't uncommon in many other transit corridors I've dealt with that you do have constraints either from old railway bridges or whatever, and you do have to come up with unique approaches to those. So I don't know the answer. I absolutely agree in terms of, it needs to be elongated to really have value to transit users.
And I represent an area that if we're using the bus transit-only lane as an example, I represent an area in the East End that has a Queenston Road, very congested, much like Upper James. Certainly not as much traffic, but fairly close to what Upper James experiences right now. It's busy at all times of the day. I can't imagine, under any scenario, taking 2 full lanes out of circulation. It's 5 lanes right now, 2 lanes in each direction with a turn lane in the middle. I can't imagine at any time of the day taking 1 or 2 lanes out for a transit-only lane and suggesting to the businesses, the residents, the customers, any stakeholder, transit users, any stakeholder, that in fact that kind of a system would work in the East End. And I could certainly apply that to other areas. I won't speak for other councillors who are along that line, but there are other constraints that I could reference where some areas don't even have a center turn lane, so you'd go from 4 to 2. So if I'm trying to think 5, 10, 15 years from now, and there are only so many things you can do with design when you have limited amount of real estate to work with and you have traffic congestion. I can't imagine a scenario, through you, Mr. Chairman, where that system can be expanded to those areas. And can you help me with that? Because those are the concerns that I'm getting from my businesses. I think what I've clearly heard, this section doesn't work on its own. For it to work, it needs to be expanded. And that's a pretty big question to answer, because you can engineer something all you like. Unless you're lifting the traffic off the road and creating something that's elevated, you're creating just massive congestion problems.
Through the chair, so just a little subtle distinction. The current transit lane does work. It's just not as effective as it could be, and it needs to be elongated to be really, truly value to the transit user. Ultimately, you will have to deal with the issue you just proposed, or the proposition. Eventually, you kind of move from a semi-exclusive right-of-way to an exclusive to a communication-based trains control and operatorless, and you will move into layering. You will either go under or over. And so those are all going to come. They're on a timeline, and it's where the city as a whole wants to be in leading or going with it as it occurs naturally.
And I think, just to be clear, my final question would be, most communities wait until they reach that crisis point. I mean, Toronto's going through that right now, where they're scrambling to look for answers to congestion problems, and they're trying to implement these things when they're required. I think the message that we've had here is we're trying to be proactive about it and get people to understand that 20 years from now, these things may need to be considered. Maybe 15 years from now, they may need to be considered. But from a transit ridership perspective and a traffic congestion perspective, we're not in that situation. And that's usually what pushes the public to request those changes.
Through the chair. So, what that timeline, so I've kind of described what will happen. What that timeline looks like really depends on a lot of other factors. And, one of the reasons I'm here is I think Hamilton is in a very exciting spot in time. And so where that timeline, how long it is or how short it is, really depends on what happens here from a growth perspective, both in terms of residents and jobs, where you choose to intensify, and that will really determine what that timeline looks like. And the second thing I would say is you don't want to get to the point where now you've got all the congestion and you're really scrambling, and you've got, even though, the city manager mentioned electrification of GO, that's a significant timeline. So it's needed now, but that's going to be a long time. And that's a position you don't want to be in.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Collins. Councillor Pearson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Dixon and Councillor Collins, for asking. I had to cross up a number of my questions that he's already raised, but I appreciate that, you're basically saying here today in your comments at your opening presentation that, it's not an absolute need right now, but understanding that, are there things that you're looking at in the short term to say, what can we do, not solely to maintain transit-only lane, but how can we implement something that gives more priority to the transit without the implications we're dealing with now?
Through the chair. So, again, the 10-year report will talk about what our problems are now. I'm sure all of you have dealt with constituents, bypasses, not on-time service. We got to fix the problems we currently have. We've got to get to standards. And then we've got to pull people towards. And layered in there are transit priorities. And so you can do things like signal priority, which is holding a green to allow a bus to get through, queue jump lanes, transit-only lanes. These are all things that give buses priority without actually being into higher order.
You don't anticipate this coming to the February budget meeting? That's not what you're proposing currently, all of this information, are you?
The 10-year will come concurrent with our Public Works presentation on the 6th of February.
And I appreciate too, you mentioned that your first part, obviously dealing with the current deficiency. The second part is the service standards. That's going to be a huge review that's going to have to be done throughout the whole city.
Through the chair. So we have currently service standards. We've looked at our peer properties as well as our own knowledge. And what we are proposing are, although we currently have partial standards, is not significantly different. It really, and you'll see as part of it, you'll agree to the standards. Hopefully, but you will also see what kind of gap exists, and the gap isn't huge.
When you're saying that, is that looking at situations where we have, it's been raised by councillors on the mountain, where you have insufficient transit vehicles available to handle the rushes at school times, and the Mohawk or the McMaster University issues where they're waiting 2 and 3 buses to get on a third or fourth bus?
Through the chair. So it addresses really minimum and maximum standards. So from a minimum perspective, it sets what you already have, a walking distance, roughly 10-minute walking distance, that everybody, or 90% of the residents have access in the urban area to transit. So it's sort of a minimum during peak periods. It also sets a minimum span, and it also sets a a minimum frequency and a maximum span of service. The two things that are critical to addressing what you talked about, which are really the new pieces, are loading, which plays off of frequency. So we will do, and we do some counts now, we need to get a lot better at that. We will count, and based on the ridership counts, you add vehicles, which also has the impact of lessening headways or shortening frequencies. So those two are really the things you look at. So we'll do counts at the school, and we'll know if we need to add vehicles, and we'll know that will have an impact on frequency. But it'll be an objective way. So you kind of set a minimum standard and grid, and then you objectively add service.
And to that, and I know when we had our meeting, our introductory meeting, we chatted on a number of issues, especially issues in my ward, and certainly the need for transit, increased transit, and transit to be brought into the north side of the QEW. And I've raised that with you. I've also asked for the Transcab reports as far as what is being used now. And Transcab is a great service that was implemented by Stony Creek, and it's a superb service. But we're not getting a tremendous amount of uptake on the north side of the highway because the cab drivers are not really willing to serve quite a ways out of their area and back around. So I know I've left that with you at our meeting to look at this, but I'm seeing that in order to get the public in Stony Creek sold on this, they have to have a service that gets them to there.
Through the chair, so what service standards will do, so you agree on what we have, or on the new standards, and there are 5 categories, and including minimum loading. So what do you need to fill those gaps? And what we would do if a councillor came forward with a request, we would trial that service on probably a 1-year framework, and it provided it met minimum loading, we would then, minimum productivity, we would then make that a service. Now we would start it, there's a logical progression, the peaks, fill in the base, early evening, late evening.
Thank you. And I just want to touch on, you mentioned at the beginning too about the accident numbers that increased through this time period. But these weren't totally with regards to the bus only lane. They could not, they can't be absolutely accounted towards that, or can they?
Through the chair, no. They are just simply reporting of the numbers of collisions and reported collisions.
Exactly.
In that time frame.
Thank you. And just for the viewers' record and whatever, I mean, I appreciate and know that we need to move this city forward, and we have to do it responsibly. As a transit user, I know I've been questioned. There's been emails that have been going around that, none of us at council understand the transit process and using it, and haven't been out there in the so-called really world. I can say that, and I think I mentioned our meeting, and my colleagues know I've used our public transit 2 years straight as a councillor. I respect it. I know the service is excellent. It depends on what you look at as the level of service. And I know for myself, in order to get on the B line in the morning in Stony Creek, I know it's a 40-minute ride, and that's fine. I know that if I'm not on that bus by Nash Road, you're lucky to have a standing position. So believe me, when I get residents that call to say, you've got buses that are running empty, I tell them they may start at that point and you see it empty, but it could be 5-10 minutes down the road, that bus is now full. And we have a superb service as it is. And I can't criticize that we don't provide an excellent service for what we're doing right now. And there's always room for improvement. But as a user, not only in my former years as not being a councillor, but for 2 years straight, I rode that bus every day and appreciate the service that was provided. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pearson. Dave?
Through the chair, I just want to thank you for those kind comments about staff and workforce. And if I might just add, one of the really nice, unique things about Hamilton is, I'd say well over 50% of the people that work for the transit are Hamiltonians and passionate about it, and something you don't experience in other transits. So they have a passion for the city as well as the product, and that's a really positive thing.
Just one last thing. I just want to be sure I don't mislead people thinking, well, you just took the B line. In my years of travel, I took just in the 2 years specifically, the B line, the King, the Barton, the Burlington, and mountain routes. So I've experienced throughout the whole city. Thank you.
Councillor Duvall.
Sharon, thanks, Dave. I know you've been up there for a while, but just a couple of questions I just want to ask you about. You said earlier that you don't believe we actually technically need this transit-only lane this time. Is that correct?
Through the chair, what I'm saying is, from a transit planning only perspective, to move into you're near higher order, you're not in higher order, 2,000, around 2,000 peak passengers in the peak direction in the peak hour, 8 to 9 a.m., is where you need to be, and you are where you are. But there's a lot of other factors that may cause somebody to want to go there.
Okay, so David, in reading the report, some of the alternatives that we've mentioned in here, and knowing that, you know, we're trying to find, is there a real need for a TOL to begin with, and trying to experiment with it. One of the comments that I've been listening to is to get a better grip of this, we would probably have to extend it. The 2 kilometers may be too short, and to actually extend it. But what I'm reading in the report is only from the west, going west, but nothing going from the east because of that bottleneck. So my question to you is, to get a good understanding of how any bus lane could work, we would have to eliminate the bottleneck?
Through the chair, not necessarily. What you practically, and you have to find a way to be reliable through that area. Does it mean physically, you know, doing changes? Not necessarily. But I don't have the answer for you today. And to be clear, I mean, any transit lane is good for transit, no matter what length. I'm just saying if you want to, the more you have and the longer you have, the better it is for transit.
Okay, in the report, it states that it takes just over 5 minutes longer to drive through the corridor. Do we know what the normal time was?
Through the chair, I believe we do, but I do not know that off the top of my head. I don't know if somebody from traffic can respond to that. There was a fairly extensive engineering report.
We may be going to get somebody.
Yeah, so the reason why some of the stuff I'm asking, because there was a lot of complaints that were given, obviously, even through your report. And right off the bat, so I went and did a test drive myself just before Christmas on a Saturday afternoon at 1:30. And I started at Wellington Street. And just to get from Wellington to Mary, where the start of the bus lane was actually, and it's 0.4 kilometers, was 5 minutes and 10 seconds. That was just to get to the bus lane. And then after the bus lane, it took approximately 8 minutes to get to Dundurn. So from Wellington to Dundurn, basically about 13 minutes. But coming back on the main, it was 3 minutes and 56 seconds. So I'm trying to find out that. So, and that was 1:30. That wasn't at rush hour. So, and a lot of it had to do with that. I was looking at the bottleneck where it was frustrating. You couldn't
move. Through the chair, the number I'm presenting is the average in the worst period. I can't reconcile your numbers, and it was done through an independent consulting firm, Cole Engineering. But I think the real message is it is definitely longer, and it definitely does have an impact on a car user.
Okay. To the original report, which was dated May 16, 2013, that was presented to council, some of the problems that was presented to us was west of Bay, and that's what we had about the parking. We discussed about the parking, and then at one time I remember we were talking about the taxi cabs weren't even allowed to offload on that side. But it was recommended by staff at that particular time to move the parking on the north side and go to the south side. And that businesses were consulted, according to the ward councillors, the businesses were satisfied with this mitigation. And they're announced as stakeholders in here. And yet I see the report today, the businesses are saying, no, they're not happy. And they were stakeholders too, and they want it removed back to where it was. But in saying that, your staff is recommending in this report that they would kind of modify it, but they still don't agree with putting the parking over. They don't think the design is proper, putting it back onto the north side. So what is it that the businesses want, and what is it that is the best design for this? Because if we're just going to say we're going to play checkers back and forth, I don't know what we're going to accomplish here.
Oops, through the chair. The best design from a transit-only lane is what you have today, and it's really, you know, we were trying to keep alignment through that area, and parking, as reported, definitely dropped. I'd like to believe it's because everybody decided to use transit to get to those businesses, but at the end of the day, the businesses pre and post implementation had a different view. And so what we are really proposing as an alternative, as one alternative to try to mitigate some of the impact and still advantage transit users, is to modify the design. So from a transit perspective, it's not the ideal situation, but it's still better than nothing.
Okay, so in the May 2013 debate, we brought this to staff's attention. We had concerns about it. I know we did, because we're talking about unloading on the south side and have people walk across to the north side to load their stores. At that time, staff recommended, you know, they look at other areas, look at the back lane, see what they could do. Also, they recommended that they do not allow the taxis to do it, but then there was some press back and they thought, we have to do this, and that was okay. But staff is still saying that today, and yet the businesses are saying that they want it back where it was, and staff is saying that's not the best design, but we're willing to do it.
Through
added there. So,
sorry, through the chair. I think staff is trying to present some options to council to consider, and from a transit perspective, maintaining the transit-only lane in its current configuration is obviously the best. Maintaining the transit lane as it is with some slight modifications would be a compromise that would still, I think, largely substantively deliver the purpose of a transit-only lane. So it's a compromise.
But we asked that back in 2013. We asked that strictly to staff to say, this is not right. We don't believe it's right, but we're listening to the experts. And I guess I'm really having a hard time understanding is staff is now saying in this report, let's go back to the way it was. Even though they defended it the other way before.
So through the chair, that is correct. The lane as it currently is configured is the best design. As a compromise, that will be moved should the council decide to go that way. You know, my experience on other avenues, parking is going to be a huge issue. We did change methodology. We don't know how much that's impacted the pay and display versus the meters. We actually added more parking. So what all the factors are, we don't have enough detail around that. Certainly there was a change in sentiment amongst the owners. That's really the genesis of what the option is.
Mr. Chair, so Dave, what, through your experience and your expertise, what is it that we can do? I mean, is it better to tweak it, get rid of it, go back to the drawing board and start over from scratch to see what we can do? Or have it remained as is and tweak it, I guess, to whatever the people are requesting to do for it? But what is your thoughts on that?
So, through the chair, from a transit perspective, in its current configuration, it is a good thing for transit customers. And so, from a transit perspective, I'd absolutely like to keep it. From a council perspective, you have a lot more issues than just transit to figure into this. What type of city do you want? And for me, it really becomes a policy issue.
So from a transit issue, but what about from an environmental issue when we're having cars stopped there 10, 12 minutes at a time?
I think through the chair, any environmentalist will tell you transit will always win out over cars. At the end of the day, the number of cars a bus takes off the road will far exceed the pollutant added.
I understand the transit part of it, but that helps the environment, no problem. But we still have a massive jam up of cars idling on the road that's not going nowhere.
Through the chair, so if you go kind of back, to this slide, if you didn't have transit, you'd have an even worse jam up. That's what I'm trying to say in that slide. If you didn't have transit, you went from 300 cars per lane to 400 cars per lane. But if you didn't have transit, you would have went to 600 cars per lane and you would have had road capacity. As I understand it from the traffic people, we're still well within traffic standards in terms of queuing and everything else. So that's really what I'm saying. Do you need a dedicated lane to move that 1,100? As I said, you get closer to 2,000, technically that's when you need it. As a council, you need to decide whether you want to lead that movement there or let it happen.
Councillor Duval, we have Mr. Davis wants to speak, please.
Through the chair, just to answer the travel times, the average time through the pilot area was 7.39 minutes, and after we implemented it, it was 12.7 minutes. So that's approximately the 5 minutes.
Okay, that's what I found also. So, that picture that you had there, I just want to that you showed, and it's a good picture of showing taking the cars off the road and everything. But put the 2 lanes back on the left-hand side picture, just make a longer lineup. That's all we've done. We haven't done, we just got an empty lane with a longer lineup, the same amount of cars.
Through the chair, that's what, in moving, you've got the proposition, and as I say, it's very much, very explicit in all your kind of strategic documents that you want to get a modal shift. You're at 45 trips per capita. The really good cities like Montreal are at close to 200. A lot of our peers are well above that. Some are below. We command 7% of the modal share. So if you want to get people to shift to other modes of travel and, really consider the avenues as moving people, not cars, and complete streets, that's really policy stuff that council needs to take a position on. And as I say, you can let it happen naturally, or you can choose to make Hamilton, at an extreme, a city in which you can live without a car.
Okay. Just my last question. When staff is looking at about the 2015 Pan Am Games, and I understand we're going to have extra shuttle buses there. Right now, a lot of the jam-ups have off of McNabb when making left-hand turns and so on. This is going to go through the corridor of that bottleneck on a constant basis for over 2 weeks. So if it's taken the normal person 5 minutes just to get to that bus lane, what's it going to take for all these buses that are there? So are these people going to be sitting in traffic, or are we going to have an extra temporary lane and put it down to one?
Through the chair, I'm not planning the arrangements for the Pan Am, but I do not believe there are extra dedicated lanes.
Okay, and I thank you, Dave. I mean, I think all I'm asking is it's a very, very tricky report of where to go from here, from the original to now. One report says that everything is fine and dandy. This is the best way to be. Then we find out the pilot program is not fine and dandy, and yet we're recommending to go back to where we were. I'm having trouble understanding where to go from here. So I'll listen to the rest of my colleagues. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Duvall. Councillor Whitehead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and welcome to the hot seat, David, and welcome to City of Hamilton. I think the best place to start is that public transit is seen as, certainly through the public transit lens, is a higher order of transportation, and one that you and your staff would be strong advocates for. Would that be a safe statement to say?
Through the chair, I'm absolutely passionate about transit. I've seen the good it can do for a city. But really, it's about moving people through avenues. And it's really about the position you want to take. I did the analogy I used. I worked under one chair that his position was, we are going to have a transit that people can live in this city without a car. And we led transit by adding all kinds of transit, particularly in the off-peaks. And indeed, it did materialize, actually more than materialized. We couldn't keep up. So there are different ways. I've also worked under chairs where, we will provide as required.
So the question is relative to a comment I made regarding subjectivity, objectivity. So, and I've had discussions with you, Dave, in the past, and so I just want to provide absolute clarity on those comments for the viewers and for those critics out there that this report was driven by public transit staff that are advocates for the higher order of transit, and obviously are looking through a singular lens when it comes to addressing these issues. So I guess the next question is, what would it take for public transit staff to say no to bus lanes? Would it be short of a nuclear bomb going off? Like, what would it take for public transit to stand in front of us and say, we can't tweak this, we can't fix it, but this is the right place, right way to go?
Through the chair, it's really, I've told you from a technical perspective, we're at 1,100 rides. You do not need technically to be in higher order, and this is pre-higher order, so maybe 1,800, until 2,000 rides. So from a transit perspective, it really comes back to one aspect of it, and you as council have many aspects to consider. And
I appreciate
it's really
that.
A policy decision.
I appreciate it. I just wanted to provide that clarity that it's not surprising and it's not unprofessional. So I want to make that clear to those that are watching and to make that clear to the director that I appreciate and understand that's what the lens that we're looking through when we're dealing with this particular report. And that was certainly my concern that I articulated to Jerry Davis at the beginning of the drafting of this report. So that I guess the next obvious question, and I don't know if this was probably to Jerry, is there an actual recommendation coming out of this report, Jerry?
Through the chair, no, it's an information report, but within it, because of the different options, we provided staff's opinion regarding it, understanding that we would be asked that as we move through the this process that we're at today.
But there's no recommendations.
Through the chair, it's an information report.
Thank you. The next question I have is, normally, and I think, David, you understand in the brief time of being here that there's a lot of deficiencies within a public transit system within this community. Capacity issues, frequency issues, maybe rationalization of route issues, appropriate expenditures in regards to the size of bus type challenges and so forth. So there's a lot of, safe to say, there's a lot of issues, the lower order, the term you use, the lower order, to address the next number of years. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that is absolutely correct. And if I could just pick up on your previous point, staff follows the direction of council, and staff in providing this transit-only lane was following the direction of council, and staff will do the same regardless of the decision out of this report. But strategically and specifically, staff was asked to look at how do we build towards, and that will come in the 10-year strategy also, how we build towards rapid transits.
So now, David, are you aware that this pilot program was not a recommendation of public transit staff? In fact, and this is where I'm having a bit of a challenge, back to the technical piece. At some point, public transit would have came forward and say, it's that time now that we need to contemplate bus lanes or piloting bus lanes. That's not what happened here. Staff didn't come back and recommend this is the time. It was politically driven by council to pilot the bus lane. So when would, in absence of the politics of staff making that decision, understanding the challenges on our public transit system throughout the city, at what point would a public transit department come forward and recommend start piloting a public, TOL?
Through the chair, so two answers maybe to that question. So in the 10-year plan that I'm going to present in less than a month's time, because of the direction of council and all strategic direction, we, as part of Rapid Ready, as I was asked about earlier, transit priority is a part of what we're responding to. Transit priority, signal priority, queue jump lanes, transit only lanes. So given where I stand with direction from council on what they want me to do, I'm going to propose that as part of the 10-year strategy, that we are going to be looking at things like that. Absolutely, we need to fix the current system first. The conventional system has to be, funded and supported.
So here's a question for you, David, which maybe people can identify around this horseshoe, is so many reports indicate that one-way systems move public transit much more efficiently than two-way road systems. Is that your understanding as well?
Through the chair, yes, it is.
So, in fact, you could see a public transit people coming forward. If you really want efficiency use, utilization of the roadway and movement and adherence to schedules, that you could say the one-way would be more efficient to do so.
Through the chair, yes, one-way would be, but again, it comes back to what kind of city. It's more than just transit.
That's the point I'm making, and I'm using that analogy because there are some around this horseshoe that believe we should go to two-way everywhere. I just want to paint the point that from a public transit point of view, if you look at their specific view, it would be, let's stick with the one-way, but then it's a policy decision in regards to what kind of community we want, and that's why this bus lane really falls outside of just public transit, but what kind of community we want going forward and whether this is the priority. And that's where I'm coming from, utilizing that analogy compared to the bus lane. The other interesting thing in the bus lane is it's only 2 kilometers, right? It's not significant. So when you talk about adherence, there's no empirical data whatsoever in the report that would suggest that there was a better adherence, other than maybe anecdotal, but not even that, that there was a better adherence to the schedule. My understanding is that the bus lane might have represented only 5%, 6%, 8% of the overall bus route. So I'm trying to understand how there would have been a better adherence to the schedule with this pilot if, in fact, there's so many other factors may interfere outside of that bus lane.
Through the chair, so we measure and a number of performance indicators, metrics, and we measure at, I got to get, the terminology is a little different here, but what I call timing points, so discrete segments of the route, and we can say quantitatively that there was in that segment an improvement in schedule adherence.
Well, first of all, I don't see the empirical data in the report, 1, and 2. If I on a bus route that is 80% no bus lane, no dedicated lane, going through the original traffic regime, and then hit that bus lane, you are telling me that you can come up with a report objectively and say it's got a better adherence in this pilot program based on that 2-kilometer stretch?
Through the chair, yes, we can, and I believe, although it's a rather long appendice, I believe that data is in the accompanying document. But absolutely, to your point, it has a minimal impact on the overall route. Absolutely, you're correct.
The other question I was going to ask is, at this point in time, at the 1100, the technical with the bus lane, what problem are we actually trying to solve?
So the
problem right now in regards to the movement of our transportation system east-west.
Through the chair. So the problem I am trying to solve is the one you collectively gave me to solve, which is through the transportation master plan to move our current 45 trips per capita to 60 to 80 trips per capita, which is a huge ask, and it's not going to be done without massive additions, and really to shift the modal share. So I think what all the things that came out of really the Metrolinx Rapid Ready quick win funds, whether it was here or across North America, I mean, there's really 2 things happening with respect to transit. And one is a recognition that it's more than just transit. It's a essential part of a prosperous and healthy community. And the second thing is you have only so much width in a corridor to put people through. So there's a recognition that it's not just cars as it was in the 60s. It's about pedestrians, cyclists, transit, cars, moving people through those corridors. And so all of what we have been doing, not just this, but our shelter enhancements on the A and B lines, our whole 10-year local strategy building towards a higher order, that is all consistent with the direction of council.
I think the question I'm asking specifically, David, sort of interrupt, because I just want to make sure other people get an opportunity to ask questions too, is that nowhere is there any empirical data or otherwise, or has ever been suggested that there's a lack of efficiency or lack of or congestion that created a challenge for our buses moving from east on that corridor to the west on the corridor. Are you aware of any problems and challenges that we were having that this is solving?
Through the chair, no. Technically, it is not required from a transit perspective.
Thank you. The other question I have is the businesses. The number of businesses supported. There was very few that didn't support the pilot. Now, clearly, through the survey, a majority of them are not all that supportive anymore. Now, they're still, to some degree, supportive of the LRT and that because there's a greater economies of scale and that kind of delivery of service. So it's a bit of an apple and orange comparative. But nevertheless, the majority of the businesses are saying they're not supportive of the bus lane now, compared to the greatest level of support when we first implemented it. And the parking revenue dropped by 60%, over 60%. Now, one of the arguments you put in the report is, well, maybe it's because we went to the kiosk. Well, we know that's not necessarily true because we have the kiosk on Locke Street, we have kiosks. We already have the experience of putting kiosk in and what the differential is between the meters and kiosks. Our traffic and parking already know that, and that would have been contained in this report. Is that correct?
Through the chair, I cannot put any cause and effect relationship together. I'm simply reporting the result, and sounds like the councillor has a much better handle on that.
But I guess where I'm going is that it's not unreasonable to believe that the 60% drop in parking may, even to a marginal point of view, if not larger, have an impact on those very businesses.
Through the chair, I absolutely agree.
Did we, and I don't see anything there, and we did talk about, first of all, the bus route is a directional fixed route. Vehicle traffic are not necessarily fixed routes. They're going everywhere. They're going to specific locations. That's the difference between the automobile and the public transit system. I don't see anything in the report that sort of talks about, the vehicle needs. Why is that?
Through the chair. So again, the context is the strategic planning that's already proceeded. The official strategic plan, the official plan, the transportation master plan. And so that's the context in which a lot of this happened. And, the transportation master plan specifically is perhaps the most relevant document. Talks about moving from 45 trips per capita to 60 to 80, or 80 to 100 even maybe. I might have those numbers. And it talks about shifting the modal split. And, aside from transit, that's why bike lanes, I believe, are going in, pedestrian ways. It's about what kind of city. And so we are doing everything we are doing in the context of what we believe council direction to be.
So I think the point I'm driving is that there isn't an automobile perspective in this report. For example, we talk about the 5-minute delay, which doesn't seem to be a big deal for anyone. But we don't talk about the fact that further congestion creates people to look for alternatives. And what are those alternatives, and what were the pressures on those alternatives? I don't see that in the report.
Through the chair, I accept that this report isn't as comprehensive as I would like it, but I think staff did an excellent job given the time they had and the pressure to deliver on Metrolink's quick win spending. And absolutely, we could do a better job addressing a lot of those issues. I accept that criticism.
I wasn't asked, I didn't mean it as a criticism. I'm just saying there's pieces missing here in regards to if I were looking at a balanced report, I would hope that we also talk about whether through the congestion we're driving people to viable, greater alternatives to the King Street, or are we driving into neighborhoods? I don't see a thorough study that tells me where additional traffic, because right now all you're talking about is those delays, but I don't know what are the other further implications of this bus lane, because it isn't there. It's not contained. The other thing is not contained in the report, and this is something I learned out of San Francisco and when I went there to meet with the transportation people, is movement of goods is so important in community, especially when people don't realize there's a lot of commercial and financial and consultant and legal services along this corridor. And every minute of delay is productivity delay in regards to the business not only the quality of business, but the sustainability of their business, the viability of their business. So did we look at the type of businesses that normally use this corridor and need this corridor, quite frankly, for the delivery of services and what's the other one? Delivery and services, movement of goods and services. Have we looked and assessed and talked to those organizations and asked them, what does it mean on the dollar line for you with that 5-minute delay?
Through the chair, we have not specifically. Having said that, I don't believe there were any comments specific to that issue. Absolutely, it is important, and it's all in balance.
Okay, could I ask, because we did a pretty extensive movement of goods study through economic development. Did they comment on the movement of goods? Did they have a chance to talk to the main providers of services and movement of goods through the corridor and get a feedback on the bus lane?
Through the chair, from my knowledge, no.
So you can see why I had some concerns in regards to the lens to come up and say don't end it, because there's a lot of other information that I'm inquiring through phone calls and most of it is anecdotal. I'll be the first one to tell you that. But most of the information in here, bar some of the empirical data, is anecdotal. For example, when you go to the operators, the bus operators, and get their comments, and when they make comments about the bus riders and what their comments are, that's all anecdotal information, which is great. But I'm also receiving a lot of anecdotal information that's not contained in this report for stakeholders that have some concerns with utilization of the bus lane. Having said, I am a big supporter of understanding a higher order of transportation, and also a big supporter and understand that everything has its time in regards to the bus lane. I'm just thinking, my concern has always been that it's premature relative to all the other issues that we have identified, such as the A-line, 700 people being passed a month a day. Is that okay? Is that not a priority? Is bus lane more of a priority? I mean, if we're talking about public transit, where are our priorities? Have we set that out through some form of a matrix?
Through the chair, a couple of comments. Absolutely, that is the first priority you will see in the 10-year plan of addressing the deficiencies of the conventional system. With respect to the transit lane, it's a tactical issue, and generally you'll apply a tactic within a strategic framework, and I believe that is what staff did.
Fair enough. You and I had a long conversation about Mayor Miller in Toronto and the different approaches to transportation, and I made it clear to you that from my position, when you and I think, and God bless Matt and I were on a podcast, and he was talking about the spatial issue, and I think you're trying to make that point here in regards to how many lanes it takes to move the same amount of people as a transit, which is a great argument. And that's why inevitably you need to start focusing on bus lanes, without question. I guess my concern is we haven't done a very good job providing a viable alternative for all those people in those cars. That's back to that lower order. So there's two approaches we can take. We can take the Miller approach by just blocking things off and making it miserable for the automobile, or you can take a more evolutional approach to ensure that you're also addressing and getting most of those people, or at least giving them a viable alternative as practical, so you're not creating that challenge for many of those automobiles as you show in this picture. So is that correct? There's two ways we could do the social experiment and say, look, we're going to drive you out of the core, or we can take a more friendly approach in ensuring that we're providing viable alternatives for those individuals.
Through the chair, so I wouldn't want to characterize Miller in any way, but I accept absolutely there are different approaches, and that's why it is a policy decision.
So and again, this is sort of the last piece, because through your discussions and answering questions, you had indicated that you can sort of take the lead on it, or you can allow it to happen more naturally. And the word lead is a very subjective terminology. And every time it's used, I get a little, the hair on my back starts to stand up because I'm trying to think, are you suggesting we're not leading by following best practices that which you've indicated would be around 2,000 people per hour?
Through the chair, yes, perhaps a poor choice of word. Perhaps proactively would be a better word. At the end of the day, current, and I may have missed something, but from what I understand of council decisions as manifested in strategic plans and motions, is a proactive approach to transit.
And the reason I ask that question is because you know that there's a fairly significant division just coming off of an election in relative to support for the bus lane. And that's the backdrop that some of us around this table has to deal with. And you also know that we're embarking on a master transportation study, which the Rapid Ready report will inform in the next year. And I know that the mayor had, and I support it, talked about citizen engagement on this, our public transportation needs to hopefully align with the that master transportation process. So, understanding that backdrop and understanding where we are today, would it not make sense, would you support the suspension of the bus lane and plug all the info that we learn and allow a greater engagement in a plan at the end of this process that we should be able to get a greater buy-in?
Through the chair, I will support whatever direction council wants to take this.
Fair enough. Good answer. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Whitehead. And here's where we are with my colleagues to ask questions. We have Councillor Marula, Mayor Fred, Councillor Partridge, Councillor Green, Councillor Jackson, and Councillor Ferguson. So, Councillor Marula, please.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Dave, many thanks for the thorough presentation as well as your answers to previous councillors. I'd like to start from the beginning in that I think it's important to emphasize why we're even here today. So in looking at the bus lane itself, could you just briefly explain what the purpose and objective of this particular 2-kilometer bus lane was and still is today when we implemented it as a council last term?
Through the chair, it is a pilot, and as such, my understanding of pilots is you trial something to learn lessons from that with the hope of ultimately making it permanent. However, based on lessons learned, you alter your decisions, and it's not unlike what I'm going to propose with respect to standards. If you have a route, we would pilot that route, and if it's successful based on the standards, we would then make it permanent. If it's not, you would stop it.
Okay, and just to refresh everyone's memory, who paid for this pilot project? To you, Mr.
The money came out of Metrolink's quick win funds, of roughly slightly under $300,000.
Okay. And our partnership with Metrolinx is contingent upon what?
Our partnership, through the chair, I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand.
With respect to this bus lane, our partnership with Metrolinx is contingent upon or representative of the LRT. Is that correct?
Through the chair, I don't believe, so I believe, as I said earlier, Metrolinx is a very competent professional staff. They will judge this project, as the city manager said, in the context of all other needs and its technical feasibility.
Right. And it was born based on the LRT discussion.
For me, I think it was really born out of a recognition in Southern Ontario and frankly across North America that there's a greater role for transit and, driven by obviously some big metropolitan areas, that we need to get moving to higher order. And prior to some years ago, I think we know, Toronto was the only player in higher order transit. And I think there was a recognition the province is growing and we need to move that in a lot wider circle. In support of that, Metrolink's quick win money came out, which was really money to help agencies either enhance their current offerings, either conventional or higher order, or move towards that goal.
Right, which is tied into the rapid transit plan for Hamilton.
Absolutely, through the chair, yes.
That's what I was asking. Okay, so our rapid transit plan was the foundation and the catalyst to the bus lane pilot project to study and evaluate the impacts in order to see if what issues we needed to deal with as a council, as a city, if we were to extend that the entire way between Eastgate and McMaster University.
Through the chair, so I think it was really about increasing our rides per capita and shifting our modal share. And that has to happen to move anywhere to higher order. And there's a lot of contributors to that. There's making transit better. There's also your intensification policy. Where do you want to go? How fast are you going to go there in terms of land planning and land use issues? And, what are your demographics? How do you view seniors or people that don't have the means to get vehicles? How do you view your health, the environment? So there's a whole context, and that's, generally in North America, what's happening. There's a greater recognition. And so there's many cities that have gone to higher order transit well before it's technically required. And again, it becomes a policy issue about what kind of city you want.
All right, so through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, having been on council when we voted for this back in 2007, the province allocated $17.5 billion towards light rapid transit for Hamilton and Toronto and other areas. In 2008, we had a feasibility study. The final report strongly recommended the B line as the line, and as a direct result of that, we incorporated the bus lane pilot project to study it, to continue on with that final report, which strongly recommended the LRT route. So that's how we got to where we are today. Now, granted, knowing that there are many variables that contribute to this, because this is really very little to do with public transit per se, and everything to do with all of the other variables, including intensification, so planning and other aspects surrounding quality of life in Hamilton, where we are today and where we're headed. So what was interesting is what was mentioned earlier, is through you, Mr. Chairman, is the fact that why act now when we can just wait for a crisis? And that's not too dissimilar to what we did as a city with the expressway. And we all know what happened when we ultimately had to deal with that. You might not be familiar with it, but I know everyone in the room is. So there's really an interesting analogy that's being developed here in not having the vision or foresight to deal with a problem in a proactive manner and wait for the problems to exist. Having said that, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, looking at some of the issues that were brought up, the B line is a profitable line. I think many people recognize it as being a profitable line and subsidizes many other lines throughout the city. So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, can you just elaborate on how profitable the B line is for the city?
Through the chair, so as I think, I believe it's in the report, we roughly, this number might not be, but we have 22 million rides. That corridor, the King, Main, Queenston corridor, right now carries about 42%. So, 4 times 22 is 8.8 million rides. So it's a significant, it is a major piece of our network and our user base.
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, when you're looking at the B line in its sole entity, from an operating perspective, it's self-sustaining. Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, from an operating perspective.
Through the chair, I don't know the exact numbers, but I would suspect it is not.
But it is presently.
I suspect it is not presently. You have to have, headways in the order of 2 to 3 minutes and a substantially different fare structure for that to be an economically viable service on its own. That you could profitably or not for profit break even.
Okay, but again, getting back to the original question about profitability in a beeline, if it's not profitable, if you're suggesting that it's profitable, how is it not self-sustaining?
So what I'm saying is we are not, I could say, I don't know the numbers precisely. I can almost certainly say we are not making money. Revenues do not exceed expenses on the operating side. Having said that, it would be our highest producing route. It would come closest to 100% revenue cost recovery ratio.
So,
as the system as a whole, we operate about 45% cost recovery. So for every dollar put in, transit users pay 45% and residents pay, and it really gets to that proposition that transit is good for all.
Gets me to my next question about, we were working on getting a 50-50 ratio, but when looking at that 45%, that is the fare rate for that line is full cost recovery, if not more, not including the general levy impact.
Through the chair, I do not believe revenues exceed costs on that.
Okay,
line.
and that was a discussion we had last term, so I need to focus in on that and elaborate on it. Now, because it's 45, or it should be 50-50 between...
Sorry, excuse me, through the chair. So it's a lot better than 45. 45 is our average. That route will be, I'm just guessing, maybe 80%.
Okay.
And whereas others will be at 20%.
That was my point. Okay. Because I'm not sure how we went from 80 to 45, and that was my concern about what you had mentioned. So looking at it from the 50-50 ratio, that from the general levy versus operating, that's an 80% level, which in many ways is subsidizing the rest of the city when it comes to the 50-50 ratio.
Through the chair, that is correct.
Okay.
Although I don't know what that number is.
I thought we
exactly.
had a sudden crisis on it already, based on the numbers from last term. Looking at that scenario, when we're looking at tolling of roads, see, we have a double dipping going on here with passengers of public transit. In that, not only are they, most of these, and in Hamilton, most of them are renters, apartment renters, or they're not homeowners. So they're paying a substantially higher amount in taxes as tenants in the city, and we all know that for a fact. But unlike the car owner, who gets and myself included, who gets the roads for free, access to those roads for free, these public transit riders are not only paying their taxes, and a majority of them a higher percentage based on what they're living in, but also paying a fee to help us alleviate congestion, the environment, and other social aspects. So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and looking at that, would that be part and parcel of the grander issues surrounding the importance of this pilot project and how it should be expanded upon rather than killed in order to become more sustainable, not only now, but in the future?
Through the chair, all I can say is great debate in the industry about where you position fares relative to taxes. Basically, though, common understanding that all value from it. And so there's a whole plethora of divergent opinion on what the right price point is.
Right.
But to your point, yes, it could be a part of an argument.
Right. So when the debate was brought forward about the expressway, which, by the way, I supported, and people were mentioning the fact that it should be tolled, I didn't support that because I brought forward a motion that I believe the entire public transit system should be on the general levy, and there shouldn't be a fare system to encourage an increase of ridership. And that discussion, for whatever reason, was pretty short and killed pretty quickly. and I think The reason being is because we do have more of a commitment to vehicular traffic and the infrastructure associated with it than we do with public transit. So there's almost, in Hamilton particularly, an innate bias surrounding public transit. Sorry.
So through the chair, I mean, one of the methods you can measure is through your rides per capita. So Montreal and Toronto, I think, are around 190, 200. You know, we're at 45. So that's an indicator. Their modal split is I don't know what their numbers in those large cities are, but they're significantly higher than our 7%.
Right.
So yes, absolutely, we have a car bias here at present.
And I think the fact we just simply acknowledge and vocalize that, because a lot of people, I don't think, recognize the fact that if we were to toll all of our roads, or even had that discussion, I think most people would then realize that the 40% of our capital that we continually focus in on about the vehicular traffic, that we only give 14% towards public transit, that there's a bias there, and the public transit user is actually contributing to more of a sustainable community than those of us that are driving on a day-to-day basis, including myself. But I recognize that as being a presenting problem. Having said that, when we're dealing with this issue as well, I see a direct correlation to not only the expressway debate that ultimately started in the 50s and ended in the 2000s, and it dithered for many decades, but also I see an interesting correlation to a subway line that was planned in 1959. So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I'm not sure if you're aware of the details surrounding that, but the present A line is the exact subway line that was proposed in 1959, which is a form of rapid transit, that was defeated by that said council during that said period. So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, are you familiar with that?
Through the chair, I assume we're talking Hamilton. No, I'm not.
Okay, and it's an interesting debate and one that should be publicized, because the exact Eastgate to McMaster was the actual B line, was actually the subway line that was proposed in 1959. Also, what's interesting is the exact A line, but over and above the B line, there was a line that would go from Burlington to Mohawk Road on Upper Ottawa Street, and one on Upper James from Mohawk to Burlington Street. I don't know if you've driven on Upper James Street, sir, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, but turning left on Upper James is not only impossible, that I avoid it completely and I go right and around the block. It is a mess, and that's Councillor Whitehead's area. With that subway line, that mess could have been eliminated, but lack of vision, lack of courage, and misinformation led to not supporting that subway line. Having said that, looking at, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, all these cities in North America, in Canada particularly, what cities presently have a light rapid transit?
Through the chair, in Canada or North America?
Canada.
If I move east across, Ottawa would be the first. It's not really there. Confederation line will open in 2016, I think it is, maybe 2018. Toronto, Waterloo will have is in the process.
I have the list. So
okay, Calgary, Edmonton. You want me to go
Toronto,
faster?
Montreal,
Vancouver.
Edmonton, Calgary,
Montreal.
Vancouver, Ottawa, Kitchener-Waterloo, Victoria. They either have them or they're presently building them. And I guess my point is, a lot of people will say that we're not Toronto, we're not large enough, but both Calgary and Edmonton, they developed their LRTs at a time in the 70s. That's how delayed we already are in the 70s, when they had less than 1 million people in population. And they've been very successful examples of LRT. So also through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, based on the present need versus the future need, our capital budgets are set up in 10-year frames anyhow. This discussion started in 2007, Mr. Deputy Mayor. So whether it's not about building it next week, it is exactly about having the vision about building it 10 years from now, because we work in 10-year capital budget segments. So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, do you see that 10-year plan as being a problem about taking the steps now to be proactive rather than reactive?
Through the chair. So timing will depend on all those factors I talked about earlier, but I do believe you want to be ahead of that curve, and a light rail, I can almost certainly say, is going to take you 5 to 10 years to build, and frankly, the construction is going to be a painful issue.
Right. And as was the expressway, and but we worked through that because we realized and we had the vision to work through that. And through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I'm going to make the comparison again to the expressway because I can recall that the sky was falling about the expressway. We were going to be spending almost $1 billion and or $200 some odd million for the Red Hill, and vacancy rates were going to be decreased, and air quality would worsen, and Ottawa Street would be desolate, and Centre Mall would be demolished, property values would be decreased, Lower City would basically not even exist. You might as well just have a tsunami. What happened was the complete opposite. Okay, and we stood steadfastly against that opposition because I believed in it as I do this, and I say we got to grow up here because we need to move forward and have the courage to do so accordingly. And I appreciate your time, and I'll come back to the remainder of my speech later. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marula. Mayor Fred, please.
So, Dave, thank you, and thank you for that. I think we kind of muddled questions with debate or at least making points, and you've really defined you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink this morning. So good for you. I think you've performed exceptionally well, and you haven't said everything I want to hear, but I think you've said what we need to hear, and I think that's important for this council going forward. The question on who else is doing the light rail and why they're doing it. You talked about the technical issue of waiting until you have, or we could wait until we have 2,000 on a technical basis. That would be correct. But the foundation for us getting involved in LRT and higher order public transportation was never actually all about congestion. It was all about economic uplift and rebuilding a city and getting the investments that come with higher order transportation. So. I'm hoping we're not losing sight of that because that was really the foundation of why we got into this in the first place. At least why I got into the first place. And the Metrolinx business case was founded on the beeline on the user-friendly aspect of what's already there and the economic viability of having an LRT line that would work right off the get-go, as opposed to taking a chance on another location like A line where you wouldn't necessarily get the kind of ridership that would make it a success right from the first instance. But I think the interesting part that we should ask you about, and I think in fairness to staff and to you, I mean, the report isn't probably as inclusive as you would want it to be, and I think this issue is a lot bigger than just a TOL lane. It is really all about overall transit in our community, and I think we would be wise to look at the entire picture and not just sliver off this one little piece. But the economic uplift, the kind of city that you want, I think, are all issues that we should be considering as we kind of look at our transportation network globally. So maybe not necessarily to you, but to our staff. I mean, and I don't know if that's part of your presentation when you look at the transit piece on February the 6th, but it really is never in isolation of just transit. I mean, that's certainly your part of it, but from a city perspective, we certainly should be looking at the entire picture in terms of what kind of city we want to have. So when you're talking about reporting on February the 6th, you're talking about a focused transit plan that gets us to the kind of targets that Council has already set in terms of future usage from a modal split to 60 to 80 as opposed to where we are at 45.
Through the chair, it's really in the context of where the Council has said they want to go in terms of shifting the modal split and the rides per capita. It is primarily about transit and fixing some of the base issues. And to be clear, I think we have a great transit system, but there are some things that we need to do just to get the conventional piece there. It's really to put in a standard about future growth, and then it's really, the third part is about making that shift to rides per capita. And you've got two things really happening. One, you've got growth, and so just to keep up with growth, you need a substantive investment in conventional transit. If you want to shift those mode shares, you really need to start doing something more progressive. And, if you really wanted to shift them, yeah, you'd put an LRT in. And there's no question, to your earlier point, rail always will be an economic uplifter. It's permanent. It generates stability. It signals stability, and investors like that.
I agree.
And it shapes growth.
And so your experience in Toronto, a lot of folks, here that have not been quite supportive of LRT would make the case that the economic uplift is just not what it's purported to be, that it really isn't that much of a factor, that you could potentially get the same with BRT that you could with LRT, which I don't think is particularly true. But what's your experience from what you've done in Toronto? And you've got the full range of systems there in Toronto that could make some assessments. And to my understanding, the economic uplift has been significant, even though Toronto's a bit of a different animal because they're getting a lot of intensified development anyway. But what's your experience?
So through the chair, there's a definite order towards higher order transit. And when you move out of the conventional system, about 2,000 peak rides, you move into either BRT or LRT on a semi-exclusive right-of-way. And when you hit about 6,000 to 8,000 peak riders, you move into more Calgary, Edmonton, where they have signalized. I think Edmonton is actually a driverless communication system, although they have drivers in them. So you move into that higher order of what I would call full light rail on exclusive right-of-way or subway. So there's an order where you need that level of transit to move capacity. There's no question, if you look at all the lines in Toronto, you will see, and there's, if you look on the web, you will see how the subway has shaped the city and how new light rail will shape a city. And you can see, just looking at Google area graphs, very distinctive growth patterns around subway stations. So you will definitely see a shaping with rail. And more so than a BRT, because it's less permanent.
And the argument for Toronto is equally that they waited too long to make significant transit investments that would help solve some of their congestion issues, especially kind of the 905, traffic problem that they currently face that has no transit solution at the moment.
Through the chair, and I don't want to really speak for Toronto, but I think
just based on your experience.
No, I think there's a general recognition that Toronto was building in all decades, and it kind of stopped in the 90s, and they lost ground, and they are in a significant crisis at this point.
So I'll save all the other points, and we could ask endless amount of questions to try to make some points. But I'll make my points during the debate period here. I'm more in the category of this is a process that leads us towards the kind of city we want and the kind of economic uplift that we I think are aspiring to, that we can generate with higher order transportation. So. This is a step in that direction, but it isn't. For me, it's the long game that matters most in terms of where we are right now. So what kind of steps can we take to get there is important. If we miss a step once in a while, I'm not so sure that's a disaster. But at the same time, it is really a forerunner to what kind of changes we'll have to make. And if we're not prepared to make the changes, then we're not prepared to kind of reap the benefits of what higher order transportation can do for us. And it's more about economic uplift than it is about congestion. And that's certainly the basis that Metrolinx proceeded on in terms of their recommendation to put us into their 25-year capital plan, or actually the 15-year capital plan for one project and 25 for the other. So I'm interested in the debate. I don't want to characterize this transit-only lane as the issue that defines whether we do higher order transportation or not. I mean, I think that's a point well made, but I think if we put ourselves in that category, then today we're having an LRT debate, not a TOL debate, which I don't really want to get into. I think we want to kind of make that separate. I'm supporting, moving forward with adjustments. I think that makes perfect sense. And there's a whole lot of things that we ask our constituents to do that they don't like. This might be one of them for some, but if we're going anecdotally, I mean, I drive it every day, and I have downtown into City Hall, and I've tried every possible route. I've even gone further down to Dundurn and looped around to make sure that I'm testing all parts of this, and I've not experienced a massive problem in terms of navigating through our downtown. That's just my experience, and people can have their own. Now, can I understand why it upsets people? Yeah, we're going to continue to have friction between automobiles and public transportation. I think that is totally unavoidable. It's going to happen. The question is, do we have the resolve to look for the bigger picture and the bigger vision? So I appreciate your answers today, Dave, and I do want to encourage staff, though, that when we start reporting on transit issues, that we also report on the cost of roadways and what the future costs of those roadways are going to be, and the cost avoidance that's attached to that, that really needs to feed into our discussions about public transit, in the transit bus sense. It's about transportation. And, if you're looking at the entire picture, do what Waterloo did, which is really define an equation that said, if we don't do transit, we're going to have to spend X amount on roads. And the equation they came up with is, even though they don't even meet, not even close to the 2000 standard, they said, we want a city that is more accessible and more user-friendly, and we don't want to continue to have to spend on roads because it's far more expensive than spending on transit. So I think that's an important equation for our staff to bring. Even when you're doing your 10-year capital plan on transit, what's the comparator? What else do we have to spend to make up the difference? Because those movements are going to happen. It's people movement. Not necessarily cars or trains, it's people. People want to move. How are we going to move them, and how are we going to do it sustainably into the future? So I hope that when you report on February the 6th, that elements of that are brought into this discussion, because they're integrated and they're tied together, and we should be looking at both of those pictures before we make a final decision. Thank you for your good reporting, Dave. I think you've done a great job.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Partridge, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And Dave, thank you for your information and good presentation too. I know you weren't here at the time that this was done, and I think you've probably been doing some heavy midnight reading over the last few weeks, but I commend you for your answers. Thank you. And I appreciate, I have two quick questions, but I do appreciate that, we had a chance to sit down with yourself and Jerry and myself and just talk about some of the transit challenges that we have throughout the city. We do have many. The least of not is the lack of good solid service in Waterdown. Fastest growing community outside of Binbrook in this city of Hamilton, and people are clamoring for it. They want that transit. So when I hear you talk about the 10-year plan that you've got coming forward, and not just the increased transit in Waterdown that they want, but they want that more regional connectivity to Burlington, to Hamilton, as opposed to just being able to jump in the car all the time and go places. So when I hear about this 10-year plan that you're coming forward in February, just very quickly, are you going to be touching on some of that?
Through the chair, it really it addresses the current deficiencies in the current system, the standards, and then it talks about keeping up with growth and shifting the mode. But what it also talks about with respect to standards is the annual service plan review. And this would be an opportunity against the standards to say, here's the service I need, and for transit staff to work with the stakeholders, all stakeholders, to try to design service that meets their needs. And so we would measure it against the standard. We would pilot it if it's a new service, and measure it against the standards, objective standards. Explicitly, I would say no to your question. Implicit, yes, it's there. It's really about the roadmap, and it's about making the network better in the later years, addressing immediate needs, making the network better as we go down, once we get those immediate needs, which are substantive.
All right, thank you. And before I come back to the TOL, just to let viewers know that the increase transit is in the 2015 budget. That's my understanding from staff the last time that we met, that there would be something in the 2015 budget to address that expanded transit in Waterdown. But I want to come back now to the TOL because that's why we're here, and that's the report in front of us. When I was looking through the comments from the other communities that have experienced the LRT and the BRT, and particularly the TOL transit-only lanes, I found what Ottawa had to say the most interesting. But the common theme through all of the feedback was how important it is for consultation and communication with the businesses along the routes of where you're proposing to have a transit-only lane. And I know this was before your time, but could you just refresh our memories? How much consultation was done? How many meetings were held with the businesses that would be affected along this route? Can you answer that for me?
Through the chair, I would probably have to turn to staff for any definitive answers. The business community was consulted, but if you need.
No, and that's fine, Dave. I don't want to put you on the spot.
And I mean, I can make a comment also. I mean, absolutely what you say is absolutely correct. I would extend it beyond just the business, all stakeholders. Right. And, I've been through some that learned a lot of lessons. And I think in general, the transit business, we don't just go out and construct and do anymore. Consultation is absolutely critical in everything we do.
Right. And I'm very pleased to hear you say that, because what I am hearing from some of those business owners is that wasn't done. That it wasn't done to the extent that perhaps it could have been done or even should have been done. And I think that there's kind of the missing piece, that if you don't get those people on side, or at least get them to a point where they're, and understanding it was a one-year pilot, and some of them were okay with that, probably not understanding what the impact was really going to be. Yeah. Now they know what the impact's going to be, 40% loss of business. And it just continues with some of their challenges. Just very quickly, I have a resident who owns a service business, and he has trucks that are always in that corridor. He has clients down there he has to service, and his trucks are taking longer to get to service the other clients, and it is impacting him significantly. And the loss of productivity from our businesses, not just on that located on that corridor, but those that are being trapped in that congestion. Are you hearing that that's an issue, and how would you address that going forward?
Through the chair, so twofold. I mean, absolutely, despite any evidence, I would say my experience is there's an impact on business. We have specifically in this case heard the comments about business. What we are doing, I are proposing as one of the options, is to at least get that parking back on the south side of the street, north side of the street. City's upside down.
Okay, welcome to Hamilton.
Anyways, north side of the street. So hopefully that would mitigate to a large extent some of their issues.
So do you feel then, this is my last question, do you feel that if we stop this now, if we actually press the pause button, go back to the drawing board, rethink this for the next couple of years, do you think that we would be in a better position farther down the road, especially considering we're only at 1,200 riders now, we need to get to that 2,000. Do you feel that that is going to hurt us if we do that now, or are we going to actually be farther ahead?
Through the chair, so from a transit perspective, it's not as good as having it. Is it going to substantively hurt us? No. And it's really, again, about there's a logical progression, how fast that progression happens, and not getting behind the curve. So,
okay. Thank you, Dave. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Partridge. Councillor Green.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Certainly there's a lot of complexity in this topic, and being 6 weeks on the job, I can appreciate what you're going through trying to unpack this. But in hearing the discussion around the table, there's been some really interesting points. We've heard about leadership, timing, cost, priority, all of these things. I have a few questions, and I think it's something that hasn't really come up. In your career, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, to Mr. Dixon, over the course of your career, has there ever been a time where municipalities have had access to the same type of provincial funding as they have right now?
Through the chair, I would say there have been times in the past where access to funding was far better.
Okay, so Mr. Deputy...
Sorry, specific to transit, really prior to 95, capital funding was either 75% or 100%, so capital needs were looked after. On the operating side, there was really, which would have been applicable, I think, in Hamilton at the time, an operating share formula where 68% was paid by the agency and 16% by the regional government and the province, respectively. Or sorry, I might not have that quite right, but I believe the regional paid 16 and 16 by the province and 68% by the organization.
Maybe more specifically to Hamilton, Mr. Deputy Mayor, through you to Mr. Davis, has there ever been in your career an opportunity in Hamilton to access this type of funding from the province?
So through the chair, referring to the big move money, the 15 billion that's out there, we've never had that opportunity before.
I do recognize that Mr. Dixon does come from Toronto and they do get a lot of money. But it's an important thing to bring up because we talk about timing of this and we talk about the possibility of deferring this. And as a guy coming out of small business, I think about what the opportunity lost is and what return on investment looks like and what that entails. So I'd also like to refer to this slide right here through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, to Mr. Dixon. This is something very interesting, as was brought up earlier by Mr. Mayor, around the cost of roads and the cost of transit. And I bring that up to say this, that we've heard about technical needs, but I think what hasn't been brought up, and we've also heard about the economic opportunities, but what hasn't been brought up are the social needs. And given that we have almost a one-to-one usage of these corridors at peak hours, could it not be argued that there is, or ought to be, equal priority to riders as there are drivers? Through you, Mr. Deputy, to Mr. Dixon.
Through the chair. So just a couple of comments on that. I think certainly in the transportation master plan of I believe it was 07, there is broad recognition that and I think the whole plan is premised on that we want to maximize the use of our current roads and not build new roads because of the cost, and therefore it means we have to shift people from cars not only to transit but also to cycling and walking. So that's the premise, the context. And that's where this tactic was, against which the backdrop it was put in. And certainly, as I said at the outset, there is broad recognition that there is a social equity. Some people don't have access to cars. And there are environmental, there are widely known health reasons. So Yes, and that's really why it becomes a policy discussion about where you want to position yourselves on the transit file.
And I bring that up because through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, back to Mr. Davis, is it fair to say that we've built 90 kilometers of roads over the last 5 years?
Through the chair, that's correct.
And through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, what would the cost be per kilometer of road?
Through the chair, the average lane kilometer cost for a road is between $600,000 to $750,000. So a two-lane road is anywhere from $1.2 million to $1.
So given that understanding, we acknowledge that we continue to have significant investments in roads, which I understand, but we also, understanding our infrastructure deficit, know that these roads we can't really afford, have 25-year life cycles, and are thus Is that fair to say? Oh, you didn't hear me at all? Oh, that was a good one, too.
Sorry.
That's okay. I was just suggesting that, acknowledging that we're investing heavily in roads, knowing that we have an existing infrastructure deficit, that to continue to build roads continues to put us into deficits. Is that fair to say?
Through the chair, that's correct.
And I bring those topics up because, earlier on, and I respect the fact that this was a transit report, not a traffic report, but since the conversation's been opened up, I thought it was worth noting that for this brief period of time, actually maybe I should ask this as a form of a question, kind of like Jeopardy. Mr. Deputy Mayor, through you to Mr. Dixon, in your opinion, or perhaps staff have the answer for this, how long or what is the time frame of Metrolinx's investment or offer as it is on the table?
So through the chair, I do know they are looking at the second wave now. So they have, I think it's, they've identified the total bundle. I think it's $50 billion over some length of time. They've obviously gone out with their first tranche. They're going now looking at their second wave, and we have within the last week or two been approached about supplying data on making the case, and so they are in review right now of the next wave. So these will come in waves. To answer the specific question about how much time, that is one of the issues I am trying to determine when I meet with Bruce McQuigg.
And just for the point of clarity, because again, I'm unpacking a lot of this complexity for the first time as a new councillor. It was suggested earlier that this was a political decision to put this bus lane in, but my understanding is that this was part of one of the core actions of our Rapid Ready strategy to bring forward a bus lane as part of a more comprehensive transit plan. Is that correct, Mr. Dixon, through you, Mr. Chair?
Through the chair,
I believe
really, as part of Rapid Ready, transit priorities are identified. And as I said prior, transit-only lanes are one of several transit priority tools available to transit professionals.
So I just, for me, I'm just trying to set this up in my own mind that this is part of a comprehensive strategy that has been put forward through comprehensive studies that are tied into provincial funding that are time sensitive. Is that fair to say?
Through the chair, absolutely. That is the direction of council at present.
Okay. That's... Oh, the last piece, one of the points that came up around the accidents. I'm wondering if perhaps through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, direction can be given that when these accident statistics are brought up, that we have other examples so we can have comparables. So I know Councillor Pearson brought up the problems around creating correlation between that corridor and increased accidents. So in future reports, if we are talking about accidents as being a determinant of this particular study, that we also include like intersections or areas in the direct vicinity so we can have something to correlate that with.
Through the chair, we'll absolutely do that. We did try to provide at least partial context on an annual basis, and the 132 and 14 compares with 115 and 13, but it also compares with 124 and 11. So there is variability of data with respect to the accidents.
And so in that space, then we're acknowledging that that's within it's within a normal band.
From my limited stochastic background, yes.
And I appreciate that point because it's one that obviously ties into this. The last thing that I'll ask about is with regards to the road share. 2001, we were at 6%. We're now at 2014, and we're at 7%. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So, and the reason why that worries me, I know one of my colleagues in our earlier meeting stated that we have a revenue problem and not an expense problem. And I understand that our ridership is directly tied to the gas tax. Is that correct?
So the gas tax, the way it's a set pool, and so it's based, ridership is a factor, and because Hamilton hasn't been growing as rapidly as some of our peers, we are getting a lesser piece of the gas tax annually.
I'm just learning all of this myself, and so it's just worth noting that by not expanding transit and by not expanding ridership, that we are in fact losing out on transfer dollars from the province, and we are in fact losing out on potential revenue from the province. Is that?
Through the chair, it's definitely, as far as the more ridership you have, the better you are positioned from a gas tax point of view. Hours of service added to a transit. There's pretty good industry elasticity models that we're going to pick up about 50%. So if we add, 50,000 hours on 1 million, our base is about 800. You're going to get half that 5% uplift in growth, about 2.5%. Fares also have an elasticity to them all, So it's a bit of a complex model of what the end result, but with respect to gas, the more riders, the better.
The last question, and I'm encouraged that we're talking about the possibility of expanding it. And I know that one of the issues brought up by one of my colleagues was around the bottleneck, and just through you in future reports, or should we look at some of the variables, that I would encourage you to look eastward for expansion that might help prevent some of the bottlenecking that happens right away at the Wellington corridor there. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and to you, Mr. Dixon, for providing those answers. Provides a lot of clarity, answers some of the concerns that have been brought up a little bit earlier in the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Councillor Jackson, please.
Thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor. You've got me on the real speakers list coming up, right? Terrific. That's great. I just have one question, by the way. David, welcome to Hamilton. I hope in spite of this first presentation and Q&As, it's a lot better, hopefully, being here in Hamilton than it was under the Ford administration. You don't have to answer that. So David, I just need to understand, Mr. Deputy Mayor, the significance of, some of my colleagues are whispering about tabling to February 6th. I'd rather have the debate of the TOL today, but regardless of what we do today, if we do make a decision today, one way or the other with the TOL, David, you're coming forward on February 6th to talk about the transit budget, to talk about routes, to talk about if you need some, hopefully, ideally, hire more drivers, add a few more buses to the inventory. Mr. Deputy Mayor, through to David, or am I misunderstanding? Can you help me understand what you're doing on February 6th, please? Because I'm trying to tie in with the possible delay of today's debate on the TOL. Some of my colleagues are whispering, oh, it should be all part of February 6th, and I'm kind of like, we can deal with TOL today if we wish to, if the majority wish to, and we can still talk about transit and how we can further enhance, improve, add to transit in your presentation on February 6th. So can you provide a distinction for me, please, Mr. Deputy Mayor, through to David?
Through the chair, the presentation specifically responds to a council motion, 2013, I can't be any more specific, following Rapid Ready, which council endorsed, which was in the context of all the other strategic planning and visioning that went on. Council passed a motion, a two-part motion that said in 2014, come with service you want there. in 2014 specifically. It followed into 2015 budget process with a 10-year local service strategy. So specifically, I am responding to Part B, the 10-year local service strategy. I guess the value of the presentation is it does give context in two respects. One, in terms of strategically where and the vision of the current standing documents with respect to the vision of where this council and city is going. So it gives that context. And secondly, it provides some context with respect to higher order transit.
So thank you, David. So if I could just interpret, tell me if I'm accurate, what you just said. Whatever we do with, if today we were to make a decision to debate and not continue with TOL, that doesn't preempt you from suddenly going, well, then forget it. There's no need for me to come in February 6th. Mr. Deputy Mayor, through to David.
Through the chair, absolutely. There will still be value in attending on the 6th, I hope.
Okay, thank you. It's not like we're waiting for the next 2 weeks. You or the city manager are aware of some big check that is suddenly going to arrive from Metrolinx. Mr. Deputy Mayor, through to David.
Through the chair, absolutely not.
Thank you very much, David. Thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor. You've got me on the real speakers list coming up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. I have two speakers lists. One's for questions for the presenter, and the other one's after for dialogue. And then I have one here for second-time speakers, which I'm getting a list now, right now. Questioners, yes. Well, call yourself whatever you want. I put them down speakers. Anyhow, thank you, Councillor Jackson. Keep me in line here. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just want to start by saying I've learned a lot, first by reading the report, but more so even from the Q&A today. So it's been a very informative session. I know we've been at this a while. And I know you're probably getting tired of standing there, David, but the purpose of my questions is just to get clarity around the answers I heard. First of all, we're currently at 1,100, and that is passengers per peak hour. Is that the measurement?
It's passengers in the peak hour, which is 8 to 9 in this case, in the AM, in the peak direction. So a peak direction on a route.
In the morning and out at night.
Yeah, and so you measure at the peak point in the peak direction the passengers in that corridor.
Yeah, just for clarity, I just want to make sure it wasn't the average per day. It's peak hour.
No. What you really do is stand at your peak point in the peak direction, and you do counts of numbers on those buses.
Passenger trips. So we're currently at 1,100, and in order to be eligible for higher level transit, we need to be at 2,000. Is that what I heard today?
Well, not eligible. Through the chair, sorry. Not eligible. The technical literature would say there's an order to how you put transit in. So, between 0 and 2,000, peak passengers, peak hour, peak direction, 0 and 2,000 would be conventional system. As you approach that 2,000 mark, you would start doing things like transit priority, which are, in my view, are queue jump lane signal priority, transit only lanes. There's probably some I'm missing. When you hit 2,000, somewhere 2,000, I believe about 6,000, you then start entering what we refer to in the industry as higher order, which are either BRTs or LRTs on semi-exclusive right-of-ways. And generally what that means is you have exclusivity between blocks, but through intersections, you share the road with others. So, there's a real distinction. When you get like the Edmontons and Calgarys, you're moving into from 6,000 on, and when you move into advanced light rail, which really becomes exclusive right-of-way, so you have right-of-way even through intersections, and you usually have some kind of signaling control. So, and at the ultimate, which can carry your highest numbers, are no operator on the vehicle. And the reason you can do that is because technology can replicate better than a human.
Okay. But if those are the standards that's generally used in transit when you move to 2000, you mentioned early in your presentation, Mr. Chairman, that Metrolinx are smart people, and I'm sure they know about these statistics also. So does it not go together with eligibility then?
Through the chair. So the difference there is Metrolinx is looking at, because these things take a long time to build, plan and build. Now I would say, 5 to 10 years based on my experience of building some. We're a little bit ahead because we're at a 30% design on the B line. But depending on where your growth, so they're looking at this because it takes a while to build these, and where do you want to shape the city and the economic uplift that was spoken of, and where do you want to intensification? They're looking at not where you are today, but where you will be and where you fit in that, I believe it's a 15-year horizon.
So the Eglinton Crosstown, which you must be familiar with coming out of Toronto.
I am.
Did that meet that test of 2000 before the province gave funding?
Through the chair, Eglinton Crosstown well met it. And as a matter of fact, if you read in the media, big debate on whether it should be subway versus LRT, and it flipped back several times. It fits in the LRT kind of box in terms of that, but it's up more like 8,000. It was kind of on that line of...
clearly they met the test before they got the funding then.
Well, I mean, clearly, they need some higher order on several routes, and, that's what Transit City was really about. Light rail, just not on the Eglinton Crosstown, but Finch, Shepherd, Don Mills, Jane. So there's
I know
several.
Kitchener didn't get 100% funding. Do they meet that test for theirs? I know it's a different funding model of a third, a third, a third.
I mean, there's all... What I would say is there's different funding models out there that they're proceeding with. Some are P3s. I'm pretty conversant with all the light rail going in, Ottawa, Waterloo, and Toronto. I've done some work on Eglinton Crosstown. So there's different models. Some are P3s where, it's really about financing. So that covers capital and operating. Some are capital.
I know you're the most familiar with Toronto. That's why I asked you specifically about Eglinton Crosstown. And of course, they're in the GTHA, which is part of that $15 billion big move, as we are. So it's a good one to benchmark off. I just want to be clear again that in order to get us to the 2,000 passengers per peak hour preferred direction, let's take $60 million. Is that correct? I heard you say that earlier with all three bases.
So what the Rapid Ready report called for is somewhere in that order. But no, it really, I mean, you could get there very quickly if all of a sudden, there was major development in the core or a major shift in the patterns of ways people live and commute.
But the dollars required, the annual operating costs to get to 2,000, would you need an extra $60 million? Is that correct? Is that what I heard you say earlier?
So through the chair, I did say the $60 million number, but to be clear, some of that money is just to catch up where we are in terms of conventional. Some of that money is to address, again, what's predicted in our official plan of a 2% growth, just to keep pace. And some of that money, which I would say is maybe a third, 20 million, off the top of my head, is actually to start shifting the modal split, to actually start increasing those trips per capita. So what I'm trying to say to you, it really depends on how fast the city grows, because that will move that uplift, that 1,100. And it also, so it's dependent on two things: how fast we grow, if we grow at 2% or versus 5%, and secondly, how much you work on shifting.
But where I'm trying to get to, just so it's clear in my head, if we're going to go to a higher order transit, we probably won't get provincial funding. I suspect using Eglinton Crosstown as a benchmark until we get to the 2000. And in order to have enough growth and to get the investment to have the service, it's an extra $60 million. And I think, Mike, is still around $6.5 million is 1%. And over 10 years, we'd have to increase the levy by 1% per year for 10 years to get there. Is that, I know I'm simplifying this a lot, but I'm trying to understand the big picture. Am I close to you, Mr. Chairman, to Mike on that?
So through the chair, a 1% capital increase translates into $7.4 million, and therefore $60 million would represent an increase of approximately 8%.
80%. Now we're putting 0.5% into capital, which is another big problem we got in our community. So we'd have to have the 0.5 for capital and 0.8 for transit then.
So through the chair, the preliminary 2015 capital budget assumes 0.5%, but there are no enhancements, I believe, for transit that form part of the upcoming report as part of that 0.5%. So therefore, and yeah. So through the chair, any additional investments incremental will increase the 0.5%, and any efforts to address the infrastructure deficit will increase the capital levy over and above the current 0.5%.
But this is operating costs of $60 million, nothing to do with capital.
So through the chair, as it relates to operating costs, we would have to come back with additional information, because I'll just remind committee that transit is an area rated program, and we would have to come back with additional information as to how that would impact the former municipalities and communities.
Okay. Good point.
Sorry, through the chair also, it won't necessarily, it could all be levy. It really depends too on where you go with fares. So
I've been around 8 years, and there's never been a big appetite for increasing fares for the majority of council. But it's just a little sidebar on that one. The other, so we're 10 to 15 years to get to the 2,000 rides. So I guess my question to you is, there's reams of data here in this report, statistics about how things were affected by this transit-only lane. By keeping it open for another 2.5 weeks or another 6 months, what possible more data did you get?
So through the chair, first we would make some adjustments to hopefully get some more buy-in from the constituent stakeholders. Secondly, we'd certainly do more consulting. Thirdly, I think we would put hard metrics against it where we were deficient, I believe. And so and the fourth thing we would do is really we need to look at options of expanding.
Okay, that's all my questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. And I don't need to go on that other list.
Oh boy. Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Have Councillor Conley, please.
Well, one thing about going last or almost last is all the answers. Most of them are answered. Did you realize we had rail in Hamilton for years and years and years? We had Kenilworth Street, James Street. I mean, I remember using them. I know I'm older than most of you, but I remember using them all the time. And at one point they said, we want to get rid of rails. It's not the way to go. Now, I know a streetcar is not the same as an LRT, but it just seems we're going full circle, aren't we? Comment on
so through the chair, absolutely. I am aware of that. I wasn't aware of the subways, but I'm absolutely aware of your streetcar history. Okay.
And there must have been reason. I don't know. I was pretty young. That why they got rid of them.
So I'm not sure if they were streetcars or trolleys.
They were trolleys.
Trolleys. Okay. Yeah. So there was a movement really to some cities, Seattle, Vancouver, I think, still have trolleys.
I'm sorry, just there were trolleys that were with wheels, but there was streetcars with rails. I just want to clear that because somebody said trolleys, and trolley and a streetcar aren't the same.
Through the chair, absolutely they're not. there was a movement where throughout North America in the late 60s, early 70s across North America, where really streetcars were largely abandoned. Toronto was one of the few cities that actually renewed its fleet. And streetcars are radically different than the vehicles themselves are not radically different than light rail, but the major differentiation is space between stops and right-of-way. So, you know, the streetcar fleet in Toronto will not be much different than the LRV fleet. But it's really about the right-of-way it runs on.
We keep talking about this 1,000 people peak and then the 2,000. In your opinion, how much ahead of time do we have to start really looking at the seriousness of it to make sure we're in that 2,000 bracket? Like, do we have to start now, or would it be 5 years from now, or what?
Through the chair, so it really develops on how quick, or depends on how quickly the city evolves and where it intensifies. So general growth rate, as well as where that growth occurs, and lead time to build. So you know, you're not there now. If you think growth and where you want to intensify is going to happen within 10 years, then I would say you need to start thinking now. If you think it's 20 years.
But it really depends where the growth is, because the city is growing. As we talked about, Waterdown's growing. Pembroke, Stony Creek, and the mountain is growing a lot. But that doesn't impact the LRT directly that I can see.
So through the chair, it's two types of growth. It's one, growth in residential and growth in jobs. So it's you know, where are people moving to and from? It's origin and destinations.
I know this is not an LRT meeting. I think it is, because everybody's talked about it. But I won't talk about the LRT. Just in growth in general, my real concern in transit, and I think I talked to you when we had our meeting in my office, is that the whole city is taken care of. You know, right now, I'm told by students in Upper Stony Creek and probably Bimbrook, it takes an hour and a half to get to Mohawk College. And that's not acceptable. We're talking about getting people downtown in 15 minutes or 20 minutes. They take an hour and a half. And I probably, to go to McMaster from Upper Stony Creek is the same situation. So I'm really looking at a plan that covers the entire city, not just the 13 kilometers or whatever it is on that the LRT would take. And I hope we're not too narrow-minded and just we're concentrating on this, but I have to repeat that. I hope we're not.
You're close enough.
Thank you.
Through the chair, absolutely. I mean, I think that's what the February 6th presentation is. It's the full spectrum.
Yeah, well, I'm looking forward to that. Now, I did hear on, and this could be exaggerated, but in Toronto when they did the LRT on Sinclair, I think it was, that 90% of the businesses went under because of that project, went bankrupt. Do you know any, is that true, or do you know any facts of that?
So I know through the chair, I know quite a bit about Sinclair. I mean, so I do not believe that's an accurate answer. But having said that, I don't know exactly what. I will say getting through construction was a challenge, and it was a challenge for a number of reasons, and it was really, in my view, scope creep that caused it to elongate. So it started out as a transit project, and ended up in a complete street, undergrounding hydro, and then lead water, replacing the water. So these things really changed the scope and complexion of the project and extended the construction period. I can tell you there are proponents and detractors, and office space is, if I refer to one councillor, he said for the recent election, the office space cost them 3 times what it did before. So.
When they normally do LRT lines, do they usually do the infrastructure at the same time?
I think in general for a city, it's a good thing to do a street once and disrupt it once. So a lot of cities, I believe, are moving to that kind of approach where you identify everything that needs to be done on that avenue and do it in one time.
Disrupts business even more, doesn't it?
Well, it's disruptive. There's no question. I mean, there are choices around undergrounding hydro and things such as that. But, my view is absolutely, if I think of Spadina, which went through a conversion, as well as St. Clair, absolutely a good thing for the area.
Yeah, I believe it's a good thing in the long run. Short term, it really hurts business. I'm seeing this going to happen on King Street and Stony Creek. Tear up the whole thing, and the place is going to be closed for 6 months or 8 months. How many businesses are affected and how they go, how they survive if they do? Might be a good test to see what would happen when we do it on a large range. Thank you very much, Dave.
Thank you, Councillor Conley. And I'm at the end of the speakers list for questions. But I want to say a few words, so if I can pass the chair to former Deputy Mayor Chad Collins. Second-time speakers, Councillor Whitehead, you're on the list. Questions. So, okay, Councillor Collins. I guess a couple questions. Listening here, thinking. The Metrolinx. How much money did we get for this project? Was it $300,000? You said through you.
Through the chair, there was $30 million allocated, 29.8, I think, allocated from Metrolinx to Hamilton for a variety of projects. This project, I do not believe, was specifically identified, but $300,000 of that money was used.
Chair, so was 300 used, 200 used? Because my understanding from reading the report, which I did read every page of it, it's 100,000 to remove that bus-only lane?
Through you, through the chair, yes, that's correct.
So, through the chair to David, to you, you're going to be meeting with Mr. McQuaig from Metrolinx this week, you said?
Friday afternoon.
Friday afternoon. If we were to decide today, whatever comes forward and decide, let's say we decide to take out the bus lane. Do you have any idea what kind of message that would send when you're meeting with Mr. McQuaig on Friday?
Through the chair. Well, it's not a positive message. I believe Metrolinx, as I said, are a very professional, competent group, and they will not, their decision will be based on the facts in context with all the other needs. So it's not a great message. I do not believe it would influence their ultimate decision.
Collins, does Mr. McQuaig have this report? Would he have an opportunity to look at or get just a quick synopsis of it? Do you any idea?
Through the chair, my intent of the meeting, as I said, was really just to understand process. I do not want to presuppose any position of council. My purpose was to understand where they are in the next wave, kind of enlighten them on some of the stuff we're working on. But it was really around process that I would be prepared come February 6th to answer any questions that you might have of me with respect to where Metrolinx is or where we are in the process.
Okay, through you, Chairman Collins. I don't see, and it's been brought up before, I don't see a whole lot of here about economic impact losses because of held up trucks and deliveries and pickups, things like that. So we don't have that. That's my understanding. Through you, Mr. Chair.
Through the chair, again, this is a tactic in the context of the strategic plan that you do have those numbers. So, I know the health has reported that there are substantive savings in lives. I don't know those off the top of my head. There are substantive savings. So contextually, we have that in the strategy. We don't have it with respect to this actual tactic, and nor do I think we could reasonably put a meaningful number forward.
Mr. Chair, maybe I'm reaching here, but do we have any kind of a chance of getting the numbers for the red light camera tickets at the intersections you're trying to get onto the King Street and you're turning on, where there are cameras at intersections, particularly if you look at Bay down here when you leave, if it's busy, and sometimes you got to wait for a couple of lights even though you're near, because we have pedestrians walking and that's their right to walk through on a walk, but they also walk when it says don't walk, when the traffic's congested. People do get caught in the intersection. You would get, if there's a camera there, you're going to get nailed with red light camera. We don't have those numbers either, do we? Or any complaints on that? Through you, Mr. Chair?
Through the chair, I do not. Oh, sorry, Jerry would like to.
Through the chair, we can get the information for all the red light cameras within the city.
Want to know if the numbers increase because of the congestion that does occur. And another comment here about roads, about not if we have the bus lane and LRT or BRT or whatever, not needing roads, you still need roads. I mean, we all work together. Mr. Chair, I do have a daughter, lives in the mountain. She does use transit, also has vehicles. Her husband works out of town. She works out of town times two. She goes to Brantford or Hamilton by St. Joe's here. We all need roads. We still need the roads. We need to get product in, product out. If you watch the roads coming from the north, the south, east, west, wherever they come in from, a lot of traffic comes into Hamilton to work. So by doing this, we're not going to cancel the need for roads or the need to keep roads maintained. It's an important part of the city and the economic background of the city. Would you not agree with that? Through you, Mr. Chair?
Through the chair, I would agree with the premise that roads are always going to be required, and they are one of several tools to move people. At the end of the day, I think what transit does, as does cycling or pedestrian movement, is reduce the need, and really in certain areas it's not about just do you need roads? You are constrained. There are physical constraints to your right-of-ways, and as particularly employment and or residents build in those corridors, you will be forced to either do modal splits or start going underground or overhead. So yes, roads are an important part. I absolutely agree. It's the balance within the context of the other means of moving people and or goods.
Chair's back to you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, just in light of I realize I'm asking a question, if I could allow for this. It's not related to transit. Jerry Davis would like to make an announcement. I believe we just received an email responding to terminations in Stony Creek, I think as a result of public interest. I'm asking to allow Jerry to give us an update.
Second. Jerry, go right ahead.
Through the chair, further to my update yesterday, I've just sent a note to council. We concluded the investigations with respect to the issue of the Jones Road, and it resulted in the termination of the 2 employees that we were investigating as of 1 o'clock this afternoon. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, so it's confirmed they are terminated. How many people were involved in the incident?
Through the chair, there was two employees investigated for the actions being taken that were in conflict with city policy.
And they've both officially been terminated?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Merlin. Thank you, Jerry. Second time speakers, I have Councilor questions. Councilor Whitehead.
Thank you. I'm just looking at this picture again. We talked about that there's a formula that through the gas tax that helps, or it goes to help with transportation. I'm just looking at all those cars. How much gas tax is being generated from all those vehicles? It's just a rhetorical question. But I guess my point is that here's the question. Maybe it's to Jerry Davis, but $30 million of gas tax is currently being put into our roads. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes. That's the federal gas tax to the roads program.
And currently, there's gas tax going in to supplement our public transit system. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that's correct. It's approximately $10 to $11 million annually.
Okay, and the same people that are driving those vehicles, they also pay taxes and subsidize 50% of the transit system. Would that be correct?
Through the chair, they definitely pay some portion of the transit system. And,
if they don't use it?
Well, but they do by virtue of all those other people off the road. They advantage from it. So if those 1,100 people didn't take transit, they'd be driving cars, or they wouldn't be going anywhere. And if they drove cars, your 5 minutes would extend into 15 minutes.
I think the difference in the challenge I have, this is not Toronto, and the demographics of the people utilizing our bus service isn't the same demographics as the people utilizing the service in Toronto. So to suggest that the majority of the people taking our transit system today are people who are primarily use the automobile or have automobiles, I don't know. I haven't seen any studies in Hamilton that suggest that. In fact, I've seen studies that suggest otherwise.
Through the chair, you might be correct that some just won't take the trips. You are correct. Some portion would switch to autos, and really it goes to the greater context I talked about, is giving those people that don't have access to vehicles the same opportunities in society as those that do share.
Now, also my understanding that this corridor, talk about increasing the traffic ridership. This corridor we're talking about is growing with or without the bus line naturally. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct, through the chair.
And we need to do a lot more work in some of the other corridors in regards to improving and increasing public transit ridership. Is that correct?
We need to, through the chair, do a lot of work just to keep up with transit growth and make sure customers have a consistent, reliable ride.
Right. And I think there was a question earlier that was asked on the environmental piece, and I want to get a little clearer picture. So ideally, when you hit that critical mass, the justifying the higher order or the bus lane, at that point you need to address it because you're looking for efficiency. But if you're below those numbers, for example, this bus lane, that 5 minutes means that people are in line idling longer than they would have been otherwise. So I'm trying to understand in the context of this pilot, which is why we're here, how environmentally, because I don't see it here, the fact that those cars were delayed additional time on the same corridor, why that number isn't higher in the context of the environmental issue.
So through the chair, in the short term, you are probably correct. In the longer term, the more you shift that to transit, it becomes advantage to the environment.
Yeah, and I understand. That's, again, about where we are, and when you get to that certain tipping point, yeah. I understand that. And I guess the point I'm trying to make, back to the prematurity of this particular this exercise. Thank you.
I have no further speakers on this list. That second time was Councillor Whitehead. So seeing none, I need a motion to the presentation. Councillor Pearson, Councillor Green, all in favor? Carried. Carried. Mr. Dixon, thank you very much. I know how you feel standing there all this time.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so now I have a speakers list here, my second speakers list, Councillor Jackson, and on it is Councillor Farr, Councillor Jackson, Councillor Whitehead, Mayor Fred, and Councillor Collins at this time. So, Councillor Farr, please.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I appreciate all that I've heard and anticipated a lot of what I heard, and I do truly believe, like I'm sure all of us, for his opener, he passed the test, David Dixon. I look forward to working with him as Director of Transit, and I do appreciate this opportunity as a ward councillor directly affected by the TOL, obviously alongside my colleague, Councillor Aidan Johnson of Ward 1, to have the opportunity to speak first. I obviously did not have that opportunity with the tabling motions at Council. I was certainly prepared, and so here we go. I'm going to focus a lot here on ECDEV and business because I've heard some of those comments too, and again, I've been on the front lines right from day one, even before that. So. October 2013, of course, we voted to implement this pilot. It was an objective, a core action. It is defined as a core action on page 34 of our unanimously endorsed Rapid Ready report. That Rapid Ready report, we should always remember, we keep calling it Rapid Ready. It's called Rapid Ready Expanding Mobility Choices. Fully 100% endorsed by this body. Was this TOL a success? As a councillor directly affected, I would probably reiterate what I said to Sam of the CBC directly following a Durand Neighbourhood Association debate during the election, that it would be difficult for me, even as the ward council, to label the TOL as a success. And here's why. Bad paint, missing turning lane at Caroline straightaway with the turning lane wasn't there. At Catherine, there was no priority signaling at King and James or McNabb at all during the duration. There's no real TDM plan, no strong communication plan, no strong promotion on opposite side parking options on the south side of King. 3 mountain accesses that feed the core completely offline on launch day and beyond launch day. The Sherman Cut, the Queen Street Hill were closed when we launched the TOL. It was an unmitigated disaster, a nightmare, and a day when we launched that I will never forget in my lifetime. In addition to that, we had a major accident on the West Fifth Hill. It was the absolute worst time, and bad weather, to launch a TOL. So hard to call that a success. Hard to label it a success with all that weighing against us and then some, but without question, it was a very significant initiative, and it remains a very significant initiative as it relates to my 9-year-old's future, all of our family's future in the years to come, the decades to come. We cannot lose focus on that. And as this report states, we should keep it. We should improve it. I think we can. And for example, we can return that parking to the north side west of Bay as we head west. Measurable gains can see incremental successes, and I think we need to be forward thinking in that capacity. This is a very significant initiative because, as this report reminds us, we have for years as a council, and we heard it over and over again today from Dave and others, we have made a concerted effort as a body over many terms to really make this city to be the best place to raise a child. Many past mandates and endorsements are on this report. The strategic objectives of this and other councils, improving transportation systems, is right in there. A supporting multimodal is part of our strategic objective. The 2010 HSR operational review talked about reducing transit travel time and having more reliable service. Rapid Ready, need I go on expanding mobility choices? It's what it's all about and was unanimously endorsed. The new Urban Hamilton official plan, UHOP, developing options in a staged manner as it relates to transit. And of course, as referenced by many of my colleagues here today who were around in 2007, and I loved the commentary on the 2007 Transportation Master Plan as presented by Ward 4's Councillor Marula, that was an approved transportation strategy for this city. And of course, 2 motions, which is one that stands out for me being all last term that support a Beeline LRT. I've listened with interest to some of the comments about the businesses, and I'll get to that now, taking a hit and scrapping the TOL because of the businesses taking a hit. I would not argue that the TOL has had no impacts to businesses. I have been, as I said, on the front line. Transit staff have never said leading up to this or during that it would be a smooth ride. We would have challenges. This is change, and change is difficult. We are in this position to address making decisions. And I've been active on this file from day one. I've attended businesses. I have very strong attendance at all 3 BIAs, and that's on the record, and you can check that. The TOL has been on the agendas, some BIAs more than others. And I just want to make a note that with any contentious, divisive issue, and I'm sure you'll all agree, you get challenges respecting comments that come from those who have the opposite opinion from you, constituents, business people, or otherwise, and that's always going to happen. And sometimes you get accused of not answering in a capacity that may be expected of you. That's just the nature of this game, and it sometimes becomes more than it may be. But I have engaged, and as it relates to the BIAs specifically to the east, as the report offers, the International Village BIA. Currently, Mr. Deputy Mayor has 17 businesses in support or unaffected and 21 not in support. At one AGM at the International Village BIA, and I've been to all, there was overwhelming support right after the nightmare installation. The downtown BIA, the largest BIA in the city of Hamilton, a great working group of volunteers, they've had some negative feedback, but as I have seen, the least amount of feedback, I would tell you, maybe because parking is not affected along the downtown BIA. Parking is a daily bugaboo for Ward 2. King West BIA, now we're getting into the nuts and bolts. This is just west of Bay. It's the smallest BIA in the city, and actually it's from Caroline to Queen. It's a 2-block stretch. They've made it clear they are supportive of LRT, but not the bus lane. They did suggest from the start that parking should remain on the north side. We did try that. You'll see the correspondence in this report from Darrell Bender. It suggests and lists all the reasons why we couldn't do that, but we're also seeing in the report now that we can, if we wish to pursue and maintain what is before us today and go with staff's recommendation to do so, as evident in the report, what they would support in the report. So on this 3-block stretch, 2 blocks again of King West BIA from Bay to Queen, you will recall as we argued in favor, we pulled it from the agenda, a PW report, and I talked to 28 businesses. I polled prior to the installation and we shared it. It was quite public. 15 businesses said yes to the TOL and the King West BIA. 1 said no. 2 were undecided at that time. 13 businesses were closed at the time that 4 staff joined me and one of my own staff joined me on this poll to verify. And 5 buildings at the time were unoccupied. Absolutely, the tide has changed, I would agree, along this short stretch with the yellow no bus signs that we've all seen in the newspaper and on the business windows. Some have 3 or 4 signs on one business window. Ultimately, they were slapped on approximately 20 businesses' windows. I did a survey during the summer. I did a walkabout throughout the entire stretch, not just in the BIA, but starting at the King West BIA is where this anti-bus sign program began. And I have argued with them in my engagement. I shouldn't say that. We've debated whether it makes sound business practice to say to half of your potential clientele that's driving by on a daily basis, in this case riding transit, same amount of people in all the cars and all the other lanes, that we don't like the fact that you've been convenienced by this bus lane. But that's one of those debates I'll continue to have with these business people. But it was one of the many intriguing topics of conversation as I dealt with BIAs. Regarding the tangible stats on the TOL and the effects on business now, some of the businesses in the King West BIA against the TOL had agreed 5 months ago to me to share year-over-year appraised accounting effects on their business. We're hearing so much from many about the fact, and we can believe much of it. We can believe what we're hearing, I'm sure. But they agreed to share with me their year-over-year. I agreed to share that with you here with a promise to black out that personal information, their address, their business name. I completely understand and respect the privacy issue. That was about 4 or 5 months ago in the King West BIA. There's been a couple of reminders since that this information would be prudent to this debate here today and perhaps a debate in short order in 20 days. I've yet to been able to secure those facts, but I'll continue to ask and hopefully have an opportunity to share it with you. But I thank those businesses who agreed to show their year-over-year. Year before business stats, year of business stats. And I think that would be helpful to a lot of people. And again, I'll continue to pursue that. Yes? Some businesses have closed. How does this compare to any other year in the downtown core on closures is yet to be determined. In our core, of course, no one could argue that businesses open and close a lot, and this is the center of the business community in Hamilton. There are many businesses in the downtown core. International Village, BIA specifically, 8 businesses closed. For example, Hillbilly Heaven, a very short term after the install, closed and blamed the bus lane within weeks. 4 businesses, though, opened. And to note, the city of Hamilton has made some bucks in selling the Sandbar Tavern that is currently under a very lavish reno as we speak and sits right in front of the TOL. In the King West BIA, from Caroline to Bay, where some businesses have agreed to share the books, they have shared approximately 4 businesses closing. 2 are now in Jackson Square, and I'm sure doing well. Also, new businesses have opened. I checked with licensing in that BIA, or from Bay to Queen anyway, at least 4 that I can share with you, maybe more. The owner who is, during the evolution of this bus lane, they've opened there. The owner who is one owner who is a vocal appellant, who I've enjoyed debating with and I respect greatly, and you should eat at his restaurant, just applied for a facade improvement grant. This is just one example, and is making a very significant investment to his property. One of the greatest appellants I've dealt with and engaged with is making a very significant investment to his facade, and is extremely close to bringing another is extremely close, I just talked to last night, to bringing a major franchise again to downtown, which is in the heart of that BIA as well. The downtown BIA, 2 businesses have closed. The bingo hall was one. That was a corporate move by the bingo people after hearing, among other things, that the councillor in the ward wasn't on for e-bingo. They went to another city, and a great development I'm sure will follow. I continue to meet with the folks behind that. And the other is the Gore buildings, closed for a proposed greater development that's not in the books here at City Hall and that are currently designated. That's the downtown BIA impact, if it is related at all to the TOL, and I highly doubt it in that case. How about new business facts? Finally, it was over the holidays that we cut the ribbon on a new bus lane sushi joint right in front of the bus lane. And I also learned over the holidays, right in front of the bus lane, that 95 King's new business is booming with bookings, with great new artist space in the concert hall there. In addition, of course, we have the Royal Connaught over the holidays receiving not 1, not 2, but 5 site plans for their 5-phase development at the Royal Connaught. And also today's agenda sees the 5th phase of the development on the other side of the bus lane as it relates to the Vrancore $200 million investment in our downtown core. That stuff didn't go on hold because we put the TOL in place. It has actually progressed quite nicely in the last year, if I may say so myself. So I did check with licensing. These are business facts now, folks. How many licenses, new licenses, did we issue over the TOL pilot period? Not including Jackson Square, which was 15 new licenses. It does sit on the TOL, but I took it out. There were 30 new business licenses offered. This is a factual stat, does not include new clothing stores as well. So anything and everything but clothing stores. So also urban renewal. An overwhelming response in urban renewal from many businesses along the bus lane who have literally broke our bank on our incentive programs. We can get a stat on that, and it will be presented during the budget process. What's happening with rents and property values, I can assure you it's not bad news, it's good, it's not bad, it's not ugly, and it's something that we should probably get some stats on as well, and it shouldn't be too difficult to do so. In addition to, I would welcome any other business along that stretch to participate like the 3 or 4 that are doing so in King West BIA. Offer me the year-to-year. I will share that with you. Before, during the bus lane, I will black out your business name. I will black out your address, as some businesses in King West have agreed to do. And I will share those losses that you've shared vocally to some of my colleagues and myself during a year-long engagement on what is a very significant initiative. Mr. Deputy Mayor, I would at this time like to move, seconded by Councillor Green, whereas a full transit report from Dave Dixon is on the GIC in 20 days. I've checked this with clerks that I could follow up with a motion on a table.
We've done 2 things. We've allowed the speaker to go well beyond the 5-minute rule. And secondly, this is procedural. I'm not making this up. This is in our procedural bylaw. Secondly, you spoke to something, so you can't move a motion when you speak to something. And you just spent 20 minutes doing this.
Stephanie, can you help out here, please?
Through you, Mr. Chairman. First-time speakers list has been exhausted. So if this was preamble to his motion, we can put it now. If he's speaking to it completely separate, he can't. With respect to the 5-minute rule, that is completely up to committee. That's not up to clerks to determine if the committee wishes to ask Councillor Farr to finish speaking. But we have exhausted the first-time speakers list.
So, sorry, just a correction. We did the questions, but we just started. Councillor Farr, God bless him, was the first speaker on a very extensive list commenting on the report.
Right, so Stephanie, do I have to take Councillor Farr's motion, or do I continue on with my list of speakers?
You have exhausted the first-time speakers
Right,
list, at which time you can speak to the matter. You can also ask questions. Because you're on the second-time speakers list, whether you're asking questions or not, it's still a speakers list. So technically, yes, he can put his motion.
So, Mr. Deputy Mayor, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Green, whereas a full transit report from Dave Dixon is on the GIC agenda in 20 days, February 6th, and whereas this Friday, January 16th, our Director of Transit is meeting with Bruce McQuaid of Metrolinx, and that discussion may inform our TOL debate. I would therefore ask that we, through motion, table 8.3, this item today, and put it on our February 6th GIC, and that's seconded again by Councillor Green.
Moved by yourself, said by Councillor Green. Councillor Marula is first here.
Okay.
Councillor Marula, please.
I'm on Council Farr's side, so I'm not biased. But I think procedurally, it's wrong at this point to defer, to allow him to defer after he spoke to it, without allowing him, we can't debate the deferral. So I'm a little confused by it as well. One, because the deferral can't be debated, so now we just shut down the debate. So if I wanted to speak to that issue now, I can't no longer, because I can't even debate the deferral.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I will leave it at the call of the committee. However, I did clarify with our office prior to this that it could be done, and I was told yes, because we have exhausted the first-time speakers list.
One of those questions, now we're into the debate.
I think we just need to think of the debate portion.
So now with the motion on the floor, if we want to continue on with the speakers list here, the motion's here and seconded.
We can't debate the deferral.
You have to vote on it.
Correct. The only debate right now, or the only questions right now, because the tabling motion is on the floor, is to actually discuss the direction of tabling. If there's direction to come with it, other than that, the tabling motion has been moved and seconded. I'll leave it up to committee.
I'll call question motion.
What is that?
I'll call question motion.
Well, we're shutting down debate.
Well, I mean, we want to stifle debate, then go ahead, stifle debate.
As you did at council, Terry, you need a break.
Gentlemen,
you in 16 minutes. Questions.
Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Stephanie, please.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. My recommendation. My apologies. Through you, Mr. Chairman, that is my recommendation. However, it is up to the committee to make the final decision.
Now, yeah, sir, I think if you could allow Councillor Farr to simply put his motion on hold, which I don't believe procedurally you can, because right now it's in possession of the committee, and seconded. But through you to clerk, could we defer the deferral motion until the debate is completed?
At this point, you have a motion on the floor. It's been moved and
Right, so
seconded.
it's in our possession, so we need to vote on it.
My apologies, and Councillor Whitehead has also put forward a call to question. You would need to make a determination on that. But again, it's not within my procedural recommendations.
So Stephanie, question for you. Councillor Farr can't withdraw his motion at this point in time? No.
Not if he wants to put it back on the table and say.
Yeah, actually,
Councillor Marula.
I have a question. If Councillor Farr's motion is defeated, can someone else bring forward a similar motion? That's a very complicated.
It would actually be the same, if it's the same motion, no.
Okay.
All in favor of the, we all know what it is. Calling the question. Calling the question. Carry. Opposed? Okay, calling the question. Okay, just read the question, the motion out again, please, Mr. Chair.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Green, whereas a full transit report from Dave Dixon is on our GIC agenda for February the 6th in 20 days' time, and whereas this Friday, January the 16th, our Director of Transportation is meeting with Bruce McQuaig, who is the Chairman of Metrolinx, and that discussion may inform our TOL debate here today. I therefore move to table this item today, 8.3, to our February 6th GIC.
Okay, all in favor of that motion? Standing recorded vote, all in favor?
Councillor Duvall, Councillor Johnson.
Stephanie?
If I'm counting this correctly, it's a tie, so it's defeated.
Motion is defeated.
Tie, so it would be defeated.
Defeated on a tie. Okay, so we're going to go back to our... Is there a problem?
Mr. Chairman, all the names were read out, Councillor Farr, and
Okay, I'm going back to the speakers list. So we had Councillor Farr, and he had the motion. Now we're to Councillor Jackson. Sir.
This is the real speakers list I asked about 4.5 hours ago. Thank you. Sorry for being facetious. Mr. Deputy Mayor, you're doing a fine job keeping us on track. Mr. Deputy Mayor, for those new members of council who weren't here last term, there was originally a motion by a couple of my colleagues that wanted the transit-only lane to go ahead and basically be permanent. And I was the one who moved an amendment that we do this one-year pilot project, and I'm very glad that I did. In fact, some past and current members of council actually said to me privately last summer and into the fall municipal election campaign that they were happy that I did the one-year amendment in light of some of the challenges that we've heard about and staff have confirmed and that have come out of the one-year pilot program to allow us to have this debate before we went too far along. Mr. Deputy Mayor, just a few comments. It's apparent to me that there's a cultural, philosophical shift occurring in the downtown, and the TOL is, in my opinion, is a symbol of that. My mandate in Ward 6 from last October 27th, Mr. Deputy Mayor, from the constituents who I was honored to be re-elected by, was a back to basics theme of road reconstruction, sidewalk replacement, water, main and sewer upgrades and modernization, preventative flooding programs for our city, back to basics theme, along with issues such as, Mr. Deputy Mayor, improvement of programs and facilities for seniors, traffic calming like red light cameras, and the issue for neighborhoods of school closures as well. Those were the themes I ran on, and that's why I'm very fortunate and honored to be back here. Mr. Deputy Mayor, I refuse to believe that eliminating the TOL will jeopardize provincial money. Seriously, if this is a gauge, it's imperative we rewind the tape and start over someday in the future. Adding buses to routes like King, Main, Queenston, our best corridor, our most profitable. Adding more buses as well to the A line from the waterfront to the airport. Rymel Road, other mountain roads, which I supported in the 2014 budget. I'm all for, and I'll be eagerly looking forward to new Director Dixon's overall transit budget presentation in the near future. A little side note, I find it a little ironic that cyclists and transit advocates happen to be in conflict over the TOL. I never thought I'd hear or see that day. Mr. Deputy Mayor, to continue the TOL means, in my opinion, creating further and continued anxieties both along the route, which I've heard from BIAs and longtime business owners that I directly spoke to, who have had investments in our core for 50 years plus, who were very much vehemently sharing with me how much they dislike the TOL. And its continuance will create anxieties consistently in other parts of the city as well, where the greater backlash has occurred. Back to my point about the cultural philosophical shift argument, it's obvious to me that the ownership of the core is changing. It used to be everyone's downtown. It is becoming more apparent to me that as neighborhoods in the core are revitalizing, which I wholeheartedly applaud, support, and admire, how could I not? Because I've always been a strong advocate in engaging neighborhoods and citizens in enhancing their quality of life. Has always been my mantra since being honored to be given this position here at the Municipal Council table. But it's becoming apparent to me as the neighborhoods in the core are revitalizing, again, which I wholeheartedly admire and support, the demands and insistence on things like the TOL will cause other citizens, both in my ward and other parts of the city, who used to view the downtown as everyone's downtown, to not want the aggravations and confusions that come with things like the TOL. So, Mr. Deputy Mayor, on behalf of the overwhelming mandate I was given, not universal, but the overwhelming mandate I was given last October, the back to basics theme and other priorities I've spoken of, I cannot support the continuance of the TOL. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Whitehead is not here. So, Mayor Fred. Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And you know what, it's been a long and arduous process, and I really quite enjoyed listening to Jason kind of highlight the journey it's been on. And yes, I wasn't here, and I don't have the kind of ownership on this issue that others that were here have, and I fully appreciate and understand the angst and anxiety that went into all of this over the past year. But at the same time, I also fully appreciate and understand the longer term objective here, which for me is really a priority as we move forward in terms of enhancing our public transportation system into the future. So, you know what? We need to make some changes, and so this is really the kind of the beginning of what could be a future of changing the modal split that would allow for us to not forget about our environment, which we often, when we get the health picture from our medical officer of health and the reality that bad air in our community is actually killing people. And that there are steps we need to take, and here we are trying to take some of those steps, because that equation that you see up there in that picture actually talks about the emissions of all of that volume of cars as opposed to one vehicle, and that is a dramatic difference in terms of how we proceed in terms of air quality. So on the environmental front, it is a smart move to find better and more efficient ways of moving people through our community and encouraging them to use public transit, but not discouraging them from using the automobile. I mean, this is not us against them. It's not a fight between two. It's trying to find a balance that is not only sensible from an environmental perspective, sensible from a movement of people perspective, but sustainable over the long run in terms of the kind of investments that we're going to have to make in both roads and in transit to ensure that we have a reasonable balance that allows us to create the kind of city that we want. And I think I really appreciate Dave Dixon's comments on, it really is council's purview to make a determination as to where do we want to go with this. It's not a technical issue at this point anymore. It's now about vision and how are we going to proceed in terms of our transit options, and what does that mean in terms of our future road requirements. Now, you know what, we often do things that people don't like. And I kind of mentioned that earlier on. I mean, fully aware that people don't like to pay taxes, but we make them pay taxes because we need the tax dollars to actually build a city. People don't like to pay parking fees and parking fines, but we make them do it because there's a rationale around making a turnover in terms of parking in front of businesses. So we charge a fee so that it will turn over, and there's a rationale behind it. I don't like to pay it. Most people don't like to pay it either, but we do it anyway because it's good for the long-term health of our community. I hate airport security. I can't stand having to wait in line, take off my shoes, pull off my belt, and go through the screening process. But we do it because it keeps us safe. It makes sense over the long term that there's a safety issue that we need to adhere to, and therefore that's why we do it. People don't like stop signs. Frustrates people. Why do we do it? Because it makes that corner and that particular location safe from vehicular traffic moving in. So there's lots of things that we do, that we should do, that we need to do, even though many people in our community don't like it. In this particular instance, I'm not convinced that there's a vast majority of people out there that would say that's an awful thing to do. I don't think they're there. I think they remember the history on this, and they would say, yes, it's been difficult, and yes, it's been complicated. But I think people are looking to us for some leadership and some vision over the longer term, and some steps that we can take to actually move towards a higher order transportation system that can help us not only now but into the future and avoid future congestion issues. And that really is a big issue. We may not have the level of congestion here and now today that might warrant a dramatic step, but we are certainly heading towards congestion that will cause us to make changes into the future. We have the opportunity to not do what other communities have done, which is to wait too long to make a positive change. And we can do it incrementally over time and build into our future transportation system a positive transit system that actually can help offload some of the environmental issues and some of the cost issues that we talked about earlier between roads and transit. So, I keep looking back to Waterloo, and there's a case in point where a community has actually said, not only are we going to invest dollars into a transit system when we're not even close to having a high order demand, they're doing it specifically for the economic uplift, and in fact they're doing it not with 100% funding from the province, not with 100% funding from the federal government. They're going on a 30 basis, or 32 or 33 percentage each. In fact, $250 million is coming out of their local tax base to support an LRT program that the warrants actually don't require them to have right now based on a technical analysis of transit. It's the uplift. What kind of investment comes? What kind of development comes as a result of that, and what does that put into our municipal coffers in terms of future revenues that we so desperately need? So it's about building a city. And this is one of the first steps. So I'm not going to belabor that. I don't want to get into a large LRT debate. I support the notion that we modify and continue. I think it makes perfect sense. I think Jason quite rightly identified that, it's all fine and well to say it's affecting my business, but you know what? We ought to be making decisions based on some evidence. So, lots of people tell me that they don't like a lot of things that I talked about, but what's the evidence for not doing it? Tell me what the evidence is for the impact in terms of businesses. I think it's reasonable for us to say to them, show us the evidence, show us how it's impacted your business. And if we hear now that people are actually making investments in their business, that's not an indicator to me that they're prepared to walk away because they're being so drastically harmed by a transit-only lane. Some of the other equations are, we can't measure right now, and I think Dave talked about it, which is, what's happening with rents? Are there an enormous amount of vacancies there now? Are people actually walking away from these businesses? Well, we don't see that happening either. So I think the reality is quite different than the perception that's been created out there that this has been a hardship that was unbearable for them to bear. And you know what? And we do that kind of thing every day. Every time we do a major revamp of a road somewhere, and we just finished doing Centennial Parkway, absolutely needed to be done. Was there impact on business? Absolutely there was. Businesses have to get the little laneways that go into their location. There's impact. There's a perception of negative impact. There might have been an impact, but we need to make those changes or else we can't repair that road to make it good for the future. So I'm in the area of, you know what, sometimes you have to bite your tongue, do what people aren't necessarily particularly keen on, but know that it's the right direction for us to take going into the future. So I will not support getting rid of the transit-only lane. I think it makes much more sense to give it a tweak, make the adjustments on Bay Street in terms of parking, and the modification in terms of light that would actually trigger the bus to go through quicker and then get past the traffic so the traffic can move freely after that. Those are the kinds of things that I think make sense for us moving forward, and that's what I'll support in the future, Mr. Chairman. So thank you for that, and I really do appreciate this. This has been a difficult issue for everybody, especially those that on council that have been here throughout the year. And it's, you know what, I understand the difficult journey that it's been on, but you know what, we've come to the end of that difficult journey, and I think we've made some progress, and I think we're closer to having a well-functioning transit-only lane as opposed to where we started, which was unfortunately through many different circumstances a bit of a tortured process. So we're doing much better today than we were then, and I think it can only improve from here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Eisenberger. Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I find that often we drive things without following what is referred to by staff as best practices. Staff have indicated pretty clearly that if they felt there was a need to create a bus lane to meet the targets and the vision that's been espoused by a former speaker, then they would have done that. They would have done that. They didn't. In fact, it was politically driven. Secondly, they've indicated very clearly that the best practices, they said technical, but they're interchangeable. Best practices suggest that when you approach that 2,000 peak period of people per hour, that is when you need, as you approach it, that's when you need to start looking at other forms of transit. The other issue clearly is, what problem are we trying to solve? We don't have a problem east-west. Staff have made it clear. We do not have an issue with transit east-west. What we in the context of delivery, what we do have a problem with is capacity and frequency. That's not going to be fixed by a bus lane. Now, I would argue that when you read the report, it's actually creating more problems than it's solving. I hear that for some reason it's okay to have anecdotal information from bus operators and bus riders, but it's not okay to have anecdotal information from business owners, the people that make the investment, because by golly, you better produce that information to show us the losses that you faced, because we want that empirical data. That's important to us. So I don't know if that's saying we don't trust those businesses. And the other question bears mind is, if it was increasing their businesses, it was doing well for their business, don't forget, majority of these people originally supported the bus lane, then why wouldn't they say it's doing great? Why did they change their mind? What's the motive? Well, maybe, perhaps, the bus lane isn't working out so well for them. Maybe there's a reality to that. So to say that we need empirical data, to me, in regards to the businesses, and yet we accept anecdotal information from others, is an insult to those businesses that every day make investments in this community and take the risk. And we need to respect that. The challenge here is there's only a 2-kilometer stretch. I acknowledge that a bus lane inevitably, when we hit those thresholds, we will have to implement. Without question, we will have to do that in the future. The future's not now. Staff made it pretty clear it's not now. And when I take a look, and when I look at my councillors and look at the issues we're having on the mountain, on the A line, 700 people a day being passed by buses, And we're arguing here about a bus lane that has such a marginal, and then staff indicated in the report, very marginal benefit, and yet you're creating now 5-minute delays for all those vehicles, and that's not a big deal to some. Yeah, we don't provide viable alternatives. So when I look at the people I represent, they don't have a viable alternative when they come downtown to work, to play, to go to the doctors, etc. They have to rely on their cars. And by the way, many of them are seniors. We don't provide a viable alternative for them to get on the bus and get down here and do the things they need to do, so they take their car. Now what we want to do is, prematurely, let's make things a little more tough for them. Let's add another 5 minutes to the trips a day, which would equate to almost 2 days a year. Right? Let's talk about productivity of services and movement of goods. We haven't quantified that. Maybe we should. Now, on the longer run, when you hit that tipping scale in regards to those numbers, you're going to have congestion, and you will have to respond to it. And you should do that earlier, as Mr. Dixon said. Don't wait till the 2,000, but certainly not at the 1,100. We got room to move. I guess the big concern I have is this has been we just came out of an election, and many of our people, and I think people know and acknowledge, I did a poll, and 60% of the people in this community are against the bus lane. This is as current as last night, and the poll is 2%, within 2% of error. 55% in the lower city are against the bus lane. 55% of the people polled, 2,600 sample, are against the bus lane. So now that's the backdrop which council has to work within. Now some people say leadership is about making the right decision. Never mind where majority is. Question is, if we have time, and clearly Mr. Dixon said we did, to take this information and put it into, instead of killing it altogether, plug it into a master transportation study with the Rapid Ready and inform that process with the mayor's position during the campaign with a citizen panel to further engage the community. And at the end of that process, we will have a plan that deals with the movement of goods, vehicles, and Rapid Ready informed. So now we're into a very strategic, comprehensive report in a year that more people can buy into. That's leadership. Leadership's not saying, let's just shove it down their throat now, even though it's not needed now. Let's do it in a way that the balance of the community can buy into a comprehensive report. So I'm not on for killing it, absolutely. I am on to suspending it and plug it in to inform that master transportation study, informing the community and giving them an opportunity to not only appreciate that we're developing a plan that deals with all issues, no matter where you live geographically, but now they're not approaching this position from a point of ignorance, but from a point of knowledge. And you can't make, it's a way to make good decisions when people approach from a position of knowledge. So let's shake up that divisiveness. Let's find a plan that everyone can be proud of into the future, and that's where I am. And so as far as the bus lane today, let's suspend it and plug it into the master transportation study. And let's be clear, Mr. Dixon indicated and Mr. Davis indicated they have no problem with that. There's no acute need for the bus lane today. They've made that point. So where's the hurry? Now, Metrolinx is the issue, but Mr. Dixon's already responded to that. He said, I don't think, and $1 billion investment, I don't think a short 2-kilometer lane that is having some challenges, and because the economies of scale isn't there because of the length of it, is going to have, or will have very little relevance in the overall decision on $1 billion investment. So I think we pretty well heard that from Mr. Dixon as well. So you take all those pieces together, it's pretty clear that let's just back off, take a deep breath, and allow an informed process to roll out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Whitehead. Councillor Marula.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, I really want to emphasize that the entire purpose of this bus lane was directly tied to the rapid transit report that we approved in 2007, and and the LRT. And I think even the modifications I have some concern with, only because at this point the discussion should be, how do we expand it towards Eastgate and towards McMaster to expand the actual sample to ensure that if and when the time comes that we develop LRT, that we know that the sample is larger and we know what the variables are and we know what the impacts are. If we were to build an LRT, these modifications wouldn't be realistically implemented. We don't have, at that point, if it's built, we don't have the flexibility to make these modifications because it's going to be an actual infrastructure change. So we either are focused on ensuring that we're going to study this incrementally, and we're not shoving it down anyone's throat. If we were shoving it down anyone's throat, we'd have it run from Eastgate to McMaster. The whole purpose of this was to be incremental and to start in the core and then move either easterly or westerly. And to believe that in the province's silence in all of this, they're not sitting back and relieved that we're showing no leadership on this issue, but yet focusing in on trying to terminate it, even though we all know the reason why we're having it is because of the LRT, demand or support for the LRT, is in essence directly correlated, and I can assure you will change the formula and the funding associated with it. They were confused even before this of what our position was, even though our position's been the same from day one. We support the LRT based on 100% capital. All we've been waiting for is the answer to whether or not that's a yes or a no. So now we throw this in to the mix, muddying the waters even more, and they're going to simply say, absolutely, you guys, we're not going to give you a cent because you guys don't know what you're doing. And I laughed out loud when I read the paper this morning, and God bless Councillor Ferguson, because we said, well, it's unfair for them to be looking at this in correlation. Well, like we've ever received any fairness from the province. Half of our operating budget is related to the province. I'm sure they really care when they make their decisions whether or not they're being fair to this city, frankly, to any city in the province. So, and except for Toronto, right? One subway line could eliminate half of our deficit, but they got that $1 billion. And so in looking at this realistically, anything short of saying we're going to expand that bus lane to further investigate and study it is basically telling the province that we're not in. Because if we can't do it for 2 kilometers, we can't shut down a bus lane or a lane for 2 kilometers. How on God's earth are we going to do it from the stretch from Eastgate to McMaster? It's a non-starter. So that's the number one component. So anyone that thinks that it's not associated really doesn't understand this issue because it's clearly reflected in all the reports. That's the only reason we did it, was to study it for the LRT purpose or BRT purpose. So I really want to implore everyone to take a deep breath and a step back and just simply look at what's happening downtown. We have unprecedented growth. We have on the books right now hundreds of units, condominiums being developed, and more people asking questions about developing more. We have a choice of being ahead of the curve or getting caught behind the curve. And based on our history, as I mentioned earlier, we have a history of getting caught behind the curve. The subway plan, as an example, is one. This city would be an entirely different city today had that subway plan been implemented back in 1959. Could you imagine that line from Mohawk to Burlington Street, Mohawk and Upper Ottawa to Burlington Street, the existing B line from Eastgate or from Centennial to McMaster? This city would probably be on the same level as Toronto from a progressive perspective when it comes to public transit. But yet, it was a missed opportunity. And I look at now the influx of Torontonians, and we all know that. I have real estate agents knocking on my door regularly asking me if I want to sell my home. And those that are purchasing those homes are not from Hamilton. They're from Toronto. And those people from Toronto are expecting the same type of infrastructure that they have in Toronto. And those same people coming from Toronto recognize how beautiful the city is and what the potential it has, and are buying homes here quite happily, and also expecting to have a mindset conducive to complete streets and urbanization focus. They're not moving to the suburbs. And because of that, that is the growth that's being developed. That growth happened post-2007 and the expressway, which opened up the gateway of the billions of dollars that have come into this community and the billions of more that will. The intensification that will occur in the older part of the city is truly the future of the city, because when you look at the cost of this LRT and the capital excluded, even operating, it is far less costly to the taxpayers when you look at the economic spin-off of the intensification associated with this and the assessment growth than it is to build new roads in suburban areas. And then also looking at all the other services that are attached to it. When we're expanding, when we have, for instance, Aerotropolis, which is strictly employment lands, we don't have to provide rec centers. We don't have to provide parks. We don't have to provide playground structures and EMS and ambulance and police to the same level as we do residential areas. Residential areas in those sprawl situations are nothing but a deficit driving neighborhoods. Even though they think they're paying a lot of taxes, they're sucking the life out of us financially when you look at what it takes to actually maintain and sustain those neighborhoods. On the other hand, a focus on the intensification is much, much cheaper in every single way known to man. And that's where we're headed. So we're on a good track. We can't derail that momentum, because similarly to what happened with the expressway, when there were councils that voted against it, delayed it, and it went on for over 50 years, this issue is not going anywhere because other municipalities have already done it. You have Toronto, Montreal, Calgary, Vancouver, Ottawa, Kitchener, Victoria, Edmonton. All these cities have light rapid transit. You look at all North American cities, all progressive cities are doing it. Yes, some people use examples like Buffalo, which is an anomaly because they put light rapid transit in an area that no one was even taking any transit. Obviously, it was designed to fail. It would be like putting transit on between Brantford and Ancaster. It's just not. There's not going to be a demand for that type of public transit. Having said that, we need to focus and look at this in correlation, because similarly to the incremental way of building this bus lane to ultimately build the LRT, the defeating of this bus lane is an incremental means of simply eliminating or any potential of receiving close to $1 billion from the province. And there will be a day, one day, when we're going to look back on this if we defeat this bus lane, which ultimately will lead to not getting the funding from the province, and we'll be asking, as I was asking for the last few weeks over the subway issue, how did we allow that to happen? Or how many people say, how did it take you 50 years to build a road that should have been built within 10? So we have an opportunity to get ahead of the curve. We have an opportunity to prevent the crisis. We have an opportunity to be responsible, and we have an opportunity to lead. And I know that Councillor Whitehead mentions a polling, which is a snapshot of any individual time. And all my life in politics, I believed in polling, and I can assure you that they gauge a lot of what we do and what we should do. But I also believe one thing, is that I ran for office being an incumbent who supported the expressway, not for any other reason, in an area that actually didn't support the expressway. So it was 60-40. I did the polling. 60% of the people didn't support the expressway, but I beat an incumbent who didn't support the expressway, sorry. And in saying that, and the reason why I'm saying that, is because it's up to us individually to communicate effectively, to show leadership on something that is going to benefit people in the future. They don't have time to do the research. That's our job, is to sell an idea, to sell a project, to sell a vision that they will ultimately benefit from, as they did with the Expressway. The wealth that we created in the east end of Hamilton, just by the sheer fact they lived there, is unbelievable. You look at houses going from $75,000 15 years ago to near $300,000, all because of that Expressway decision. That is something that I'm incredibly proud of and has led to a lot of the renaissance that we have experienced. So I say that, and I say with a great deal of passion and a great deal of belief, that this bus lane is directly correlated and should be correlated to the expansion of the bus lane east and west to truly get a measure of the impact, to truly pursue what the Metrolinx had expected us to do, what council had expected council to lead on, and not bail based on pressure that we're receiving now, but also to focus in on what we should be creating awareness about. And that awareness is developing a strategy to continue the momentum that we're presently seeing and not killing it. And I think this will be hurtful to us in the future. And not only should we be ahead of the curve in continuing that momentum, we should be ahead of the curve in preventing what I believe to be a very short-sighted attempt to kill something that will be a catalyst to continued growth and economic development, prosperity, and individual wealth of the residents of the city, particularly those in the lower end that have seen that significant increase in property values, assessment growth, and so on. This will just add to that. And for me to look at those people calling me and yelling at me to get rid of this bus lane, rather than my buckling and coming here and saying I don't support it, I'm explaining to them, as I am to you today, why I believe it's so important and why it's important for them to believe in it as well. And most of those people that didn't vote for me because of the Expressway do today. And I believe those that don't like me because of the bus lane today will someday. And I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Councillor Marula. Councillor Arlene Vanderbeek, please.
Oh my goodness. This is a really weighty issue, and for me, the reason that I supported the tabling motion was because I really like information, and it seemed to me that it was prudent to wait 3 weeks and find out what the strategy is suggested for the city. So that would have been the easy way out. I have to say that urban renewal in Hamilton started in the early 60s when they tore down all kinds of things, and the mice ran and the rats ran and various other things happened, and then it kind of stagnated, and there's no doubt that at this point we are seeing a great flourishing renewal in the downtown core and various other areas of the city. I'm not sure that the people in the downtown core are the ones who are going to be necessarily using a bus lane at this point, because many of them will walk to work. And that's one reason why people come to the core. And we need them to do that, because we need them to populate the commercial spaces in the downtown of the city, and viability in the downtown core can only happen with residential development and new commercial development. And so we don't want to do anything to stymie that. And so we've got a bus lane that at this point was introduced as a pilot project. And I'm just going to read the purpose in this report that we've got before us today. That the pilot is to evaluate the success, acceptance, and function of the transit-only lane, and to help assess the viability of future rapid transit. So it's been there for more than a year. And we have assessed. And we do know, we've identified things that aren't so great about it, and some things that are good. And the main thing that I see that is a real positive in it is that it allows our buses to be on schedule for a certain length of time, distance. And so we know that. And so it makes me wonder at the necessity of keeping a bus lane that people are diametrically opposed to. The constituents in my ward may ride that bus, but they don't require that bus to get out of town. And their frustration is that they can't get out of town as often or as quickly or as efficiently as they'd like to. And the platform that I ran on in the election was that we really need an efficient, functioning transit system that works for the whole city that we can afford. And in order to do that, we need to strategize. And so that goes back to my thinking about wait for 3 weeks and let's hear what the 10-year strategy plan is and let's discuss it. However, I think that the cost of removing it is $100,000. The cost of moving it is similar. And so if we're going to vote to keep it and tweak it, what does that mean? Does that mean we're going to spend almost as much to remove it as we are going to maybe move it over? And then maybe we don't like it and we decide to remove it. And then we're into another $100,000 to remove it. So, and we know we've got some time. Our ridership's at 1,100. Ideally we would be at 2,000. We've got to spend $60 million, which is a pile lot more than $15 million that the province has got for everybody in Ontario. So I think that my support is going to lie with removing it. As much as there are many people who have arguments for keeping it, as much as I think it's convenient for staff that we keep it because they can keep studying and they can keep tweaking it until they get it perfect. But I think that Mayor Fred made a commitment in his election campaign to go to the people, have more public input on what our future transit is going to look like, and I'm all for that. And I do think that the future transit is about the whole city, not just about the B line. And so I'm going to throw my support behind removal of that bus lane. And sorry, these things are on a timer. And then let's get on with a strategic plan, and let's get on with looking at what we really do need and where we need to invest our dollars and how we're going to do that and who that's going to affect. And let's make this city's transit system work for everybody at a cost that we can all afford. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vanderbeek. Councillor Collins.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, and I think now's the appropriate time for me to put my motion, if you will. I had asked clerks earlier whether I should wait to the motion section, but there are 3 alternatives that are listed in the report. I'm going to choose one of them, and I'm going to, at this point in time, move my motion if I could. However, I've lost my seconder in Councillor Partridge, who had to take a family member to a doctor's appointment, so I would substitute Councillor Ferguson's name in the motion in lieu of Councillor Partridge's. Madam Clerk, I don't know if you want to distribute the motion at this point in time. I did have the opportunity to email everyone several days ago. I had asked for opportunities for amendments or input to change the motion. What you have, I think, is a little different than I emailed. I took into account suggestions made by members of council, and so it would be moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Ferguson, regarding the discontinuation of the transit lane pilot program. Whereas the number of vehicular accidents has significantly increased along the transit-only pilot route, and whereas many commercial operators have been adversely affected by the implementation and operation of the transit-only pilot project, and whereas there are no documented transit benefits listed in the transit-only pilot report, and whereas the transit-only lane pilot project has created unnecessary traffic congestion, causing lengthy delays for downtown shoppers, residents, workers, and merchants. Therefore, be it resolved, Part A, that the transit-only lane pilot project be discontinued. B, that staff be directed to make the necessary arrangements to return the transit lane to a fully functional lane for all vehicles. And C, that staff be directed to prepare a bylaw to amend bylaw 01-215 to reflect these changes and present to council for enactment. And if I could speak to that motion, Mr. Chairman. As someone who didn't, I'll be upfront again, as I was at our last council meeting in December, and I'll try to be a little bit more brief. Apparently, I was over the allotted time. I was reminded of that today. However, I want to be upfront that I was someone who opposed this, and one of the fears that I had at the time was that this was less about a pilot project than it was about the implementation, the early implementation of a higher order transit system. And I think I've heard many comments here today that have talked about we need to prepare ourselves, this needs to be expanded, we know what's on the horizon in terms of LRT. And so my fear is that when we debated this at Public Works, and it was defeated at Public Works, I'll remind everyone, and then it was reintroduced at Council, and it passed at Council. Nothing untoward about that. Those are our rules. However, during those debates, the concern that I had was that that this was the implementation, the slow implementation, the backdoor implementation, as you will, of LRT or a BRT system ahead of all of the information that Mr. Dixon provided here today. And I think what you've heard, and it's been said before in many forums, both at committee and at council, is that we're not rapid ready right now. We're 10, 12, 15 years away from technically requiring, a higher order transit system to respond to the intensification issues that we know that we're dealing with, like other municipalities are across the province, to deal with congestion issues, like other municipalities are across the province. And so I left myself wondering as I read this report, as one mentioned, what problems are we trying to solve? I didn't see anything in the report that changed my opinion. I didn't expect to see any information in the report today or what was released a couple of weeks ago that would suggest that we need to continue on, not just continue with the transit-only lane, but expand the transit-only lane. And I think Mr. Dixon made a really good point today when he said, we confirm, we agree that the report that's in front of us, quote, and I wrote it down, is deficient in hard metrics. So for all the talk about let's wait for the data, I think now that after we've read the report, we can clearly state, and we confirmed today that we can't confirm that there are additional transit riders who've been on the bus. We can't confirm, in fact, that there are individuals who are getting from point A to point B quicker than they were before. We certainly heard today, we confirmed that there's schedule adherence, which means that the buses are probably more often times than not on time now. That's a good thing. But for me, this whole pilot project has been about its impact on the core, and I failed from the beginning to see why we would treat the downtown, one of our busiest commercial districts, as a transportation guinea pig, and that's essentially what we've done. And what we've learned from that, in my mind, is that accidents are up, businesses have been negatively affected by this pilot project, traffic congestion has been artificially created from one end of the core to the other, and I'm not certain what other jurisdictions in Ontario, Canada, or beyond would consider those metrics a success. So I'm looking now at where we're going in the future. We heard quite clearly that we might reach the technical point in time a decade from now with substantial investments from this council. And the hardest thing to do as we deal with issues around this table is not to deal with them as one-offs. You heard earlier today that our arts community is looking for a budget enhancement through the 2015 budget process. We took years to study the funding formula associated with arts and the grants that we provide to organizations. And the last council said, unaffordable at this time, but the new council should deal with it. And so on the surface, adding another $1 million to the budget for the arts, based on the conclusions that were drawn in the reports that were given to us, seems like a simple issue to deal with. But when you add that to the monies that Mr. Dixon will bring to the table and suggest, and to answer Councillor Ferguson's question, I think it was 8% over the next 10 years we're looking at. When you add that to the infrastructure issues that the mayor and this entire council has raised over the last number of years, and we start talking about an extra 0.5%, 1%, 2% on the tax levy to assist with those issues, and then take all the other priorities that we have in the organization, EMS response times, fire, police, public health, add all those other pressures that we have, and you can start to see that as you separate these issues and don't treat them in isolation, it's not as easy as saying, you know what, we're wholeheartedly committed to that extra 50 to 60 million over the next 10 years. Just throw it onto the tax levy. Let's look for new user fees, and Bob's your uncle. And so it's not that easy. And in a perfect world, maybe it should be or could be, but it's not. And I'm not suggesting that for a moment that we can't deal with these issues. But it's not as simple as just looking at this and saying, let's live with it now. And I've asked the questions over and over again. I hate to belabor this point, especially for those who were here last term. The design issues will be absolutely almost impossible to overcome. And I've heard from my business from the beginning that with an LRT design and the no left in, no left out on Queenston Road just isn't going to work. I confirmed just after the summer of last year, I went up to our staff and clearly asked, are there any other design alternatives that I can offer up to my businesses that might suggest that there's increased access for them on the horizon, for them or their customers? The answer was no. There are design changes that come that we can't overcome. Now I extend that to this project here and say, how do we get past that pinch point at Wellington? And I didn't expect Mr. Dixon to have the answer today, and I actually don't expect to have him tomorrow or any other time, because there aren't a lot of options. Yeah, we could take out the gateway there that council constructed about a decade ago. We might be able to gain another lane of traffic there, but you're still left with, as you make your way along, especially as you head east, try to picture Queenston Road operating without a lane in each direction in the curb lane. Try to picture that any time of the day. Try to picture it during the peak periods, how it will operate. And I can't imagine it. I can't imagine telling my community that they can't use 2 lanes of traveled roadway on one of the busiest streets in the municipality. So I am thinking forward. I'm thinking about where we're going to end up 3, 5, 6 years from now when we start to then try to sell this project to businesses and residents when we know the inconveniences that are going to come. So I certainly don't envy the future councils who are going to have to deal with that when we reach the time where we hit that 2,000 passengers during the peak period. The landscape of this municipality will change. And let's not kid ourselves. For as much as we're enjoying intensification today, and we have more cranes in the downtown than we've ever seen in my lifetime, or probably the generation before me, our assessment growth currently is still coming from, and I confirm this for those of you who were in our budget meeting the other day, our assessment growth is coming from Binbrook and Flamborough. And we are not reaching our intensification target numbers today. We're not close. I know we're building, I think, 1,800 units per year. That's not hitting the provincial targets. Our population numbers are not hitting the provincial targets. So the numbers that you heard today are based on a growth strategy, numbers provided by the province, growth targets, that we're not currently meeting. So if we think it's 10 years, it could actually be even going to suggest when that date might be. I just want to confirm that, in fact, we're nowhere near the point where we need to implement this from McMaster. And I had the opportunity, as Councillor Jackson said as well, to speak to my constituency through the election process. And I heard loud and clear from them that they're not ready for this. They're not supportive of it. I made my comments last council meeting in December about LRT. I'm not going to reiterate those today, but the feelings and the sentiments are very much the same in regards to that project as well. And that's why I have, with great confidence here today, I know that my community is supportive of this, certainly not unanimous, but we rarely find unanimity with any issue we deal with. My community is very much in support of what we have here today, and they're very concerned about what's on the horizon if, in fact, this is defeated.
Thank you, Councillor Collins. Councillor Farr.
Thank you, and I appreciate the movers' consistency on this issue, and certainly that goes back to, I believe, a Public Works meeting that I wasn't part of last term of council. However, as indicated, this issue of a TOL pilot was pulled from the agenda, brought to council, and then supported. And 5, I believe, were against. 2 of those 5, by the way, argued that they would support it, but it wasn't a long enough track to do so, which was an interesting debate that night. But we got some good support, and I'm glad we had that opportunity, and hopefully still have that opportunity to improve and engage and get some polling stats working in our favor as it relates to sustainable development here in this great city that I just love. So we know we're making a decision here now that staff does not endorse. We know that. That's in the report. We know that we can maintain this with enhancements. We could put parking back on the north side, west of Bay. We can look at signal priority and address the log jam at King and James, even King and McNabb. We can look at where we're heading with the new tech that we have up in Ward 6 at the Traffic Command Center, which is probably going to come in very handy along this current route. When it comes time for the Pan Am Games. I was up there, I took the tour. It's a great facility, and one person at one computer with a wall of screens able to fix log jams from that desk. That technology is in Hamilton. That technology could benefit as we hopefully work towards enhancing what we have with respect to the TOL and the vision we have for this city. We know that 20 new business licenses were issued during the TOL timeframe. Massive take-up on incentives all along this stretch. Assessment is up in Ward 2, and I believe at our last budget meeting, I think it was 1.1%. And that's been an argument for and against, actually, today, which is interesting. We know there are 5 minutes of inconvenience periods at a peak period for those behind the wheel of their automobiles as it relates to what we did find. That's statistically shown in this report. We know about these current policies, and this, again, I would reiterate, is pretty important stuff as we are, of course, to represent our constituents, our great citizens of the City of Hamilton as it relates to making decisions about their future, their children's future, and their children's children's future. So we have strategic objectives that say improve transportation. We have voted on in favor of supporting multimodal transportation options. We have our 2010 HSR operational review that says reduce transit travel time and come up with more reliable transit service. We obviously have our Rapid Ready Expanding Mobility Choices report that was unanimously endorsed. We have our new official plan. These are decisions we made as a collective representing the good people of Hamilton, and as it relates in our UHOP, our new Hamilton official plan, in developing options in a staged manner to improve our transit. We have the 2007 Transportation Master Plan and approved transportation strategy there, and of course the 2 motions on the LRT that I mentioned before. All of this obviously adds up to a movement through and mandates of this and previous councils to work towards a sustainable future, and one that will not only maintain the attraction that we're seeing right now and the investment we're seeing right now, but create even greater investment and an even stronger tax base that is a benefit to all of us here. We know about those current policies. We know we have a transit director as well that's meeting with Metrolinx in just 2 days, folks. And we know on February the 6th that he'll offer a full presentation that reminds us of some of our past policies and where he intends to take us in the next 10 years as a guy who signed off on a report that's before us today, of which we're making a decision on that should not be considered a light decision in any capacity, that endorses making some changes and adjustments but keeping this TOL lane. He's told us that it is a good thing for our transit customer and that we want to say goodbye to decades of ridership stagnation, which is also in the report. We're not getting anywhere with what we're doing now, so why the hell would we keep doing it? The definition of insanity. Keep doing the same thing and hope something changes. I don't know who said it. I'm not big on cliches. We know Waterloo, and I'm very glad the mayor made the point, because we even moved a motion, myself and Councillor McCaddy, last term of council, in our movement towards LRT. We should do the same thing and share with our community the positives. And one big positive in Waterloo was, and what won the day on the vote for LRT in a community that has less ridership than ours for sure, was the cost of doing nothing. That's a very key argument our mayor has made today, and I'm glad he made it. And we still are not there in answering what we've asked and directed staff to do. And I think that goes a long way for helping those that may be on the fence about changing the way we think about moving and planning this for the city and moving into the future and thinking about the future. If we can have good, tangible arguments that can show the cost of doing nothing in Hamilton. It worked in Waterloo, it could work here. LRT's worked in so many communities, it could work here. Bus lanes have worked in other communities, and none of them, I don't think, that I've looked at have had this kind, all of them have had similar issues as it relates to folks that initially were opposed and were quite vocal about that opposition. I'm not surprised. And staff told us we could expect it, and certainly it did occur, and I was in the front lines, like I said earlier. So we know the cost of doing nothing, I think, and I know about as well, just personally, 11 pals who in the late 80s, we all went to Delta together. Somebody called us in the yearbook the Potentials, and they made the decision, all 11, there was 12 of us, I'm the only guy that stayed, because I really did still love this town, to get the heck out of Dodge. They all took off. They're all doing very, very well. They lived up to their potential, and they're feeding into the economies right now in a very big way in places like Toronto and Vancouver. And I have a 9-year-old son, and when I make decisions around this table, big ones like the one that we're making today, I think about him and where my 11 buddies were at not too long ago who left and never came back. And I want him at the very least to at least consider doing what Dad did, sticking around, because there's a lot of options and a lot of opportunities. This is a big decision today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Farr. I have Councillor Aidan Johnson and Councillor Matthew Green. So, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Without taking up too much time, I hope, I just want to clarify for my colleagues why I intend to oppose the motion today. And I really appreciate all of the very nuanced and thoughtful arguments that I've heard throughout our discussion of this matter, both today and in other conversations. There are good arguments for Councillor Collins' motion, dare I say it, but I'm more compelled by the many good arguments that would lead us to oppose the motion. And I just want to briefly outline the 5 that I hate them for the sake of clarity and for the sake of explaining where I'm coming from. So, as I see it, the 5 arguments for opposing this motion and keeping the bus lane are as follows. 1, community building. 2, economic. 3, ecological. 4, equality, concern for equality. And 5, which I'm going to call needs versus wants. And how if something is a need, you need to treat it as a need. And the reason I have to oppose the motion today is if I support the motion, I'm opposing a need. And I think we need to support needs. So I'll explain what I mean by that at the very end. So argument number 1, community building. Councillor Marula has made a very compelling argument, and I agree with him, that if we oppose the bus lane, we send a negative, non-desirable message to the province. And I think he's absolutely right from a political perspective. This bus lane is not just a bus lane. This bus lane is a symbol of our intent to move forward in a serious way with public transportation in Hamilton. To support Councillor Collins' motion is to oppose good, thoughtful, rational, forward movement building public transportation in Hamilton. And with great respect to my colleague, Councillor Collins, that is hugely on my mind as I deliberate in the debate. I think within Councillor Marula's point about sending the wrong message to the province is a point about community building, in that the bus lane and building better public transportation within Hamilton is about building community between Hamilton and the rest of the province. We have to think about public transportation within our municipality in ways that get our workers, our citizens, to the GO line so they can partake of community and economic activity in other parts of the province. We need to think of the bus lane as inter-municipal community. We also have to think about inter-ward community. Right now, the norm in Hamilton is for your average Hamiltonian to drive a car, get in that car, go to the grocery store, go to wherever it is that she needs to go, and not do too much stopping along the way. And this is not good for interward understanding. It's not good for building a more beautiful and friendship-filled region. It simply is not. If we build better public transportation in Hamilton, and the bus lane is the first baby step in that journey, we provide opportunities for Hamiltonians to discover and explore other parts of the city. And yes, it's a problem that too much of our public transportation thinking and implementation has to do with east-west. Absolutely, we need to be looking at how do we bring mountain folk down and lower city folk up. Absolutely, we have to be thinking about how do we bring urban people into the rural part of our beautiful region and vice versa. But again, the bus lane is simply one baby step toward that absolutely vital project. So that's the argument for the bus lane as a form of community building. Second argument, economic. The bus lane goes through my ward. McMaster University is a huge part of my ward. As I see it, the bus lane and LRT as the logical extension is a necessary step forward in terms of including McMaster within the city in a real way and harnessing the full economic potential of McMaster. Are we in favor of that or are we not? Very significantly, the Chamber of Commerce of Hamilton supports forward movement in public transportation in the city. Why? Because it's a good, efficient way to move workers around the city to where there are jobs. I come from a ward that is incredibly diverse. One of the things I love most about the ward is that we have low-income people and high-income people within the ward. We have many business leaders in the ward. We have professors of economics in the ward. Something that struck me as I've had conversations about public transportation within Ward 1, through which this bus lane rolls, is that I've encountered so many people who sometimes vote conservative, who find themselves in many debates on the economically conservative, fiscal conservative side of the political spectrum, who are in favor of forward motion in public transportation with the bus lane as a baby step, precisely because they recognize that if Hamilton wants to be serious as a city, thank you very much, Councillor Farr. If Hamilton wants to be serious as a city and actually build our economy and actually brand ourselves as a true cosmopolitan place and actually tell the provincial and national and international business community that we are a real city that takes itself seriously with an educated, sophisticated population, that we need good public transportation. This is why many fiscal conservatives and business leaders in my ward are in favor of forward motion in public transportation. That's the economic argument for the bus lane and for LRT beyond it. Third reason, ecological. Councillor Whitehead made a very subtle point. We don't have definitive empirical data demonstrating that emissions, carbon emissions, are reduced by the status quo bus lane. We do not have that. Nonetheless, the fact remains that there is a climate change crisis and it is real. I think that when we are all dead, to the extent that anyone cares to think about us, we will be remembered based on how we contributed to the climate change crisis and solutions or non-solutions. I think as a municipality, we need to be building sustainable transportation. We need to be building attractive, realistic ways for people to move around, not in solo driver cars. And to be clear, this is not a car grab. I am the proud owner of a car. I am the proud owner of a driver's license. Driving is fun. This is in no way an anti-car driver opposition that I'm advancing. Rather, it's a pro-public transportation argument that I'm advancing. So, fourth argument, equality. It just is the case that low-income people use public transportation more than higher-income people because they can't afford cars. I think we should be building good, strong public transportation in Hamilton out of respect for low-income families. It just is the case that many disabled people and elderly people cannot drive or cannot drive often due to their disability. We need to respect them and provide good transportation options for them. It is also the case that the young, whether they are below the legal driving age or above it and just student poor or youth poor, can't afford cars. So therefore, in supporting the bus lane, I see this very much as an anti-ageist measure. This is good for the youth of Hamilton. Final argument. Needs versus wants. And this argument is inspired in part by a word in the final preamble whereas in Councillor Collins' motion. So the final whereas the transit-only lane project has created unnecessary traffic congestion, causing lengthy delays, etc. The word I take issue with in that particular statement is the word unnecessary. I did not get from our staff report that the bus lane is unnecessary. Rather, I got that it is not necessary in the mega short term. I don't believe that we should be making decisions based on what is necessary or unnecessary in the mega short term. I'm interested in the longer short term. I'm interested in the medium term. And in those terms, we have to do what is right for the economy. We have to do what is right for our workers. We have to do what is right for our city and for building friendship and love and sustainability within Hamilton. And yes, there are flaws in the bus lane. I hope that nothing I've said is misunderstood as a denial of the flaws that exist in the bus lane. I think we should reform the bus lane, and that is very different from destroying the bus lane. And for those reasons, I have to oppose this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Green.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. To my colleague with his eloquent defense of the bus lane, I'd like to really zero in on the equality aspect because it's, we're talking about good best practices in urban planning, and I think the same goes in governance, that we weigh all of our residents equally. And if we look at that photo, this idea of being technically, creating a technical need around a 2,000 ridership, I think is erroneous as a government. And what we need to do is look at the equality of our residents and say, if it's about 50-50, which is what your poll, or 45 or 55, which is what my colleague's poll had suggested, that's about right. That reflects the numbers that are up there, which suggests that there are 50 or 45% of our population in that corridor at any given time riding on this lane. So to step back from this process, to step back from public transit, essentially is telling people, or at least 45% of the population, they're not a priority. And I think a best practice as a council in weighing that equity and equality is essential. I mean, having been a person who takes the bus myself, I can say I make lots of friends, as my colleague has suggested, as well as to the point of my colleague earlier that indeed for as many people that are driving downtown that are elderly, we have just as much elderly, people with mobility issues, people who are traveling across to get to places like Ancaster, traveling an hour and a half to get there. These are priorities. And so my concern is that if we walk away from this bus lane in the shortest term, smallest 2-kilometer example of public transit as a way forward, we are sending a message to a very large segment of our residents that they are in fact not equal in terms of priority. So for that reason, and amongst all the other ones that have been suggested by my colleagues, I will also be opposing the removal of the bus lane. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Councillor Whitehead.
I don't think this is, I mean, I don't want to get into the pitting situation because it really isn't. My issue is whether, from a timing point of view, because inevitably, without question, there's going to be need for dedicated lanes when we meet in best practices. I mean, what's the point of having best practices, by the way? What's the point of having processes that determine the next level of decision making? What's the point of having that? There's none. If we're going to start prematurely making decisions in advance of those best practices, we've pretty well heard from our experts, that the bus lane is not needed today. We also heard that the marginal improvement is so minuscule relative to the challenges that it's created. If you balance those two areas of issues, clearly it's the issues and the challenges outweigh the benefit of that short distance of a bus lane. So I guess my concern is this is not about saying no to something that is progressive and about city building and doing, but there's a time and place for those things. We don't build roofs before we build foundations. When we talk about community, I mean, Councillor DeVal and Councillor Jackson, anyone who lives on the mountain, or certainly the stats we see in the lower city, indicate very clearly that the issue has nothing to do with bus lanes in regards to the deficiency of a public transit system. So you want to build communities? Fix the problem. The problem is not bus lanes. The problem is that we don't have enough buses. We haven't made those investments. We don't have enough capacity to deal with the current problems. And I would garner that if you went out to your community right now and said, do you prefer the continuation of the bus lane, or would you prefer us, with the very limited resources we have, to make investment in more buses on this stretch? The answer inevitably is going to be, give us more buses. Because staff has never said for even a moment, talk about equality, that there's been an issue or a problem with the delivery of the bus service along this east-west corridor. They've never said there's a problem. I think, in fact, it got to the point, what problem are we trying to solve? Well, we're not trying to solve a problem now, but inevitably, we will be at that tipping point where these things will be needed. I think the argument really is about timing. It's not about saying no to something that's progressive and that, city build and all those kinds of wonderful things. I'm not saying no. I believe that that's where we're going to end up. I think the difference is the timing. And I really believe in best practices. I really believe that there's a reason why our experts go through these long processes and failures and successes to derive best practices to lay those things out for us to follow, or at least consider. And now we're not even considering, we don't want to consider the best practices. We want to support something that was prematurely put in front of us, not by staff, wasn't staff that came to this council and said, it's time for us to consider a pilot project for bus lanes. It wasn't staff that did that. If they did, we'd probably have a different discussion right now. It was politically driven. It was politically driven in the context of the LRT. So when I look at that and people trying to characterize that we're against something, we're against the progressive public transit system and building of communities and city build, I'm not against it. I'm for it. The question is, when you look at the challenge of the deficits in the mountain, and you look at the deficits on the very corridor that we're talking about, 1,100 people being passed on Barton, was it a month or a day? I believe the numbers are. So we have significant issues today. The bus lane doesn't address those issues at all. So let's get on with addressing and making the appropriate investments to be a progressive community and really put our money where our mouth is in regards to weighting that as a priority than fiddling around with a bus lane that's premature. And let's take that information, and I'm not necessarily supporting ending it, because here's the question I'm going to need to ask probably to the clerk. If I end up supporting the motion as written here today, and we plug this information into the master transportation study, and at the other end, with through the city engagement and all those things, will we now need 2/3 vote to reconsider the establishment of a more extensive and broader bus lane in the lower city?
Mr. Chairman, I think if you defeat the bus lane as it is now, it probably would most likely have to have a reconsideration if it's within
So that's the challenge I have with this particular motion. So that's my position, has been let's suspend it. And when I mean suspend it, I mean let's not continue running it. And for full disclosure, I did mention the poll. That poll, interesting enough, even though 60% of the population are against bus lanes, there was another question in regards to the, are you in favor of suspending and removing the bus lanes pending further community engagement? And 50% of the population said yes. And then the other question, so full disclosure, in favor of keeping the bus lanes active during the community engagement, and the answer was 50% yes. So there's a 50% yes to say, look, let's further this dialogue. Let's further this discussion. I'm not on to continue the operation right now because I think it creates more problems than it solves. And let's have that broader community engagement. So I'm leaning to the 50% that said let's suspend it and plug it into that broader process. But certainly, even on this poll, it says that 50% of the population would be supportive of us continuing, tweaking, and have a broader consultation in regards to public transit needs in this community. So there's your full disclosure. My position is that we suspend it, not end it. I don't want to have to revisit 2/3 vote in a year or 2 years, depending. I don't want to presume what comes out of that public consultation process. I don't want to presume that, because I think if we're really going there open-minded and having an open-minded process, then let's not make predeterminations today. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Councillor Whitehead. Councillor Ferguson, please.
One question on process, through you again to the clerk. Item 3 says the staff be directed to prepare a bylaw to amend bylaw 01215, which I assume is the bylaw that created the bus lane, to reflect these changes and present to council for future enactment. Wouldn't it be simply to say that we rescind that bylaw?
Through Mr. Chairman, if the original bylaw that went forward was to just add the transit-only lane, we could have repealed it. However, it was an amendment to the overall traffic bylaw, which included other amendments, not just the bus-only lane. So they would have to go back and amend that. I believe it was bill number 315. They would have to go back and amend that so that it only affected the transit-only lane, not the original.
Okay, we can't say that in our motion that we rescind the buses only lane, transit only lane.
No, staff does need to. I'm sorry, through you, Mr. Chairman.
We're going to have this debate all over again when that bylaw comes back to us. So there's no way we can deal with it right today.
No, through you, Mr. Chairman, if we are discontinuing transit-only lane, not suspending, but if we're discontinuing it, that bylaw would need to be amended accordingly so that it would come before council to be approved. It wouldn't be up for discussion again because you're directing them here to prepare it and just bring it to council to be enacted.
Okay,
If it's being discontinued, that might be another
That's all.
thing I'll
Thank you,
double
Mr. Chair.
check.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Mayor Fred, please.
So I just want to work with the dynamics here because I get a pretty sense of where this is going, but the staff have kind of previously reported that it is difficult to make this change until the spring. So can we hear a little bit more about if we were to enact this today, what are you going to do?
Mr. Chair, what we would do immediately if it goes through is we would remove the overhead signs.
Yep.
And what we can do is the bus logos that are in the road, we can get those off. We wouldn't repaint the lines until the spring, just because in this weather and the conditions, it wouldn't. So it's a three main things that will be done, but getting the overhead signs out can be done, as well as the removing the logo from the road would be.
Well, yeah, okay. You can remove the logo, but you can't paint lines in this kind of climate and conditions. Doesn't work.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Duval.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And earlier I supported the motion of Councillor Fard because after doing some talking with them that there might have been a chance, there might have been some more information with our staff when they're going to see the province. But however, we don't know what that information was going to be or if it was even going to make a difference, but I was willing to give it to that chance. And this council has voted and thought it would be, and we lost. The motion has been lost and saying that they don't think it's got any relevant effect for it. As much as our staff has even said that, I think I heard from the city manager and Mr. Dixon that we don't feel that canceling the bus lane at this particular time would be a detrimental to any kind of funding coming forward. I've been very open, and I've always said it, that I like to see what's going to happen going in the future, especially with the LRT, the BRT. We're still waiting for the financing on that to see where we can go. But we did have a trial period, and I mean a pilot project on the bus-only lane, and that's what we're talking about here. I understand, it's BRT and LRT, but the pilot project has failed, as I see. My residents have told me that they're frustrated. I understand there's people that are very, very interested in wanting to make sure that they have some type of transportation lane that will help them in the downtown core. But what we have in front of us is not working. The information that our staff has given to us of saying the alternatives is to remain at status quo. Modify the west side of it, of putting the parking on the other side. I have no idea what that's going to do to change this frustration of traffic jam-ups. We can extend the pilot period and put it into the master, look for all that information, that data, and put it into the master transportation plan review. And I think that's where Councillor Whitehead was coming from. Or we can discontinue it. So I believe, and when I asked the question where the big problem comes into, and it's that bottleneck. And when I asked the question, should we have the bottleneck removed? Would that make any kind of improvements? I got an answer of, maybe not really. We don't have to remove it. But I know one thing, and I'm just saying this hypothetically. If LRT was to ever come in here and we all agreed, unanimously said yes, it's not going to be working like the way it is now. There's just no way you're going to go through that little bottleneck with an LRT line and not have traffic jam up. So I truly believe that we're at our wit's end, and let staff go back and take all this information and put it into the master transportation plan and then come back. But to continue with the bus lane only as it is now, and even with a little bit of tweaking, I don't think it's going to help the situation, and that's what I've been hearing from my residents. So I don't want to kill this going forward. I would like to see it suspended until that master plan review comes And that's where I said, so I don't know if the mover is willing to do that, and I'll leave it up to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Duvall. Councillor Pearson.
Deputy Mayor, and certainly hearing the comments around the table. First, I want to comment to Councillor Farr. It was Albert Einstein's quote, just so you know. But, you know, I was supportive earlier of waiting till we get the more comprehensive report on February the 6th. I think right now, and when I'm hearing around the table, the concern is obviously suspending this gives us an opportunity to get more information. There may be some changes, and you know, I wrote down here that it's like throwing the baby out with the bathwater. We started a process. Let's see that we can tweak it and make things better. It may mean not having it as a total transit-only lane. It might be time-specific jurisdictions or areas that it can be done. There's so many things that I think staff can come back with. I've got some suggestions I'd like to speak offline with about possibilities. I don't know if it can be done, so I'd like to talk to David about that and staff. But, you know, we don't know exactly what residents and the businesses did expect. I think this has really been an eye-opener, and certainly will give them a better opportunity of saying what they will and will not accept going forward. I think by shutting this down today, we basically said we're not interested in any of this. And I understand. I mean, I know when we were dealing with the LRT and the Rapid Ready Transit Plan, and I know what Councillor Collins is coming from, because I raised the issues even with it going further east. It's going to be no left turns in any of that stretch of roadway. Are we sure businesses and residents are going to be able to accept that in the future? We have no idea at this point, but we're never going to have 100% compliance on it. I really believe that if we shut this down today, we're just opening doors saying no. Nothing will happen, and I don't want to take that position. I think that there is some opportunity that we can keep some more information coming to the table, and that information may be, just as has been mentioned, timing of signalization. This not only would benefit the downtown core and transit, it's going to benefit the whole city. And that process, that system is just coming into service now. So what are the opportunities that we may be just letting go by the wayside? And anything coming forward later on, we'll just say, you know what, we've gone down that road, we're not doing it again. I don't believe that that's a decision we should be taking today. And I really don't think the province is going to take the position, well, you know what, Hamilton's just sent a message, they're not interested. I think they'll still sit at the table. So right now, I would rather, firmly, and I would rather see that we suspend this and give it the opportunity that we need to give this. There's been a lot of things that came into this process in the last year that really were unfair for the for the review for the whole time to begin with. I mean, we had construction in the downtown core. We had shutdowns in the core. As Councillor Duvall and Councillor Jason Farr said, we had a number of things that affected this particular stretch, and it's totally unfair to say that it was the bus-only lane that caused it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pearson. Mayor Fred, could you just take the chair for a moment, please?
Absolutely. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Well, I understand public transit, I understand busing, and I do have family and cousins that live in Hamilton. I'm not an outsider, born over here at St. Joe's and raised on the farm where I'm at. As I said before, my daughter uses the transit. I do have some issues with the bus-only lane. So with some of my residents, I have residents who have businesses downtown. I have residents who have business right on King Street, on Barton Street, and accessing using King Street. One of the things that's been my pet peeve the whole time with this bus lane is traffic that still uses the bus lane gets away with it. And speeds up through there and I don't know, there's some report here on amount of tickets, offenses. There's a heck of a lot of cars and trucks speed down there and make their way through. And for me, one of the concerns is for pedestrians. The way they go through there, at some point in time, and God forbid that somebody gets hit, but they do speed through there. And I go that way home all the time, heading out towards the west. It's discontinuation of the transit lane only, Mr. Mayor. We're not taking buses away. We're just going back to something we had. And as I heard from my colleagues around the table, we need more buses. People are being left behind. funding. This is a pilot project, and at this point in time now, listening to all the information we got, Mr. Dixon, you did a terrific job down here on the floor. Answered the questions very well. When I'm reading into this and what I'm hearing, we didn't do this project the way we should have done it. I guess at this point in time, Mr. Mayor, I'm at the point that, I'm looking at supporting Councillor Collins' motion and discontinuation of the transit lane, and really consider, we as a council need to really consider getting some more buses on the road for the residents. Support public transit. It's an important part of the downtown urbanization. So that.
Okay, thank you. I'll turn it back over. I have no further speakers unless you have a list, so carry on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have no further speakers. So we're to the point where Councillor Collins' motion, second by Councillor Ferguson, and that's for discontinuation of the transit-only lane program. Standing recorded vote. Councillor Collins' motion. Okay. So, all in favor of the motion? Standing recorded vote, please. Councillor Jackson, Councillor Collins, Councillor Conley, Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Vanderbeek, and Councillor Pacific. Opposed? Councillor Whitehead, Councillor Duvall, Councillor Marula, Councillor Green, Councillor Farr, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Pearson, and Mayor Fred Eisenberg. The motion. Councillor Collins' motion. We have
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I have 6 yeas and 8 nays, so
motion, Councillor Collins' motion is. Okay. I had Councillor Whitehead first here.
So the motion I spoke to was to suspend the bus lanes indefinitely, plug all the data into the master transportation study, and for the staff to bring back a report on some of the changes that might be necessary in the interim to address the parking meter issues and so forth. So I'm not prepared to make a decision because I don't know what the costing is or what the plan is. But I think right now the issue is just to suspend the bus lane, plug all the information into the master transportation study, and bring back a report on what else we might need during the suspension period that you may not be able to answer today. That's the motion.
Okay, so I have a speakers list here again. First on here, I had Councillor Johnson. Councillor Johnson, Councillor Marula, Councillor Farr, and Councillor Jackson. Councillor Johnson?
I'm willing to give up my spot.
Willing to give up? Okay. Councillor Marula?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I'm not really sure what the benefit of this endeavor is. I'm not sure if we can suck and blow at the same time. So I'm just wondering, in all fairness, although I didn't support it, Councillor Collins was pretty transparent and open and direct about his intent. He says, eliminate the bus lane. This version is suspending the bus lane. So through you to staff, what exactly will that mean? Do you understand what the actual motion is?
Jerry?
So through the chair, the suspension of the bus lane would result in the work being required, as I mentioned earlier, to be done. But talking with both traffic and parking under their delegated authority, they could implement that if a suspension is the decided option for council. So we can proceed with we would remove the overhead signs, we would take the logos off the road. In the spring, we would go back repaint. There's still the cost associated with redoing that, but that can all be done. And talking with both Martin and Ted, they have delegated authority to proceed.
In essence, that's exactly what they just voted down, was it not? To you, Mr. Chairman? In essence, exactly the same, except one's a temporary shutdown and the other one is permanent? I'm trying to wrap my mind around this, so just please someone help me with the logic. Somebody answer that? No? All right, so we've now voted down the fact that Councillor Collins wanted to eliminate it, and now we're eliminating it, but we might be looking at it again in the future. Do you, Mr. Chairman, to Councillor Whitehead, is that what the intent is?
I would have supported Councillor Collins' motion. The problem is when I heard that it would be finished and you'd have to have 2/3 vote to overturn it during this term of council, and also understanding that we have a master transportation study, which the Rapid Ready report is being plugged into, I wasn't prepared to draw that line in the sand just yet. I want to have that engagement opportunity, and the problem with Councillor Collins' motion is it would have brought a higher test in regards to, at the end of that process, to address those issues.
I don't know how we can try to have it both ways. At the end of the day, I prefer to look at this issue in a transparent, open, and somewhat genuine manner. I think it's somewhat disingenuine in nature, and I'm not suggesting that in a negative way. I think there's some confusion. I'm just trying to, again, focus in on what will the end game be. At the end of that 4-year period, what will the intent be?
There's somebody staff who can answer that?
Anybody. I'm just wondering what
the question is to me.
What's the purpose and objective, please?
So the purpose from my perspective is to take all the information we've learned and garnered from the bus lane experience, plug it in with Rapid Ready to inform that master transportation study, which I believe is going to be completed in 2016. There will be a broader public transit and community engagement through that period, and then see what comes out of that at the end of it. And if, in fact, at the end of it, that the bus lane gets prioritized for reasons that I don't want to presume what comes out of that process, but I want to at least have the latitude to address it when that report comes back, and this provides that latitude.
But through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, to staff, did we not conclude that the sample size wasn't sufficient enough to have any conclusion? And what's going to change by suspending it when no new data will be coming forward?
Jerry?
I apologize. I was
okay, Chris. No, I'm as baffled as you are. My question is, if we're suspending the lane itself and no new data will be forthcoming, the data will be the existing data, which now we're just delaying for 4 years to evaluate in the global process? Is that, how exactly is that beneficial? And even in the report itself, it read that the data wasn't even a sufficient sample size at this point. Hence, we should be looking at expanding that sample size, not delaying it for 4 years to evaluate. It is the most nonsensical thing, and I mean that with all due respect. It's nonsensical to an extreme. I could never support it. I'd be shocked if anyone supported it. So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, to Jerry, please help me understand why anybody would support this and how it helps us in evaluating our transit needs.
Jerry, if you can.
Through the chair, part of the citywide transportation master plan is a comprehensive community engagement. So if this is built into that plan, we will then, you would have a wider discussion regarding the transit-only lane, and not just that, but also, as Dave had indicated throughout his presentation, what's the long term? That it's just that it's a 10-year citywide transportation master plan. It will address the issue. So there will be more community engagement, which will where we can build in what has taken place into that plan.
But we're talking about the existing data that we're now terminating and then reviewing 4 years from now, which means it won't even be relevant because because of the increased intensification, because of the change of demographics in the core, everything's going to, 4 years from now, 4 years ago, the downtown wasn't as it is today, nor will it be 4 years from now. So the data literally becomes garbage and irrelevant. Why would we tap into old samples that weren't even sufficient at this point, 4 years down the road, and how are they going to become even more sufficient or relevant at that point? Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
So, through the chair, the process is underway right now. We're bringing it back in 2016. So understanding that Councillor Mirula is saying it will be the current data collected and the comments will be from the community will be included in that, but we're reporting back in 2016 on that plan.
Literally, it's very rare when I'm speechless, but this is literally making me speechless. I just don't understand. It really is something that can't be supported. I'd be shocked if it were supported. And can we please just move forward? I think at this point, if we're going to look at suspending this and people want to talk about it, then let's do it 4 years down the road. Let's do it after Pan Am. Give it some sort of rational explanation. This is not a rational means of dealing with this issue. Although I disagreed with Councillor Collins, it made sense. Although, if anyone, at least you know where he stands. This one here, again, you can't have it both ways, and you can't suck and blow at the same time. I could never support that. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Murley. We have Councillor Farr.
Yeah, my sentiments as the previous speaker, I think that the objective with the mover of the motion is some form of middle ground. This is not the issue where we probably would benefit from supporting that sort of middle ground movement. And through you to Dave Dixon, you quoted, and I believe Councillor Vanderbeek was good enough to reiterate or remind us the cost of taking the paint away, and then I guess the cost of putting the paint back if we so choose by, I don't know, sort of living in limbo. Can you reiterate through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor?
Through the, excuse me, through the chair, approximately 100,000 to remove it and somewhere in that neighborhood to put it back.
Okay, so approximately $200,000 is the cost of what's before us right now, this motion. We can make this work. We had a really good debate today. Both sides of this argument offered tangible reasons to support or not, and we should respect that debate. We're going to have more. We're going to have a divisiveness, percentages like the mover of this motion is seeing in his polling that he's recently done. It's pretty close. In the polling, it was pretty close here today. But the fact remains, moments ago, we voted, and we voted not to nix what's before us on this short stretch. And we can, with the motion from Councillor Johnson, should we not support this, that won't take a great deal of debate, recommend that we follow through with what staff has endorsed in this report, which we've been debating for many, many hours now. Incapacities, take care of parking issues west of Bay, work with our traffic signal priority, work with our traffic management folks. We have award-winning people sitting up there and in the ante room right now listening to all of this, probably going, I could fix that, I could fix that. And we've heard from a very progressive community that supports the bus lane with great ideas on what they can fix. With a motion from Councillor Johnson, we can make this better. And while I appreciate, I think I know where the mover's coming from. He's looking to keep us all together on this and not put us in a position where we need this 2/3. I still can't support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Farr. Councillor Jackson, the floor is yours.
So, thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I'll just stay consistent with the back to basics theme and priorities I have for the residents that I represent. And last year, during the budget time, I strongly supported enhanced bus service on the mountain, the A-line from waterfront to the airport, more running times and buses and hiring of bus drivers to our complement of ATU and the HSR is needed this coming budget session. I'll be open-minded and more than happy to be favorable towards that. But, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I'm going to stay consistent in terms of saying the TOL isn't necessary at this time, and in my opinion, again, is causing much more aggravation and anxiety than it needs to. Thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. I have no further
Councillor Whitehead?
I think I moved the motion, but I didn't really speak to it. And I think I appreciate, I mean, this is one of those cases that I can tell you that I won't be supporting moving forward on it. So if that's where one of the councillors feels we should be going, then we're going to end up with a council position that I'm not sure what the message will be saying to staff. So be careful the road we walk. I thought I was moving a motion that was a compromised motion, one, that, and the only concern I had with Councillor, I would have supported Councillor Collins' motion, but for the question whether or not we would be shut down from revisiting this issue without a two-thirds majority in the balance of this term of council, it was pretty clear that we would need two-thirds majority to revisit that issue in this term of council. At the same time, we know that we have a comprehensive master transportation study that's going to engage the broader community in regards to the priorities. And I guess I've always been the one, you can fault me, and, Councillor Marilla's comments are valid, but you can fault me if I don't want to presume. I don't want to come across presuming positions and drawing lines in the sand in an engagement process. And by supporting no bus lanes for the balance of this term of council, that's what I'm doing. I'm drawing the line in the sand, and I'm presuming and not allowing that to be part of that overall overarching engagement and dialogue through the community. So if you're not supportive of the suspension of this and plugging into that engagement process, I respect that. I mean, I was just looking for, and I've always been there. In fact, I've been pretty open about not killing it, but suspending it and allowing for the greater. And the other backdrop, of course, is most of us came through an election and heard pretty loud and clear from our own community. And I think the mayor heard pretty clearly that there's a lot of we haven't done a good job in educating and talking and engaging our community on what the broader community, not just the local geographic area of the downtown, but I'm talking about the whole city, citywide. We haven't done a good job of telling the story. We really haven't done that. So this was an opportunity through this engagement process, the master transportation study, to do that. We got a chance now to tell the story, engage the community. And that is the reason why I thought this was the soft landing for the bus lane. But if we want to suspend it, I can tell you I won't be supporting any other motion to tinker with it until that engagement is completed. So, thank you.
I have Mayor Fred Eisenberger.
Just for 1 second. So let me just defend my Councillor Whitehead for a minute, because I don't think, for me, suspending it is better than killing it. And I can see the follow-up motion that's going to happen here. This one will fail, and then we're on to another motion that will attempt to support. That will fail. What's that? No. I'm talking about a follow-up motion that will come that will ask for a support of an option. That will fail, and then we are where? So I'm... Which is fine. But I just want to support Councillor Whitehead, because I don't think his idea was all that far-fetched, to be honest. I think we are heading towards hopefully an engagement process. Suspending it is better than killing it. So I just don't want to leave him stranded on this issue. I think his intentions were leave the door open for future inclusion in the master transportation plan, as opposed to taking it out altogether forever for the balance of this term. I think that was his intent. So I do support that intention quite clearly. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Farr?
Just to be clear to the mover of the motion, his motion entails a $200,000 expenditure to remove, albeit suspend, call it, instead of remove the bus lane. Is that right?
Actually, I think the question was asked of staff. That was what I had proposed, was that the staff would come back and tell what we actually would need to do to keep it safe without doing the whole $100,000 conversion. And that's why I incorporated that piece into the motion, to have staff to come back and try and help us understand and determine what would need to actually be done on the bare minimum to meet that suspension period.
Mr. Davis?
So I just was talking with staff. I mean, if it's suspended, we have to take it out. So there's not we can't go part way on it. We would have to remove the signs.
Thank you.
Restraight.
Thank you. I'm good. Thank you.
on Councillor Whitehead's motion to suspend. Seconded by Councillor Duval. All in favor of Councillor Whitehead's motion? And recorded vote. Okay, so we have Councillor Whitehead, Councillor Duval, Councillor Conley, Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Vanderbeek, Mayor Fred Eisenberger. Opposed? Councillor Jackson, Councillor Collins, Councillor Marula, Councillor Green, Councillor Farr, Councillor Aidan Johnson, Councillor Pearson, Councillor Pasuda. Vote please, Madam Clerk.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I have 6 yeas and 8 nays.
So I had first I had Councillor Aidan Johnson. Okay. And then Councillor Collins, I think you were next.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I think that all of these supporters of the bus lane recognize that reform is needed within the bus lane. So I'm going to move a motion. And it's seconded by Councillor Green. So, that the King Street transit-only lane be reconfigured in spring 2015 to the second lane from the north curb, with parking being reinstated in the north curb lane from Bay Street running westerly, and B, that staff evaluate potential improvements to signal operations to be implemented in spring 2015, including transit priority, in order to continue to improve the overall operations throughout the corridor and report to the General Issues Committee. That is the motion.
Motion moved by yourself and seconded by Councillor Green. Does everybody understand?
Would it just be read, please, one more time, Mr. Deputy Mayor, please?
Okay.
Sorry, Councillor Johnson,
No,
please.
Please repeat that, Councillor Johnson.
Thanks. It's a two-parter, Mr. Deputy Mayor. A, that the King Street transit-only lane be reconfigured in spring 2015 to the second lane from the north curb, with parking being reinstated in the north curb lane from Bay Street running westerly. And B, that staff evaluate potential improvements to signal operations to be implemented in spring 2015, including transit priority, in order to continue to improve the overall operations throughout the corridor and report to the General Issues Committee.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. All right, motion's been stated. Moved by Councillor Johnson, second by Councillor Matthew Green. All in favor of that motion, stand and record a vote.
Don't we have any discussion?
Only one discussion.
He called the question.
No, you can't call it a question without discussion.
I didn't have the speakers list when you said the call question.
Sorry?
I didn't have a speakers list at that time.
Well, you made it, and then all of a sudden, you're calling the questions. I'm sorry.
I didn't call, somebody called the question.
Whoever called it.
Doug Burns.
I said one second. Are you going to allow it?
Yeah. I'm going to allow Connie to speak. Where's yours?
No. It was a simple question. I just want to know timeline. Is this forever we're going to do this? Is this another year we're going to do the study? Or what was the idea of doing this? There's no timeline on this. At least the last one had a timeline so we can evaluate it. All you said is that we'll get back to the committee. And what? No, that's when it starts. When does it finish? It doesn't say how long it is. I'm sorry? Through the chair?
Councillor Johnson.
Just to clarify, we already have a bus lane, and with the defeat of Councillor Collins' motion, the bus lane is intact indefinitely until we decide otherwise. So the time frame referred to in my motion is for a reconfiguration in spring 2015 and for an implementation of some potential improvements, including possibly signal operations to be implemented in spring 2015. Beyond that, I won't presume to tell staff when they're ready to report.
So this is only going to be valid until the report comes in. Is that what you're suggesting?
Well, we can do whatever we like in the future, but for now we have the bus lane indefinitely until we decide otherwise. With my motion or without my motion.
I still think I would like to see a timeline that'd come back to us after a year and see if the improvements that you've asked are legitimate, are feasible. I don't know if we'll get any report now.
Thank you, Councillor Conley. I have a new speakers list. Councillor Whitehead, Councillor Pearson, and Councillor Farr.
Yeah, I need to understand, because there's a presumption that the bus lane continues with where we stand, but the bus lane had a predetermined a year pilot. It was called a year pilot. It wasn't called 2-year pilot, 3-year pilot. So regardless of what takes place here today, the bylaw is actually for 1 year. So I need to understand through staff the original position of council in regards to the pilot stand. What is that position? Is it a 1-year pilot?
Jerry, if you can.
So through the chair, it's a pilot program. We reported back on it. If we're to discontinue it, we need that direction from council.
Okay, because of my understanding that the pilot was defined as a 1-year pilot. That was my understanding. I need help with this because there's presumption that now for every day that the bus lane is in place. My understanding what the council originally voted for was a bus lane for 12 months. No more. No more.
Stephanie, please.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, most pilot projects and this one as well in case until council discontinues it, it wouldn't just end. If it was a year today, up until yesterday, it wouldn't just stop existing as of yesterday. It would be in existence until such time as council decided to end the pilot program, in which case this one you would discontinue the lane and you would have to amend the bylaw.
I'm a bit. Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure we have the clarity because I don't think there's. It was never the intent of the original council to have it go beyond 12 months, period. That's why it was called a pilot.
Jerry, please.
So through the chair, and just what Stephanie had indicated, the bylaws have been passed. The bylaws are permanent. The bylaws have to be amended for any change to take.
Deputy Mayor, thank you. And that was going to be my question. I think we've had so many votes on this now. We're not absolutely sure where we're going. So I appreciate the motion here, but I'm just not sure. This is going forward and changing it till we bring forward another change. Is that correct to you, Mr. Deputy Mayor? You're not proposing, so we're just keeping everything in place. I want a clarification for that. I still stand by. I wanted the information to come back on February the 6th. Because that'll be the signalization and other options that may be available would come forward before we make a decision to do it. I'd like to hear that before we made the decision.
Hayden, you want to address that?
Well, everything you've said is right, Councillor Pearson, about my intention and the effect as I understand them.
Okay, thank you. We have Councillor Farr.
Maybe to Councillor Pearson's point, and the way I read Councillor Johnson's motion, and given his answer just now, I'm glad I followed that answer. A says, Councillor Pearson or colleagues, that the King Street transit-only lane be reconfigured. We're literally asking for a capital project there in the spring of 2015. And that's the work to the west of Bay to move it was in the staff recommendation, to move it over and bring the parking back. And this motion asks for that. Otherwise, we're seeing staff investigate the feasibility, one of those, for transit priority signals and report back on that. But this one does have a definitive ask. I would wonder at this point if the good mover of the motion to get us through this would accept a friendly amendment and with a go with the phraseology that also just asks staff to report back on the feasibility of moving the bus lane west of Bay and not put a definitive capital project on the table here today. Staff at a future meeting, maybe on February 6th, can report back on how that would work and what it would cost. Through you, if you would accept.
Yeah. Mr. Mayor, I take that as a friendly amendment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to my colleague.
Thank you.
Stephanie, you've got the entirety
and
of the
I'm
motion.
still sorry to have the floor. I just want everyone to remember that the main argument about disbanding the bus lane was its negative impacts on businesses. So 2.A to that good direction initially and now in some way manipulated, I guess, with a friendly amendment. Those negative impacts were being addressed by moving it over and bringing the parking back. That's heard loud and clear in the King West BIA. So I just wanted to let you know that was a big argument I heard about disbanding the negative impacts on business. And like we're trying to do here, we're trying to make it all work. We're trying to make it better and better for the businesses and everybody else as well. So thank you for accepting my friendly amendment. I'll support this.
Okay, thank you. We don't know no further speakers here unless we now have a further speaker or two. Councillor Partridge, welcome back.
My apologies, Mr. Mayor. I needed to take my dad to the doctor, but I wasn't here. I didn't hear the motion. Could I ask that it be read out once again, please?
Yeah, I'll do that once Councillor Marie. Same question? Okay.
Thank you.
Stephanie, could you read the entirety
Mr. Chairman,
of the motion?
that will actually clarify my question as well.
Okay. Yeah, that microphone is low for some
Can you hear me
reason.
better now?
Better.
Okay, I'm usually told to be quiet, not speak up, so I'm going to take advantage of it.
Yeah. You shouldn't let Guy talk to you like that.
If I understand this correctly, subsection A will read that staff be directed to review the feasibility of having the King Street transit-only lane be reconfigured in spring of 2015 to the second lane from the north curb, with parking being reinstated to the north curb lane from Bay Street running westerly, and B, that staff evaluate potential improvements to signal operations to be implemented in spring 2015, including transit priority, in order to continue to improve the overall operations throughout the corridor and report to GIC.
Okay, thank you. Everyone got the full gist of that?
The friendly amendment, through you, Mr. Chairman,
Right.
at the beginning of subsection A, it just said that the King Street lane be reconfigured. This friendly amendment changes it that staff be directed to review the feasibility and report back.
Okay. Got it? Everyone's got it? Any comments or questions on the motion? I'm going to call the question. All those in favor, standing recorded vote. All those in favor, please stand. Councillor Johnson, Councillor Farr, Councillor Green, Councillor Marula, Councillor Connolly, Councillor Pearson, and myself. All those opposed? Councillor Collins, Councillor Jackson, Councillor Duval, Councillor Whitehead, Councillor Pizzuta, Councillor Partridge, Councillor Vanderbeek, Councillor Ferguson. One moment, I'll get the count, I'll get to you. I see it. Yep, coming. Ferguson, sorry.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, 7-8, it did fail.
Did fail. Thank you. Councillor Collins.
Mayor, in light of all of the motions that have been put today, I'll be reintroducing the motion that I had originally put here that lost today at council, so I'm just putting council on notice.
Okay, and I think we're essentially done with that issue. So at council, we will address the issue then. Councillor Pizzuta, you're going to come back up here unless you want to take a break, because I don't even know where we are. That's that issue. What's the next item? Okay, so you know what, in fairness, I mean, all of the staff here have not had a break of any way, shape, or form, which I don't think is practical or reasonable. So let me suggest half an hour? Yeah, let's recess for half an hour. I'll come back here at, let's make it 4:30. And then we will continue on. Okay? All in favor?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, and just for council's consideration before you recess, we have two outside legal counsel who have been sitting here for hours that you are paying by the hour. So do you want a 10 or 15-minute break rather than a 30-minute break? Just 5 minutes?
We'll say 4 o'clock. Can people eat that fast? I don't know, but, good luck finding something to eat as well. All right, 4 o'clock. My sense it would be yes. Yeah. We will do our best.
So in GIC, we can't.
We could have won this thing. They just kept your vote.
Well, I will at council.
Well, you should have done more.
Because the nice thing is I tried. Now at council, I vote for Chad's motion. It's done. And the funny thing is, they should have challenged by doing this suspension because that was the only way they could salvage
Got the gloves out the way. Hey, whack, 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 whack.